futures back to the upside here this morning, trying to hold on to decent gains to kick things off. Just seeing headlines regarding PM Truss over in the UK, apparently about to resign. So markets trying to digest that news a little bit here, back to the downside ever so slightly, but we're in positive territory. So that is good news coming off of very volatile but negative session at the end of the day yesterday. We snapped a 2-session winning streak at the end of the day. All three U.S. markets back to the downside. We had Treasury yields back higher. We had the U.S. dollar back higher. Remember, all three, again, I'll show you the charts here coming up, but all three back in positive territory. Just got the U.S. Philly Fed Business Index out as well, down 8.7, actually a little better than expected. 8.7 negative versus negative 9.9 on that number. We'll talk about Tesla, obviously, coming up here. A monster move to the downside, more than 5% at one point when I sat down for Tesla. They're going to miss growth targets by 50% for the next quarter. So should be a wild ride for Tesla shares this morning. It is Thursday, October 20th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Some positive numbers to look at this morning. 0.5% right now for the S&P and the Dow, both leading the way or trying to lead the way. NASDAQ here lagging ever so slightly after we got a little bit of a downtick yesterday. It was tech, remember, that led things back into negative territory overall for the NASDAQ. TSX 0.5%, futures anyways, here in Toronto. Crude back to the upside, was 2.5% at one point this morning, back to 2% right now. Bitcoin, Ethereum, both in positive territory as well. Note here on Amazon, I'll get into that. Jeff Brands, something called Jeff Brands. More importantly, Sean is back. Great to have Sean back in the building. Feeling much better. Hope the family is feeling much better as well, guys. Should be an exciting day here as we get more earnings coming across and also a possible resignation over in the UK.
Oh, it's possible.
Ooh la la.
Okay, I thought for a second there was that she had resigned. Bit of a mess there. And no, Chad, it's not Shady's back.
Yeah, I'm pretty shady though.
No.
I'm back.
Shady is that deal that happened in our fantasy
They
league.
call me Slim Shady. I'm back. Yeah. What was up with that deal, man? This is why I can't compete in that league anymore, man. It's like there's just so much. Unless you have Mahomes and Allen, it's like the stuff that gets happened in our fantasy, and then the guy ghosts. So some guy makes a deal in our fantasy football pool. 8.
It was bad.
Why can't I hear Brendan still? There we go. 8. It's because Brendan's still in our ear. 8 of the 10 GMs are complaining on the chat. Of course, the one guy who got the best deal.
He's not saying anything.
Not saying anything. He'd rather not. But the guy that got hosed, I guess, has taken a vacation. So.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. You guys know what's up. And congratulations to the Raptors. Great win last night. Basketball season's in tow. So I think we're locked and loaded, ready to go here. I don't know how long.
I had the Raptors minus 2.5. Neil, they won by 3.
I saw it. But you saw what happened at the end of the game?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. The foul
Okay,
shots.
but no, you shouldn't have dunked the ball. You could have run out the clock.
Oh, Barnes.
So, It was Prince.
Oh yeah.
So the Raptors had the rock, and they were up. They could have actually run out the clock. No one was around them, but he goes in for the dunk, up by 3, giving Cleveland a chance in that situation. It's muscle memory, right? You see it open lane, you throw down the dunk. I'm not going to hate on him for doing that.
That's what I would have done. I just would have thrown down the dunk. I just would have gone like the one-hand hammer down right there.
You should have off the backboard.
Yeah, I might have done like a 360 or something. But what about Tesla earnings? I mean, Tesla earnings not on deck have just happened there. Tesla's an absolute disaster. I mean, that's all I've been writing on here. It's down over 36% against the S&P, 18% off of its high. Yikes back there. Come on, Brankles. It's been an absolute disaster for Tesla. They miss on their margins. They cut deliveries. You're going to see me trying to go short here today on Tesla. What's so funny? What just happened?
No, I don't know what just happened.
What's up, Half-Baked? What's up, everybody else out there that's saying what's up in the chat? Yeah, no, I'm feeling better. My family had a little bit of a stomach bug. I actually never went that way.
You were okay.
Yeah, I was fine. I was getting a headache. And I don't know, but I also, we'll see what happens here moving forward. I feel completely fine and no negative tests and all that kind of stuff. So we're really happy for all of that. And
well, only negative tests.
Kids are, sorry, only negative tests. What did I say?
You said no negative tests.
Oh, no negative. Oops, sorry. Only negative tests.
I'd have my mask on.
And yeah, no, we wouldn't be here. But yeah, very, very good. The kids are back to school. Everything's ready to go. My wife's off to some sort of an event today. So yeah, everyone's really happy. Sticky Note is out and about, and we're ready to kick some butt. The only problem I have here is, you were saying that when Luca's here, he sits a lot, like all these monitors were like in my grill.
Anybody that knows Luca, Luca sits like this, as close as he can. With like
give a big wave. Thanks, Luca.
There he is.
Thanks, Luca.
Luca's right there.
Never again. Yeah.
But it's crazy. So all the monitors were moved around here. Arun's
more cash. I think
chill,
the guy just sits back, doesn't trade, sits here, watches.
Leaves everything like it is.
Trades, but not as active, right? So.
The market just turned back to red again. So thank you very much.
We are debating. Maybe should we get?
We'll leave it for now.
I think it's more like stock based when I'm not here, probably, because we haven't really done too much talk about stock. But I'm wondering, what do we do with this bear here today? Because right now it's down. The S&P is actually up. So this is the thing. The S&P's up 0.6 right now, but tanking. Everything's tanking.
Now we're going down.
And the NASDAQ is, whoa.
Here, now we're going
What has happened? Anything on the wire there, Brenda? We're getting a...
She's on TV right now, guys.
Oh, it's her
resigning.
So she is resigning.
So yeah, it's happening right now. So it looks like the market downside on that. Right. Yeah, not good. I'll keep an eye on some of these headlines coming across as well. The pound also making huge moves right now. But here's the market, the SPY overall. What a move back to the downside. You can have a look at EWU, which is the ETF, the UK ETF, also making a huge move. But here's the SPY. Yeah, that was short-lived. We'll see what happens over in the UK. What a mess as far as their politics and situation is concerned. Let's focus on the overall market here, guys. There are a few positive notes to deal with this morning. First segment of the show, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. Check them out. Link on screen right now. They will join us on the show this afternoon as well. So come back 2:45. We'll talk to the guys over at True Trading Group and discuss what a crazy week this has been. And guess what? It's only going to get more crazy because all the mega cap tech names are reporting next week as well. So strap in for Tesla, but we get Microsoft, we get Apple, we get everything, Amazon, Google, all coming out next week. It's going to be even more exciting. LVS upside on earnings, AAL upside on earnings. We talked about UAL a little bit yesterday on the forecast, saying they're going to be back to pre-COVID levels as far as bookings going forward. So the remainder of this year and then Q1 into next year. AAL very much the same here, guys. So you got to watch some of these travel names today.
Yeah, look, I've learned my lesson from yesterday. Well, one of the good things about yesterday, there was so many good shorts to hold on to. So when you were looking for the longs, it was a little bit of a trickier story. UAL, I kept trying to take breakouts on that stock after their positive earnings, and that was not the way to go in a weaker market. It was more about buying the dip. So when you see a trend like that, and this is AAL here, not UAL. When you see a trend like this, a lot of times you just want to go with the trend. So if we can have some strength in the day today, which, I mean, 5 minutes ago, it looked like we had a better chance at that. But someone asked in the chat, do I think it's going up or down? I tend to, well, as a day trader, you tend to want to have some long ideas, short ideas, and then if the market comes down or there's weakness, you hold on to the things that are winning, your short side, make sure you get your outs on your long. So I always want to have ideas in both directions, and AAL sits there on the long side above the 50 period, 1375 in here, but I'd rather be buying dips, as I said. Didn't work out taking breakouts in UAL, even though the longs ended up pretty solid. So, looking at this $14, obvious $14 level, it's an even dollar. That's where we closed, $13.99 technically. I'd look to see if it can have any bounces off there. Once we open up, you have a better idea where the volume's going to start to come in. Might be at that double top that you have after market and then yesterday's highs at about 14.30. That's the target area I'd be looking to buy dips in. Everything above that, I don't want to be chasing any breakouts. But looks like we're headed right now back into the downside. So I want to get some of those ideas to the short side. Of course, you saw what happened in CCL and pretty much every Chinese name yesterday. Those are all gapping up today. So bouncing off of some big levels. It might not be as easy to short those as it was in yesterday's trade.
Yeah, I want to say shout out to everybody there in the chat asking me if I'm fine. I don't know what happened when I was gone here. Yeah, I was completely fine.
We didn't.
No, I mean I was feeling.
The
family was feeling under the weather, but yeah, we're back. We're back. Everything is good, and I want to hope that everyone else outside there is feeling well. You know what happens when the kids go back? My kids are literally in activities 6 of 7 days a week. We were in 6 different rinks, like ice rinks this weekend alone. And so, you know, my kids are both playing hockey, both in crazy change rooms, both go, like they're in swimming, everything. So I'm pretty sure there was a bug, not pretty sure, definite that there was a bug caught somewhere, and it just kind of ripped through a little bit. But fortunately, I was one of the only ones in the family there that's strong like bull. My grandmother used to say smells like bull, but strong like bull there, and did not get sick too much at all. But thank you for all the warm wishes. But we're back, so let's get going here a little bit. AAL won't show up here on the imbalance locator because it's a NASDAQ stock, so we'll wait to see there. I know Neil was talking a little about UAL. None of those are on here right now. The only thing is CCL, and that's a very, very small bid. But again, a pretty good report here for AAL, up 1.29%. I just don't think the coast is clear that you want to buy any airline stocks. Even though we are above the 50 period right now, I think you're still running into the 16. You want to try to break that before you get going again on American Airlines. That 12 bottom is pretty good there as well. I mean, it's 1.9 million shares. It's a decent little number here. You know, operating revenue higher, EPS is there. I mean, it's fine. Profit between 50 and 70 cents per share. They're looking for the next quarter, which is better than the estimate of 22 cents. So it looks like they're trying to get out in front of a possible good quarter. So we'll see if that can come through there for them. I mean, I think you still want to go long this name if you break some of these highs of 14.50. So we're just going to wait out for that. There's bigger fish to fry for me today. I don't normally trade AAL. I have AMD at some key levels there. We had that Amazon news earlier, and Tesla's going to be on my mind. But AAL, definitely a good one to fly with today, Brendo.
Discussed this Lam research a little bit at the end of the day yesterday as far as the chip makers are concerned. It's LRCX, not the other way around. Anyways, big $300+ name, not really doing much as far as the actual price action is concerned, but a nice positive report worth mentioning here. When it comes to these chips, guys, going to have this on the mind today, all the way up to 344, 345 in the aftermarket yesterday. But just saw a nice little uptick here for Lam Research, better than expected report for them.
Yeah, look, beating top and bottom. They did warn that next year they're going to face like $2.5 billion worth of risk in terms of revenue with regards to some of the U.S.-China curbs there. We were talking about that yesterday with regards to some of the, not just the chip makers, but the equipment suppliers like Lam, like AMAT. So pretty strong move for them. I think that bodes well for the overall chip space, what they are trying to say there, and having a good quarter. You might find some strength come in. I'm actually looking at support levels a little bit more than I was in the other day. So Intel at 25.50, I'll probably be long on Intel in front of 25.50. It's 56.5 on AMD and like a 114 on. Let me check Nvidia again. Double check. I don't want to have to go to the stock. I think it's about like a 115 on Nvidia. But the other thing to keep in mind, this is only up 1%, but who reported yesterday and is even stronger is ASML, and that's the trade's over in Amsterdam. There is an ADR for this. I usually pull it up in the primary market, so this is in euros. But looking pretty strong. It's had a very, very good run the last couple of days here. These are very good bellwethers for overall demand in the chip space, and they can keep up this momentum. It'll be difficult for some of the other names to show the weakness that they have been doing. With all that being said, there is some significant resistance. I don't know if we get there. 27 on Intel, we've talked about before, but the 60 level on AMD a couple of days ago, that was a big one. On Monday, you would have seen, I went long on the break of 60 in AML. When it failed, I shorted Intel on the way back down because I just think Intel was more of a dog. But I know Luca just went straight over to AMD here. So that 60 level is going to be big. If we see it on a strong day, based on some of these, based on Lam's build, then certainly I would be shorting these levels up at those top. But until then, you got some really good support at 56 on these. You break that, I think you're in a little bit of trouble. The chips have been in the doghouse for a while, but at the same time, they're kind of very much range bound here, and I think you got to respect the range. We've talked a lot about this in the last couple of days. If there's a significant range and we don't break out in the futures one way or the other, because I can look over at my ES and yeah, we're still in the afternoon range. The afternoon range was 36.80 to 30. Sorry, the day range was like 37.40, 36.80, and this pre-market, we're still inside that range. If we don't break out of it, expecting some of these chip names or any of the big tech to break out is kind of wishful thinking. So you want to respect the levels that are there.
Yeah, I know Neil just talked about AMD, but that's pretty much the only chip name that I trade. I mean, I've traded Intel. We got a great bottom in Intel a couple days ago before I left. But right here, 56.50 has been fantastic. I'm already bidding there, so I'm already bidding 56.50, a decent amount of shares here for AMD. If that's the reason why we went down is because PM Trust there is stepping down for Britain or England, I don't think that that's any reason for the market to do this. She was only in for 45 days and basically didn't accomplish much. It's the Bank of England and everything there that's controlling what's happening over there with all the bonds. Well, you guys should know that story a little bit. But anyways, I really like AMD down here. I mean, look how many times it's respected this 56 bottom. I don't think it wants to break it until earnings comes through, so we'll have to wait. I don't know when AMD earnings. I mean, when the chips are always seem to be a little bit later in this cycle, but it's just a huge move to the downside right now for AMD. I mean, I talked about how bad Tesla's been performing. The chips have been just as bad. I mean, you get $105 just a month and a half ago. Well, I guess at this point it's 2 months, August 8th, all the way down here now to $56, basically chopped in half almost. Give or take a couple bucks there for AMD and just bouncing off the bottom. So I think not only is the stock waiting, but obviously investors are waiting here to see what that report is. Is it as bad as we think? Is NVIDIA the best one? Neil just puts in there November 1st, so that's good. Yeah, so a couple more weeks until we finally see those earnings. I don't think it's worth taking anything out on the top side here today. Market's down, but I really do like AMD to the long side. And again, I'm looking at Intel because I do trade it, but I didn't really look at it yet today other than $25. So down there, that bottom is 24.60. I think you can sort of trade. In this name, I think you can diddle in the middle. If it does drop down here into 25.20, I think that's a decent buy spot for Intel. But I can't blame anybody if you're looking short today. I think Tesla, I'm going to go short in the pre-market if we break 206, first of all. So that's what I put on the sticky note. You can find the sticky note, people asking if it's up or not, and thank you for all the asks the last couple days. But it's up there today on @TraderTV, Sean, and we have 206 and 212 key levels here coming up for Tesla. We're going to go short soon.
All right, a couple of resource names or metal-related names to have a look at this morning. Notable anyways. We don't touch on these typically as far as day trading stocks are concerned, but both FCX and Nucor also out with earnings today. So here's Freeport. Not really doing much. It was kind of chopping around, basically break even to where it was, but decent report. It was actually down, profit more than halves, but still a little bit better than expected. And then down here, Nucor downside a little bit more on light volume this morning, guys, because of a miss. Their forecast, not great either. But I bring this up only because this group was actually relatively weak versus the overall market yesterday and among the first to go negative on the day. So more negative earnings from the group might help these move downside today.
Yeah, look, obviously, actually, the weird thing is I had this conversation with my barber yesterday because he always asks me stock advice and crypto advice, and he was talking about something for an investment opportunity, and somehow it came down to mining, and I was talking about like demand and you go into recession, that's not a good thing for certain types. Like there's certain types of things that commodities that'll be weak in a recession, other ones that might be relatively strong, yada yada yada. Well, Nucor. I would expect them to pull back in here, and I think that's going to give you some opportunities. I know I talked about more trading United Steel, reject that $20 level, probably good for some pullbacks. But Nucor, this sees 100 again. It's probably worth a pretty solid value. You look at where it rejected, like how gorgeous is that? What I was hoping would happen here was that if they did have a surprise good report, then you break the 50 and the 200 period at the same time, and it would have been a huge breakout. But that's a kind of resistance that everything has to be perfect for you to get through. So this stock is probably going to hard reject that 125 on Nucor specifically. I don't know if we'll actually end up trading it. If I usually trade the space, it is It is U.S. Steel. I was saying rejecting that $20 level, which it's been doing time and time again. This is what I mean about this is usually a pretty good trading stock, but rejected that one pretty much exactly yesterday. I don't think it gets there based on that Nucor news. It's had a good bid at 1850 to 1860 for some support. So if it does fall on sympathy, that could be a bit of a trade there on U.S. Steel, about 70 cents from here.
All right. Yeah, let's go to Brendo.
All right, let's bring in Luis Barbado from the Barcelona office for Day Trade the World. Good to see you as always. Thank you for your patience this morning. We apologize for a bit of a delay here, Luis. It's been a pretty exciting week, to say the least. Up and down we go on the overall market. I want to jump right into things here, though, because we're starting to get into the heart of earnings season. So let's discuss what is on tap for today. We can touch on Netflix here if you want as well from yesterday, but Tesla, the big one. What do you think?
Yeah, Netflix was very nice for trading yesterday with a lot of noise and a lot of volume popping up and trying to break highs in the first half an hour and then failing and fading in the afternoon was a nice stock to trade. And Tesla today, we have important levels on $270.50, $207.50, sorry. And next one, 204, and that's it. Below that, we have nothing. So we're going to try to take some longs on those support areas of 207, 207.50. If it fails, we wait to 204. That's the two main tickers for earnings. And then we check American Airlines. Let's see how it's related to United. United yesterday did a good earnings. It doesn't look so strong, American Airlines today, pre-market with the earnings. And AT&T is another stock that we are looking because of the earnings.
When it comes to earnings season in general here, Luis, we have to kind of shift our focus and move towards some of these names that have reported and are doing the most volume. And it's interesting in the sense that some of the other, small cap names that typically do 100, 150 million shares a day kind of take a back seat. Talk a little bit about how important it is for short-term traders to be able to kind of shift your focus when it comes to earnings season and the importance of, earnings season as a whole.
You're right. You're totally right. But for us, it's very important not to change the strategy, no matter the stock you trade. So if we are looking to the earnings seasons, to the earnings stock like today, Tesla or AT&T or whatever, it's not that we're going to change our strategy. We try to find the stocks that are reported earnings that are going to behave the way we like. Kind of movements for scalping, for looking for support and resistance areas, but we don't change our strategy because the small cap world is a little bit sleeping for the last months, I will say, or weeks at least. It's important. We look for the stocks, no matter what's the catalyst, the earnings, or the news that behave the way we like.
Now, that said, let's talk about this HOOK, because there is this single one little tiny stock up this morning, big time, 42% so far for Hook on the NASDAQ. Not a ton of volume, about 8 million shares here in the pre-market. What are you going to do with this one today?
Not the only one. I'm going to give you another couple later on. But Hook, we're waiting for a 1.80 break. If it doesn't break that 1.80, we're going to look at the tape very, very careful in the opening, pre-market and opening. If it breaks 180, we're going to look for, of course, some dips to go along with the trend. But if it fails, checking out the tape, we're going to go for a fading afternoon, let's say. It's very important, the opening in these stocks and the locate. I didn't check locate, being honest to you. I don't know how much they cost right now on Day Trade War.
Yeah, I mean, relatively low float on this one, so we'll be careful with that as well. There's a deal with Roche announced this morning for this HOOK. What else is on your radar today? What
else? Yesterday was MVST, moving, very nice stock, moving up, but with nice retracement and a lot of volume and awesome level 2. It gives you nice timing for the entries and good risk management, MVST. Let's hope it has a second day. Right now it's moving down 4% only. So if it holds around 210, 205 and it pushes higher, we're going to have a second day on MVST, and that would be very nice for us. You were, guys, a little bit late today, so you missed the AMPX break on 210.50. It was a nice stock yesterday, pushing higher and higher and doing nice flags on the chart. it this nice flag pre-market right now on 1050, and it broke to 1120. So let's see if it builds another flag here and we continue the movement up. AMPX and MNTV. Yesterday was a nice stock to trade as well, gapping up and holding during the day. Let's see today if it holds there and we have a post day before it breaks tomorrow, or they go all in tomorrow and another day for highs. AMNTV, sorry.
A ton of action on that one yesterday. A nice move back higher on volume as well. Luis Barbato from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a great day. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Good day for you too.
As always, Luis looking sharp, and of course having the good advice. And like that AMPX,
yeah.
I know we were talking about this one, I think late in the session yesterday, because it made another big leg to the upside late in that day. Didn't quite get to the double top. I mean, it's double top now, but that 1150 that it was at a couple of sessions ago. So pull back my 3-minute chart so you can see this 1150. Now you're getting a bit of a double top. I guess technically this is 1130 that it got to before. So if it breaks there, it's pretty significant. To me, things are resistance until they're not. So if it can chew through that, fantastic. And look, if you look at just looking at the daily, because it hasn't been around that long, looking at the daily, if it does break, it has some room to where I would think the next little bag hold is, right? Like it bounced off $5, consolidates here. That's a place where some people, like a lot of times, go long and like a 10 as it's breaking out. Some of them could have profited here, but as it makes this consolidation or break of 15, that's where there could be some trapped longs in that range. And as you break out from 1150, I think you'd find some sellers in the 13 to 15 range. So room to run from 1150 if it can take out that high, but until resistance breaks, it has to be at least respected a bit.
I heard Lewis say something about Meta here. So, we have Meta right on the board here. Yeah, what about breaking this 132 level there? That looks pretty, disastrous for Meta if that happens. Broken around here the last couple of days, bounced around 132. We have broken below 131.30 or so. Then yesterday, it looks like we might have tested it right off the open, but we'll wait to see here, or not off the open. That's this morning, actually. All right, so we're going to see what happens right now at this 132 level for Meta. So that's another one here where we're going to wait to see how bad earnings are, and then we'll go from there with Meta. So here's a 1-minute chart for these guys. Whoops, there was a 1-minute chart until I hit the wrong button there. All right, that's the 1 day. That's the 20-minute. Here we go. Here's the 1-minute chart for Meta. Let's see what happened yesterday early. So a nice little move up to 136, 137, faded back. Yeah, bounced off again. Yeah, pretty much that level 132. Yesterday we got as low as 132.80 there off the open. Then there's the test back again, 132.25. And then the test again. Wow. Oh, man, whenever you're not here, you look back and it's like, oh, man, that would have been a trade, but who knows what I would have been in if I was here. But that 132 definitely looks pretty good. Nice little bump up again to 132. And then, yeah, so, okay, this could be, if the market does fail here, we're going to see the NASDAQ is continuing to make lower lows right now. We're trying to anyways. Just has to break that. Then we go here, then here. I guess that's kind of equal to the high. And then back there, trying to get lower here. So we'll see. Meta down there at 132 is definitely an interesting level. Man, there's going to be so much to watch today. Glad to be back and lots to talk about. And we haven't really even looked at Tesla too much yet.
All of the EVs, along with Tesla, the Chinese names, back to the upside today after that huge sell-off that we saw late in the day yesterday, including NIO, Li Auto, and XPEV. Here's a look at European markets right now. We are back in the red after being positive initially this morning for both England and Germany here. This was up about 0.5% until we got this resignation headline here from PM Trust. So 0.3 there for Germany, back downside, 0.3 higher. Meanwhile, for France, there's Spain. Shout out to Lewis. 0.5% to the upside for the market in Spain. 1.8 Sweden's downside, Swiss as well, and Turkey back higher. Another 150 basis point cut from the Bank of Turkey I saw this morning as well. So they continue to do their own thing on that front. Also, here's the social sentiment board to kick things off. Mullen. It's very rare. Typically, the market itself is the biggest square on this board, but a huge move yesterday for Mullen on that acquisition news we talked about. Tesla's here back to the upside as well, obviously on earnings. There's AAL from earnings as well. UAL was on here yesterday. We'll discuss all the airlines. That's Netflix. Tough to see, but Netflix notably green here after what happened yesterday off earnings. Twitter gray, Apple gray. That's actually the Dow over in the corner there. Also gray, so a lot to contend with today. Bit of a mixed sentiment board at this point. Guys, do we have Arun ready, or can we jump to, yeah, we'll bring in Arun here and get a look at the overall market, touch on what we need to be aware of as far as levels are concerned as the move downside continues here this morning, Arun.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, we were waiting for Tesla. Tesla gave us, and I mean, it's moving, but the market's not deciding to go with Tesla right now. So it's all over the place. We just had Philly Fed come out, Philly manufacturing, right? Philly Fed manufacturing come out at 8:30. That number came in worse. So here we are to the downside now. Now breaking through 3,700 into 36.95, pretty much in the same area that we were at yesterday. Nothing new, nothing special. We thought we'd get out of this range that we were working with. I mean, below 3,700, opened the door to 80, and then we bounced right back into it. Now we're trying to work through that same zone again. Now we got to get through that secondary level I gave you guys yesterday. 36.65 is what I'm looking at. So if we can get down through there, we can maybe open up the downside a little bit more. Flip side of that is we've established clear support. This is going back to the 16th, October 16th. We were consolidating here. And then yesterday, we were kind of failing to break through this entire zone below 3,700. So there could still be a long on the table if there's a decent setup. But right now, it does look like the market wants to break down. So I'm keeping a very close eye on that 36.65, see if we can potentially catch a short or even flip to a long. Upside, there really isn't anything. You got to go after the highs. The double top high at 37.80 is what I'm looking at. So wide ranges there, Brendan. Maybe we get a move through the bottom with Tesla creeping. Just taking a quick look. Tesla creeping at 208 right now from that 220 mark. So if Tesla keeps on going down, Tesla's the number four weight in the NASDAQ. If Tesla goes down and starts to drag some indexes with it, some index names with it, then you might see that crack happen. And hopefully that, not hopefully, but we need some volatility. So whichever way that wants to go around, I appreciate it because volatility makes things easier. Trading ranges is pretty difficult, and I think that's where we're at right now.
Thanks so much, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Tesla not looking terribly strong at the moment, trying to roll over down 6.3 right now for Tesla. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single morning before you come join us then at 8:30. We send it right to your inbox. More than 30,000 getting that every single day for free. Make sure you're one of those. Hit that link, enter your email address. I just wanted to touch on that Philly Fed number once again, because month over month, it was actually an improvement, 9.9 versus, or negative 9.9 versus negative 8.7, expectations -5. So month over month, there was an uptick there for that Philly Fed. But yeah, the market not liking that, market not liking PM Trust also resigning. Let's get into Tesla here, guys. I mean, what do you say? 50% miss when it comes to growth expected in this upcoming quarter or two for Tesla.
Like the thing is, when you're considered overpriced on a price earnings basis in this environment, if anything goes wrong and you're going to get punished for it, that's why they're down 6%. So look, they might have had a good beat on that bottom line, and the EPS was fine. They're still making boatloads of money, and demand is there. Bit price, so when the growth isn't going to be where it wants to be or where everyone wants it to be in the street, you're going to get downward pressure. All that said, this chart's not split adjusted, but when you go back to this is the May low here, and it's at 6. It's about 615 to 618 in that little bit of a pocket. Of course, that's going to correspond post-split to 205, 206. In the aftermarket, if you guys were watching in the aftermarket and you're sort of paying attention, it made the bottom at essentially the same level. We then have, going back to late on Friday, you had that little 204, 205 test down there. So this is the bottom that looks like it's going to get broken. That takes you all the way down to 200. I think when it gets to that level, if it gets to that level, I should say, don't speak in certainties, Neil. If it gets to that level, you break that 206. I think that's a great opportunity for a short trade. I want to be shorting pops on the stock too as well. I like 217 is like, if it's below that price, then I'm kind of really thinking about that short trade. But that 200, if it gets down there, that's going to be a very crowded trade. And there's probably going to be shorts in front of that, before we get down to that price. No matter what, I'll have a stop order at a level like that regardless to hit the short at 200 if it gets down that far, hopefully already in the money on some shorts. But that's one where you might have, or at least I might have a bit of a quick trigger to get out. Like if that doesn't work very quickly, I'd rather get out not get too caught on a 200 short where then it jailbreaks up $5. And then sometimes if it takes it a second time, that can be the more clean break. Now that's getting way ahead of ourselves. That's a very monstrous level because we closed at 222. So 200 would also then be 10% to the downside. So 200 is going to be very significant because that's an SSR level. There's a chance it could bounce off that. So just be cautious if we get down there. I would have a tight stop on any short I take, at least initially. But other than that, that level on the daily, that 206 for a breakdown, I think when I was looking at anything in front of the 217 level, I was more sort of concerned, like this is why I like 217. I mean, the aftermarket, it popped, it rejected 217, and then kind of based out here at about 214. So I was looking at this one for an initial pop up to about 214. 217 gives you a bit of an out there. And then if we take out those lows from yesterday, you got to go for it. It looks like this is what's dragging the market to the downside because there were some signs we were going to go up. I'm not even sure why it's necessarily bad news that Truss is resigning. I thought no one liked the policies.
No, I think it was the Philly Fed. I don't think it had anything to do with that
Truss.
because it wasn't Truss there. We just missed the Philly Fed coming out there. So thanks to Arun for talking about that right now. Frog in the throat. Okay, look, I'm going to be a little more aggressive than that. I like 212 here. 212 is where we got to earlier this morning and failed and just started to tick down from that. So I think a 212 short. I'm actually sitting there right now with that trade and then, maybe just thinking about getting out. Honestly, if we take out 213 right here, which is this 50, which is sort of the 200 period, there's that 217 that Neil was talking about. So that's obviously another key level there. But I think 213, 214 right into here where we kind of battled around. So I think we'll take a 212. We might be getting this pretty soon. I mean, it's only 9:05 right now. Probably in this name a little too early, or thinking about getting in this a little bit too early. But we'll try to take a 212 into 214. Would rather not get hit, but if that happens early, then that's what's going to happen. And then that bottom here of 206. This is really what I'm interested in. We've bounced off of 207.50 a couple times. You're going down here to the daily chart, and again, we don't have the split adjust, but you could see right there that bottom is the new 52-week low bottom of 204 and change. I don't see any reason why investors would be confident with this number. They're going to miss on deliveries. Their margins were a lot lower there, and they seem to have a delivery problem at the end of every single quarter. So until they can figure that stuff out, I want to be short on Tesla. I just feel like it's now a case. It was always a case where, okay, if you're bullish, you've been fine. You've made thousands and thousands of percentage points on this move, right? They went down in the last 3 years. I think the low was $12, the high was $400. So as long as you've been in this name, you've been winning. But I've been selling this, as you guys know, pretty much up here. Now you're all the way down here. So this name has been absolutely destroyed. It's way underperforming the market. So I would think that you'd still want to be short. And what I was getting at was the bull case has been pretty easy. Just watch the stock, right? And it's always been the bears that have had to defend everything for Tesla. But what about the valuation? What about this? What about if China misses? All this kind of stuff. Well, now I feel like it's more the bulls that have to say, well, this is why we like it. This is why we like it, instead of the other way around. So I feel like that's never a good sign. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Tesla and a few moves today. I'm shorting this in front of 212, and I'm pretty confident doing that. So let's wait to see if that look, I want to get out at 214. I'd rather it happen within the first couple minutes than right away or in the pre-market, but I'm also willing to go short here in the pre-market as well on a 206 break. So there's lots of stuff happening for me. I definitely want to be in this Tesla name today, and I'm not even looking long. I'm only looking short. So if it does pop up, the longs are going to win, but I'm going to be sitting there looking to fade pops. So that's my sort of plan of action here on Tesla. I think it should work, and let's just see what happens moving forward.
A notable move down there for AAL. Just be aware the call is on right now. So some comments coming through right now from both the CEO and CFO talking about demand going forward, talking about the size of the fleet. I mean, they're making positive comments, including they're still looking to hire, guys, 2,000 additional pilots for just American. But big spike down there when the call started for American Airlines.
Yeah, and look, you saw what happened when I broke a rule a couple of days ago trading Goldman while the earnings call was on. But I want to show you what's going on. 14 even here on UAL on the offer, guys. If we can come, there we go, on the level 2. 14 even, bit of a stack though. You don't really see this often during a call where you get lots of liquidity and people throwing around bigger lots. But that was driving it down. You can see this is what happened. It broke that 14. can bounce back and then just stacked offers in that 14 range. So it has, I mean, it's held the dip. It's definitely held the dip in terms of that last breakout that it had this on Monday. But it's looking pretty weak, man. Sorry, I should say on Tuesday. But it's looking relatively weak. I want that call to be over, and if it can reclaim 14, then it shows some strength. But never a good sign that there's a lot of people dumping it despite some positive comments. So might have to come back to this in the early morning. And this is what trading's all about. You have to adjust on the fly, and it's why I don't like. I prefer as a trader if stocks report earnings after market, the call can be after market. When it's in the morning, you can line up a plan. All of a sudden, you get CEO and CFO saying a bunch of crap, and then maybe the market doesn't like it, and you've got to adjust that plan. I wouldn't just simply go long because I like what it looks like on the chart. I have to respect the fact that now there's some serious sellers on AAL, and I have to reevaluate.
Yeah, I don't know. Right now, you had Tesla just move up to 211 there on a nice little spike upside. So I actually canceled to go to half my shares now at 212, waiting to go short. That was a nice little move up there for Tesla. So we're going to try to respect that. It doesn't look like it's anything, and someone just tried to come in there and buy it. Maybe it's Aunt Kathy, but a nice amount of shares there. About 100,000 shares bought on that candle to the upside. 100,000 shares or so bought on that candle. So we'll stay tuned for more and more news, and obviously that's why we got Brendo here. But yeah, so far not great here coming through for Tesla, but it's a nice move to the upside. Still down that 5 and a bit percent. Yeah, Neil just talked about AAL there. Obviously, I mean, not much going on, but you're going to have to wait to see here. 3 million shares, so there was, there's been decent volume. Last time we looked at it, it was about 2 million. So a nice move up to 14 again, probably gets faded. So we'll wait to see on AAL, but like Neil said, you got to stay. Did I listen to the call? Which call? Tesla? No, I did not, to be honest with you, yesterday. But I did listen to, some of the podcasts and things like that about Tesla. If there's anything you guys want to say in the chat, that's great too. I'll read whatever you guys have in mind there. If you're talking about that or AAL, I don't know what stock you're talking about. And no, Rob Stoll, I saw this comment earlier, you may not eat my brains. That's not how it works. You can't eat somebody else's brains.
Unless you're a zombie.
And then grab there. But I don't think you're just grabbing it for hunger. I don't think you're grabbing it for knowledge, right? I don't think that's how it works.
I'm sure
Plus, you don't want to eat my brain anyway.
There's a horror story or movie or book somewhere where zombies eat brains and get the powers of the.
Is there?
I'm sure
there must be. There must be.
There's so many. There's one out there somewhere where you get the powers absorbed.
I know that's what zombies do, but that's what we're talking about. Can you? If someone comes and eats our brains.
Well, you know what you're supposed to do.
It's Halloween anyways, by the way.
All I do is I say,
hands are cold again.
There can be only one. I chop off your head and then I get all your powers. That's how it works, right?
Okay,
so
that's how it works.
Highlander, absolute. Anyways, off topic.
It's called iZombie, apparently.
Let's go back to. Oh, I know iZombie. I never watched it, but I've heard of it.
That's what people are talking about. All right, Brendo. I eat brains.
Yeah, that was random. It seems to be this comment here, guys, from the CFO that might have been a little bit negative. So the CFO is saying constraints facing their business today will remain in 2023. Again, that's AAL's CFO saying that. Constraints facing their business today will remain in 2023. So that might have been the one that kicked off the selling there for AAL. Let's talk chip sector. We touched on Lam Research there a little bit early on, out with better than expected report. They did, however, talk about China and the new restrictions that the Biden administration put into effect that would negatively impact their numbers going forward. But LCRX, higher here, guys, in the pre-market. Some of the chip names trying to hold some levels here as well.
Holding flat. We talked about some of the other ones. I'll go to Intel because that's been my jam. I love the bald cam in there, although, yeah, good luck now that I got a haircut. It's not as obvious, that bald spot I got on my head, Lucas. But anyways, Intel's been my favorite stock to short. Recently, I'm going to have offers pretty much every single day in case you get a move to the upside. I'm not saying we'll go to 27, but some of the lower highs can be respected. I was shorting some of these yesterday, and that's 26 and a quarter. If it does break, much like yesterday's trade at 26, I was shorting that level, scalping it, and worked, and then reversed into a long and scalped that. I think if you break these highs, it can be worth a breakout play, especially if we're holding above 37 on the ES and holding green. Right now, we're diddling in the middle, which is never a heck of a lot of fun. I want to make a quick correction on, I think I said in video 114, if I did, this is 116. So 116 is the support on NVIDIA. If it were to break that, there is a lot of room beneath that. It's very similar to AMD in that regard, where you're talking about a bit of a higher low. I just think NVIDIA is a little bit stronger in front of that one. Whereas look at how much longer AMD's been holding this. There was one breakdown on volume at that price. At some point, you hold this long enough and you're going to get a breakout. That has to be through the 60 even area. So 60 is the top, 56 is the bottom on AMD. NVIDIA is kind of diddling in the middle, so it would have to travel all the way down to 116 to get any kind of trades there. And I don't think I would trade Lam. It's not an incredibly liquid style name, even if the chart looks okay and the quarter was good.
All right. Yeah, it just looks like I was just reading the news there. He actually did obviously resign there. PM of Great Britain, UK Prime Minister. Okay. What were we talking about? Chips. Yeah. So I've already sort of looked at the chip names here again a couple times. I still do like this AMD level. I don't really care what the market's doing. AMD's a little stronger than the market right now anyways. But the reason why I say that, I mean, obviously we care a lot about what the market's doing. But AMD here has a beautiful bottom of 56 bucks. I don't think it wants to break it until earnings come through. And then at that point, it's game on. But I mean, just look at the last couple of days here from the bottom, 56, 56, 56, 50. It's all right here. There's been bad news. There's been good news. There's been Netflix earnings. There's Tesla earnings. There's bank earnings, everything. AMD's really held some of these bottoms. So let's just wait to see if it does it again here today. I don't really see today as being too crazy of a movement in the market here. So I don't see any reason why AMD doesn't drift down here again and give us a shot to pick it up. And then that very bottom is 55.50. So, you know, I like the name. I think that that's something that, you know, it's 54.50. I don't know where that is. That must have been back. I don't know where 54.50 is, but that was the yearly low, was that? I mean, 54, that must have been somewhere in the pre-market or something, because I don't see 54.50 anywhere around here, but eSignal's giving me that. So, you know, 55, 56, something like that, good enough as a bottom for me. So we'll wait to see here. It probably is in a pre-market somewhere where that happened. I don't know where the 52-week low closes, but I'm looking at 55, 55.50 as an out. So if we're disastrous on AMD today and it drops down $1, we're willing to lose that. So 55.50 coming in there. So let's wait to see what happens with advanced micro devices, Brendo.
Let's go to EVs here. Outside of Tesla, obviously, we were mentioning some of these yesterday. Li Auto, XPeng, NIO, all downside in a big way yesterday. Big, ugly red candles once again on the daily chart. I mean, this is NIO, but it's actually Li Auto that's showing the most strength here in the pre-market, up more than 2%. I pick on NIO here, guys, just because we're right back at some of the resistance points from late in the day yesterday.
Yeah, look, these were a dumpster fire, and the weird thing about it is, as good as NIO shorts and XPeng shorts were yesterday, Li Auto was actually better, and that was the only one that we weren't trading. But sometimes it just sets up, and it's not rocket science. 1170 yesterday was a significant level on the daily chart for NIO. That's this level breaking to the downside. When a level like that goes, a big monstrous double bottom, you short it, right? And the market was trying to go up, and it was just short it, and then we tanked. 11 even was another breakdown. That's where it's holding. So it's pretty binary here. I mean, if it does hold above 11 at the open, I said the same thing yesterday. It's like, okay, if it holds above that 1070, there's 1170, there's a chance for a jailbreak long at 12. I got no issues with that. But if it breaks down, you just sort of take the short, and it's going to be the same kind of story here. Now, the difference is if you end up shorting at this bottom, you're not actually taking out that low of 1070. Like, that's a much riskier trade than, you know, taking this trade and there was nothing beneath it. So a bit more risk on shorting NIO, although the same caveat applies to the breakout. Li Auto was nuts, but I don't want to ignore Alibaba. So Alibaba broke 72 late in the afternoon, and that was the previous bottom on the daily chart. On my 15-minute, you can see it here. It flushed $1.50, found support at 70.50. $70 is going to be a monster level there. It could be one of those situations where there's a long trade-off. 70 as a day trader, just trying to scalp it for a buck if you can. But if we see that, that's a monstrous break. Above 72, I got to feel bullish on the stock. And if it holds that at the open, I got to be looking for some longs. And then the last one in this space, I promise, JD.com never broke. And I was sitting there all afternoon, locked and loaded, ready for the breakdown through that low. It's about 40.50. and then $40 coming in next there. It hit that double bottom. If these all turn red, JD is breaking a floor like Neo broke. When Baba broke 72, you saw it flush. JD.com didn't make that break. It kind of sat there, and I was ready with that locked and loaded to go. So if we see the 40-50 break on JD, I'm going to try to have it. They're all bouncing right now, so it's just having a plan if we do go down.
Yeah, we had Baba yesterday, 5% overnight, of course, and then Indonesia's largest tech company, GoTo Group, is with major owners for a controlled sale of roughly $1 billion of their stake. So not great news there for Alibaba overnight. When we wrote the sticky note, the market was actually up about 0.3%. So we've sort of reversed course a little bit. So I was looking to see, we were already at 72.50 here on the chart for Alibaba when we started writing this note. But now you're all the way down to 72 bucks again. So, and breaking even lower right now. I was thinking that we wanted to short somewhere around 75 right here, just to go back to where we were yesterday in case we got that all back. But that doesn't seem to be happening. So now I think you got to go short $73. There's no good news here, right, man? I mean, this is the thing. Like, we give so much credit to Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett and all this stuff all the time, right? And it's great. Like, when you're buying stocks in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and then you're like, I'm going long, high-quality companies. Yeah, of course you are. That's an easy way to make money. What about these guys buying Alibaba at 120 and 130? Like, where's the talk about their positions now? Let me guess, they're out. But, it just keeps on going with Alibaba. The story's not getting any better. The Chinese government, and this is not even a Chinese government play, but it's very, very hard to invest in these companies. We've been talking about that. I lightened up. I was in Alibaba a long time ago and still in it, but lightened up like in the 140s or 170s or something like that. It was brutal. And now it's even more to that case that you're down here near lows again for Alibaba. So I just feel like you don't want to go long this name. I mean, if there's a monster flush down, and maybe we can look somewhere near 70 because that's such a key level again there for Alibaba. I'm not sure what the 52-week low is, but I would assume that we are, well, I mean, what am I talking about? We're at there right now. Every tick down is a new 52-week low. $70.50 was made yesterday right down there. So a break of that, and I think you go short. And I think you even go, now that I look at this, man, just because 70.50 was yesterday, I think you break that again today and go short through there. So I'm looking to go short 73 now, Alibaba. So kind of changing up my tune there. I have the offer at 75. I'm going to cancel that and go right around 73. I like Alibaba short at that 73 mark. I think that's the trade here today.
Let's touch on casinos here quickly. I saw a few people mentioning LVS here out with earnings aftermarket yesterday. Didn't really do much as far as the report is concerned. We're chopping around here around this 36 so far. Positive for Las Vegas Sands. It's worth a note they did point to both Singapore and also Macau as possibly being a problem going forward, COVID related. But Q3 beat here for LVS. Casinos worth a trade here today.
I'd be inclined to maybe stick to. I know the airlines are moving and it's easy to go there, and CCL was and some of the cruises were a little bit more interesting. We always talk about don't diddle in the middle. So my issue with LVS, when you pull up the chart, is if it's not going to break out of this consolidation, and it's only been a week and a half, 37 top, 35 bottom, 34.70, 35 bottom. If it's not going to break out of this range, then your trade is, generally speaking, well, short off the highs, then go long off the lows. But there's a lot of those setups on more liquid names. This has done 50,000 shares pre-market. So there's going to be places to make that kind of a trade where you're actually getting a little bit more volume. I know, look, I'm going to talk about Mullen here because I feel like if I don't bring up Mullen, it's going to be a bit of a problem. However, I just agreed to something in the chat because someone put in the chat there. I didn't catch their name. They're like, how many likes, Neil, for you to eat one of those, is it called the Paqui chip? P-A-Q-U-Y, whatever. It's some spicy chip. And it's like, how many likes and will you eat one of these chips if I send it? And I was like, I don't know. If you get to 5,000 likes on today's show, then if you send it, I'll eat the thing. And then after I typed that in the chat, and by the way, I will stick to my word, I then read that it's 1.7 million Scoville units. So this is what happens when you agree to something without understanding what's going on. Always read that fine print. That's ridiculous, but I don't care. I guess I'll do it. I like spicy food. But Mullen is a spicy stock, up 20% already. I was hoping that I'd be trading off this 31 to 33 area from yesterday. Like, that was a level I would be looking for a bounce. A bit late in the day to expect a bit of a run. So now that you're gapping up, I'd rather work 37, 38 for any potential longs. I think this could see 50. it has an opportunity to do that. I mean, there's some chop there at the 45 that it has to get through. The 50 period's all the way at 56, so if it gets through that, that's why I think it's realistic to see 50 to 56. First things first, a lot of times you'll get when you get a gap up like that, that's a good 20% move, right? So people are a lot of times people will take that profit at the open, and then can it resist that by bouncing off of these pre-market areas? Now, I don't think 38 has to be respected completely. It could break this, maybe hold that 37 area, and then come right back to the upside. As an example, that's what happened yesterday. It broke the 33. It ends up holding 30 to 31 here. So that would have given some consolidation. If that same thing happens earlier, I would have been looking for a long and then breaking higher. But have to work with the 37, 38 area for Mullen. I don't think I would short it unless it rejects the top at the open or gets to 50 to 56 to the upside, but they'd pay for locates just in case.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the show. Oh, casinos.
Yeah.
All right, I saw LVS today. Good, decent report for LVS coming through today, but still not crazy movement or anything. In this name, we did get some bump ups the other day about Win and stuff, or with Win, about Macau coming through. You didn't really, when they report, you like to see a little bit more than this. Only 58,000 shares and not really doing too much. So I'm going to stay away from it. I just wanted to say that I do think that these are buy opportunities. I prefer Win. I just think it's a higher quality. But Las Vegas Sands, that's Alibaba. Come on. Whoops. Oh no.
What happened?
Nothing. It froze, and then I hit the short there. But I just prefer Win, and again, we've sort of talked about why in the past. I feel like their Las Vegas properties still don't get counted out, get discounted a little bit too much. So we'll see there. I know Las Vegas is pretty hot again, but there's the move upside there off that last report, like we said, where they were taking tourist groups and all that kind of stuff back to Macau. COVID zero China policy continues to hit all of these names. So for me, I think it's a stay away, honestly, for these names until China changes everything. Win was up to what, $70 or something? Yeah, there it is right there. Look at that. Look at that, $75, $55 right now. Like this is a week. This is a week. You're down 25% in a week. So until China starts to change up to some of their policies, like nothing's really changed in the U.S. I mean, numbers. I know there's more strains and everything like that going through of COVID, but I feel like people don't really care anymore, so they're going out and regardless. In the U.S., it's the China numbers that continue to be a problem, which is why if you wanted to get into any, is MGM going to be New York? Yes, it is. Yes. If you want to get into any casino names, it might be a better time right now to get into something like an MGM. Like, look how stable this one is, right? You go from $36 down to $32. That's not 25%. In a week and a half. So if you want to get some little jiggy with it, then trade LVS and or Win. All right. Are we going back to Breno?
I don't know.
No? Okay.
We haven't talked Netflix, by the way.
Okay. I just want to do this quickly just because it's NASDAQ imbalances that are finally out here. So I don't really see anything on here.
AT&T had a good report.
It's too bad AT&T did, yeah, for New York side of things. But as far as Netflix, yeah, AT&T. The problem with AT&T is, I know you want to talk about Netflix, AT&T is $16. Like, what the hell has even happened to this stock? You're holding this name. I mean, it's been true for Bell Media as well, and here, Rogers.
Was IBM a good report?
TELUS. No, so did AT&T.
They did, well.
They did as well, but I'm just saying this name has been getting absolutely killed here on a daily chart. If you did want to pick something up, I can't blame you to grab that yield. But, AT&T continues. I didn't look at it, but right now, looking at this chart, it's actually breaking through 1622 here. This might not be horrible for AT&T now that we see this here. Okay, well, this is sort of on my radar now a little bit. We'll put AT&T on the back burner here. But yeah, a name like Netflix is more exciting around that 280 mark.
And Arjun there, Nokia got wrecked. Arun was interested in Nokia earnings, or at least a little bit. I was not. Oh, did Meta? Whoa, give me a break.
Meta what?
Did I keystroke? What happened on Meta just now? Oh, I see what just happened. Oh, that's annoying.
132.50,
that's
bro.
Annoying. Yeah.
Oh, it's coming down to 132. Okay, you can deal with that if you want.
No, hold on a second.
Okay.
I'll show you guys what happened in a quick second here, but that's kind of annoying. Like, look at this. This wick is kind of crazy. So it looks like I got accidental stop trigger in there on Meta to the short side because it didn't break to the downside. So I probably misplaced an order, but it's sort of hanging around this 133.
Stop orders in this early.
Yeah, I know stop orders
like
in this early. So look, here's the thing. It'll end up being a winning trade, but ultimately, like, that's a trigger that I didn't want, so I'm going to get in and I'm going to get out. We always say this time and time again. If it breaks 32, this is going to look foolish, but I didn't want that at 9:20, not 9:28. But for very, very quickly, and I'm not going to sit there and celebrate a win where it's like an accidental and a keystroke. But Netflix. Big earnings, strong stock yesterday, yada, 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 all that good stuff. If we get a strong day in the market, don't forget how big a level 280 was. I tried the breaks at 78. It just couldn't go. I tried to get in front of the break of 280 and get longs in front of it. It just rejected it. So essentially a double top when you include earnings. I think it's probably a fade, but if it's strong enough there, I'll probably go short into a long off of 280 until that breaks. I mean, the only thing to do here is maybe bounce off that 70 and then look for 265 on relative strength. It's up a tiny bit into a down market, so I guess there's some strength in there. But the entire chip space, looking for some support levels. Tesla, of course, at the open. I'll be looking for a pop closer to 214. And then, of course, you have the breakdown at that 206 and then the 200 levels there with 40 seconds to go. Lastly, the Chinese names, Alibaba. I like it if it's under 72. I want to try to short that 72 level. But then NIO for a bit of a pop and fade as well. NIO goes through that 11. Just keep in mind 1070 is yesterday's bottom. It could find some bids off of that.
I'm putting in my order right now, just whatever, a few shares there to break 70 on Alibaba and Meta to break 132 because we are getting close to that open with only 10 seconds now, ready to rock and roll. Of course, it's Tony the Tiger, but ever since I told him I like that Coca-Cola shirt, I don't see it anymore. So hopefully we'll wear that. But it is chilly out today, 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, 2 and 1. Let's go. All right, El Tigre. Whenever El Tigre is around, you know the market's going to get spicy. So here we go. But wait a minute, he's here every day. All right, so here goes Alibaba, not open yet. So we're going to have to wait to see what does happen. Meta, Meta upside right now.
Meta's bouncing
a little bit. So, okay, the market trying to bounce a little bit. This is interesting. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Tesla is approaching that 206 area. Meta actually went the other way. So a good thing we got out of it. That'll end up being a good decision. But bouncing to the upside. So not much to see there.
Tesla.
Alibaba, Tesla's down to that 206. So the first thing that pops in could end up being Tesla. But Baba's still below that 207 level. Sorry, 72 level. If it rejects that at the open, which is the opening range, then I want to go into that short trade. But I'm not going to rush into it. Want to make sure these prices come to you at this time of day. It's so easy to get wicked in, as you saw in the pre-market when I got wicked in. I don't want to get too far away from the key prices that I'm looking for.
Wow, super strong. AMD up 1% on this move. So big time movement here for AMD today. So yeah, nicely done, nicely cooking here to the upside. We only wanted the long there, so we don't have anything in right now. There it is. We finally take Tesla short. Did it break there? Did it not? Now we're short. So we're short anyways. It broke. So we're short right now. We'll take another fill. We didn't have as many shares because it was still the same from the pre-market. But here we are. We are now short Tesla at 206 as explained. Why I like that level. It was just, again, kind of breaking sort of those pre-market areas. If this goes back up, we're going to get out around 210-ish. I think we got to hold till at least right up to here. That's 211 high. Let's see if we can hold this a little bit against us here. That's Tesla starting to run. Not great, but we're going to have to hold this a little bit more to the upside. And yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
NIO making a run at that high of the day as well. So not going to go down. Looks like it's trying to make that breakout. I did say if it tries to jailbreak, sometimes it's just about the fact that it's market. Look, you got to play the direction that it's going. And if it broke down, I was going to take the short. But I said it could jailbreak yesterday at 12. It did not, so we shorted it. If it can maintain this, there's a huge gap to be filled on these names. So I'm into NIO here, and we'll see what happens. I know I was short it yesterday, but you got to go with whichever way the wind is blowing when it comes to momentum. So if we bounce off 11, fair enough. If we retake the lows, I have to go back to the old plan. And just to go over to Alibaba, because I don't want to disrespect you, Baba, it's now failing that 72 level. So a little bit more clean here. If we get a pop, reject of 72, and then I can go back to what I like doing on some of these names on the daily chart, which is sort of shorting back into them. So a good look here for Alibaba. Going to have to test that NIO because I do like one of these days, these are going to be bouncing, and I want to have some equity if it does. Brendo?
Big mover yesterday, guys. Sunshine Biopharma back to the upside. On this note, they picked up Nora Pharma, adding $10.7 million in revenue for this one. SBFM, big volume spike there as it took out the high.
Oh, you said SBF. Maybe think about Mr. Sam Bankman and being investigated right now. Okay, all right, let's just keep on going, man.
That is true.
All right, so Tesla, we didn't average into that short yet. I was waiting for 208. That didn't come through. That might be a little silly right now, but we're going to wait to see if that does come through. Trying to be as patient as possible here with this name on board. So that's all that we've got right now. I want to check out Apple. I mean, Tesla, hopefully it's going to come in. We have our out, right? I mean, if it does break, I've got to make sure I put that out in there. Yeah, 210-ish we're going to get out if Tesla does break. Apple, we wanted that 146 break long. That's what I wrote down on the sticky note. I don't know if that's going to come in today, but it looks like a pretty nice top up here for 146. So if we get around there, I like that long. I don't have that order in to break long for Alibaba, not Alibaba.
Baba's now broken upside too.
Yeah, Alibaba is another name right now that we're short right here. Decent position, short 73. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do here. We're short Tesla and short Alibaba. We don't want to get double run over here.
Yeah, NIO's holding that 12 level. Oddly enough here, so the 1125 area, that's holding it to be short, but that 72, it's now rejected this to the downside and going upside on BABA. So I might just have to look for a long there. The other place that I like longs, if I can chase something, Pinduoduo was relatively strong. In terms of its daily chart as well. So PDD, a much better looking daily chart and now above this 56. If I have to chase a move, I might rather do it in Pinduoduo off the 56 level because this is what PDD looks like on the daily chart versus BABA and some of the others, guys. So I'll jump Pinduoduo early and then see if that one can work out for me.
Yeah, so right now we're working out here on Alibaba. We just took a little piece right now. We'll see. I mean, we do want more here for Alibaba, obviously on the downside, but you're into the 60s right now. It's a nice little win for us here on Alibaba. We'll see if we get some out. There it is. We take, oops, that's the wrong chart. There it is. We take a nice little out at 72. So 50 cents in the money now for Alibaba. What's up, Brendo?
A little runner, or sometimes a runner, INDO, Indonesia Energy, up on a oil discovery in Sumatra. So a heads up on this one today. INDO, already 10%. Big volume coming into this one.
All right. All right, so far so good, man. Let's go. The bangs are already coming through here now. Here we go. Let's go, Tesla. Our average price, 207 and change right now. Let's put a bid in 206.50. See if we can, because now we're loaded up. So now we're ready to rock and roll. We're here to party, man. We missed the last 2 days. We're not coming here to throw around some, we're trying to make some trades. So let's go. Tesla down to the downside. Hopefully it can crack. We were just in the money. We didn't take it. Let's see how far this goes down. Nice little 30 cents in the money now. 50 cents in the money for both these trades. Tesla needs to pull back, though. We're waiting for 206.50. We're short at 207.20. There it is. Yes, sir. Bang. Nice little trade right now. $1 in the money on Tesla. Let's go, guys. We're ready to rock and roll. Bye-bye, Tesla. See you later. Let's take another out here at 206 flat as we just bounced off that. So maybe it's not bye-bye, Tesla, right now. Maybe it's bye-bye, baby. I feel like that Cleveland Indians dude. They're Mississauga born, rocking the baby, and then getting destroyed by the New York fans. So let's hope we don't get destroyed by the Tesla fans right now. Let's see if it goes to the downside. Now 80 cents in the money on TS.
Yeah, I'm cheering for Cleveland. I mean, it is what it is, man. I'm a Jays fan. I'll slap in the face there because NIO is failing that. Sort of failing the breakout. It's still above 11, but it's about 20 cents out of the money. I did trim some tests on the way down, but I think if it breaks 205, it's headed to 200. So I want to hold. I actually want to add on a 205 break if I can, but PDD is starting to go to the upside. So I want to work this one to the upside. It looks like it's going to be a good one. 56. 80 is going to be the next out, and then up to 57.20 as well. Alibaba, which you have to pay attention to if you're trading this group, it's still above 72, but it's starting to slow down a little bit here. If it falls back beneath 72, I might have to get the heck out of Dodge on NIO, which is pulling back to 11. And then Tesla, I don't know if you saw that bid there at 205. But 205, obviously an options eligible number, and you're going to get a decent sized bid. I think if that breaks, it's a no-brainer that it's going to head significantly lower. A lot of traders are going to be on that level when it breaks, which is right now. No, it did not break. Sorry.
No, it did not. We already got some out in front of there. Hey, it don't matter if it breaks. When you're 3.5 in the money right now, let's go. Hit the alarm. Here we go again. Let's get this stuff going, man. Guess who's back? Money. Let's go. Nice little trade here. $3 now in the money for Tesla and tanking. 50 cents in the money for Alibaba. It doesn't take much. Let's go to the downside right now. Let's see how far does Tesla go. We already had that 52-week low of Tesla. What is it, 204? Like right now? I have to find out what this 52-week low is. If you guys got it there, Brendo, quickly. I don't know. Hold on, Tesla. There it is. 204.16. So we're off there right now, just looking at the charts. 204.16 right now. Holy crow. This is a great trade for me down here to the downside. As we average in at 208.50, there it goes. Breaking lower, lower, lower. Take down that low, baby. We're already at the daily goal, which has been a nice one so far. So here we go, Tesla. It just bounced off again. So we might be getting a little too greedy here with some of these trades. But so far, so good on Tesla and on Alibaba. Obviously, I'm not even looking anywhere else right now. We have those AMD bottoms and whatnot, but Tesla right now bouncing slightly off 205. We can get another piece out. Let's just see if we have one more leg lower here.
Yeah, I mean, it's still battling at that 205. It got to 204.35. I'm kicking myself. My next bid was at the quarters, unfortunately. Netflix made a charge toward 280. It's holding 275 now and looking like it's rejecting. Stacked offer at 274. So a big offer sits there at 274. Now Tesla's starting to come in. And look, ultimately, if you think it's going down to 200, then I want to make sure I have enough room that when it got back to 206, we'll have a video coming out on averaging in and making sure you get a good price. But when it got at 206, I want to take some out, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. You know how that goes. I mean, we can all count here. BABA trying to retest 73, but remember I said relative strength in Pinduoduo? That's continuing to churn higher. Didn't get to 80 as it got to 75. So the next out I'll pop in front of said 75 level, and here comes NIO. You know, ultimately, I said I would take the shot at the long trade the day that it presented me with a breakout, but my stop was going to be at that 11. NEO just looks like it is determined to do the thing it was always doing, reject the top, and then make a big breakdown to the bottom there. Going to go to Brendan in a quick second, but guess what's back to 8 even? Oh, goodness, Xpeng. If it flushes at 8, that is exactly where we were trading it yesterday. That could be another great short there. Brendo?
A few people asking about this one. TSLQ, remember guys, is that single stock ETF, also ripping right now on massive volume. Single stock Tesla ETF.
I was always saying be careful trading that because the liquidity wasn't there, but it is now.
Yeah. Look, I don't know if $6 winners are just like in the blood right now, but there's another one right here for Tesla. We are short 208.50. I have a bid at 202. I don't know. I mean, we just stopped again at 203 right there. You know what? Maybe we'll take. Oh, man, we have enough shares to do whatever we want right now. Let's go to 203. Let's go 203 and a quarter. We'll just put a bid there a little bit lower than that. See if we do get that fill. I feel like this is a disaster, obviously, for Tesla. And this is why we talked about this early, right? Is like support Tesla if you want to, but this is not a great number for them there today. There it is like that. Let's go. There's the $5 win, 203.50 right there. Took another piece out for Tesla. So, I mean, just to say what we're doing so far here today has been pretty much destruction in the market for the short side for me. We picked the two names that I really wanted short. So they're both right here on the sticky note. And there goes, wait for your 202 next time, my guy. But that's what my kid says to me, my guy, all the time now. Nice little move to the downside, 72.50, cracking for Alibaba. That's 50 cents in the money. And look, man, it doesn't take much to rock the baby. And yeah, someone said I said Cleveland Indians. Yeah, I did. That's right. Major League, that's one of my favorite movies, but it is The Guardian, so we should respect that. But, of course, now...
Muscle memory, man. I
mean, I know we're fans of them, Neil, but obviously they're out now, right? So they got eliminated. So
no, I was just saying I was
me too.
I was heavily cheering for them.
Yeah, me too. And Padres. So I'm glad for the Padres. Philly is a nice matchup right now. I don't know. All right, it's enough clapping over there, Brad.
What was that on 202?
All right, I don't know what was going on at 202 right there now, but so, look, this is a monster move.
So just very quickly there, and apologies, this is real-time live trading. I saw there was a big bid at 202. I jammed out of my Tesla there. So we're shorting all the way on the way up, then added at 205. So the last trade at 205, we're going to get out at 202 there. Maybe it doesn't get to 203. It doesn't get to 200 yet, but if it does pop back up, I still want to short pops into the 205, 206 range. But now I'm only into one thing, and it's, look, Pinduoduo is going up. BABA's going down, at least last I checked. NEO came back to the downside, but what actually works to the long side? PDD, relative strength, up 4%, but it can't last forever. If everything wants to come down, then eventually this will probably come with it. So if it doesn't break 57, I have to respect that. Watch out for Meta. The market is still red, and Meta's trying to take out the top. So Meta, some relative strength here. I did have that accidental short. Thank God we got out of that trade. That would have been ugly if we hadn't. But if it rolls over pre-market highs, it could follow the market here. And one last one for you guys. Netflix now really rejecting that 275 and heading back into the downside. So Netflix still positive on the day, along with Meta, some relative strength, but showing some signs of giving it up. If these give it up, ooh, this market's in trouble. Brendo?
Our earnings, guys. Alcoa reported surprise Q3 loss here for AA. It was down initially after market yesterday and this morning, but look at this. Not only red to green, but already up 0.5% here. AA on a mission.
AA. Yeah, what's up to AA there? All right. Just quickly there. So Alibaba, again, in an effort to save profits and everything like that, we're only in 20% now of Alibaba because it did break above 73. When that happened, I took some out at 73.14 there. And then my next out, we only have 20% left, is going to be that 173. 73.50 is going to be my out there for Alibaba if and when that does come through on that one. AA, let's have a quick look at that one. They're making nice move to the upside again today. Wow, big time movement. AA's been sort of struggling back and forth. Of course, Alcoa, we talked about steel and everything like that. Nice move up now, only up 0.7 for that one. I did want to check out AMD because that was another one that's always on my radar here. As we're now $5 in the money. I mean, Tesla good out there at 202. That seems to be, that's where initially my out was. And then I should not have taken that 203.50, but whatever. Pretty happy doing it anyway, so shouldn't say that. AMD with a nice strong move to the upside, relatively strong today. I want to be short, so I don't want to get long this name until we're back in. So, and I also don't want to short this name either. So I got to find something else that's maybe at resistance. What's Apple doing?
Meta's at resistance.
Meta's at resistance?
Yeah, believe it. Meta's at
That's
the pre-market high right now.
Okay.
If we just got under 3,700 on the futures again, so I understand it's relatively strong, but when you know you're out, is going to be relatively tight here. Sometimes you do a little bit of a pop and fade. I just want to see it give a little bit more sell action. Yeah, there we go. That was enough. So I'm now short off of this top. I'll probably give it to, like, this high is 134.50. Pretty much exactly. Actually, it says 55. No, 134.50 exactly. A lot of times I hate even dollar stop levels, so I'd probably give it another 10 cents or so off of that level. But whoa, Pinduoduo is going crazy here. There's no way it can hold up if the market goes down. I got my offer out to take my profit. If it gives me that dollar, I'm respecting this top here on PDD because I don't really see. I understand it's relatively strong, but I'm kind of surprised by this. Brendo?
Oops. I'm not seeing much on this yet, but Shopify, guys, very, very strong. Speaking of, just took out that high, that last 2 days ago high on the daily chart. So 5.5 already. Barely a red candle for Shopify.
Okay. I'm going to get some. I'm going to have to look at that. We did go long Meta, by the way. I'm going to get some out here if we take out 205.50. One more piece out for Meta, for Tesla there. I just don't, I don't need it to go too much against me here. And it's not going against me at all. We're $5 in the money right now, but we're going to watch out. Oops, I wasn't showing the right chart there. I just nervous a little bit about that. That's 206 right there. We've taken 205. We've come back up there again. I still think we test 200 today. So I want to get more short into Tesla, but for me to get more shares, it almost needs to come back to where we are, like 208.50. So we're still a ways away from that one from happening. I know we're kind of the opposite ways here on Meta, but
I'm short tight stop off the top there, so I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'm already out of it. It actually broke the high.
Oh, okay. So all right. So I just went long and I told you I wanted to get a stock that was strong, breaking the highs. We could have chose Meta or we could have chose AMD. Chose Meta. We have some better bottoms here and closer bottoms, so like 132 and so. So if I'm going long at 134.25, it's really not the end of the world for that one. We do take an L on that last bid for BABA. There's the out, 73.50. So again, I love that short. I love that short, but it just didn't continue to go down. So now we'll get out of that one. Just because I like it doesn't mean it's going to work. All right, there goes Meta as well. I'm going to switch off BABA
Apple
today.
145.
Yep, Apple 145. Okay, so Apple's getting close. Meta right now, do we just want to take the dollar winner? Let's just do that right now on, sorry, I keep hitting that one, it's the wrong one. Let's take $1 here on Meta, about 135-ish there. So we'll see if we can get a piece out right now. Sorry, that wouldn't be $1, that would be 75 cents. Let's see if we can take that out right now on Meta and just keep adding to our day. So far so good here. Nice little long for Meta. Needs to hit though, right? I mean, you can't celebrate until you're out. So 135 looking to get out here on Meta off of a nice little long, 70 cents in the money. Glad to be back.
Yeah, definitely. We'll do power up. Look, 202 ends up being the bottom, but there was just a heck of a buyer down there, so had to get out of Tesla there. And PDD, I'm all out of PDD. With the market going up, I wish I could say that I held on to it, but it got to my target rather quickly, so we got out. This wick on Apple, and I apologize for this crazy one. I'll try to clean it up a little bit later. I'll zoom in so you can see. But 145, pretty key level for Apple the last couple of days. So it's now trying to break out through this. I'm taking that break, and I do want to give it some room to the upside. Tesla still feels like it's a fade to me as it tries to kind of climb back up there. Remember 205, 206? That's where we want to see it test and roll over. If it gets there, I think that's going to be the level that I'd look to re-engage that short. Intel is coming very close to that 27. I'm shorting that level if I can get a chance. I did miss that breakout at 26.20. And then coming back over to XPeng and NEO. So XPeng now holding above $8. This is actually a little bit stronger. I mean, I wish NEO had done this because it was NEO that I liked the breakout on that didn't work, and XPeng making that break. But you know what? Don't sleep on NIO, because it did take out 11, and now it's trying to break this out again. I don't have any problem taking a second shot at this. If we're going to have any shot at a green day on NIO, the day that it does it, you could be back at 12. So this time I'm buying dips in front of the pre-market lows rather than taking the breakout, but I'll give it one more shot here. It's already been a pretty solid morning. I can't complain about it. If anything, NEO, just a little bit more patience in next trade. And Tesla, I'll give it one more shot for that fade. If the market wants to go super strong green, at some point we give up the short thesis on it, but not yet.
Yeah, we're getting close to punching out of one more piece here. We're out of 70% of our trade already, so we'll get out of a little bit more here if Tesla does break that 205. I mean, I'm waiting for 205.50 to break. I'm wondering if that should be like where I need to be shorting more at that level, because that's
what they say. Where you're thinking of getting out, sometimes it's where you should get in.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just trying to capture a little bit of profit. The thing is, if I'm wrong on that 205.50 level and I average into it, I mean, I think it's just a little bit better, but you are right. I mean, you got to add to your positions when they're winners for sure. But right now it's just bouncing around, so far so good. And we did get it, man. We did get some money falling down there. We did get that 135. It was 134.95 there. We got that. The high of the day is 135.55, which is in the pre-market. So we'll see, or sorry, that's yesterday. I don't know why it's showing that today, but we have it right here, 135.55. That's not today. But we got a nice little out right there. I believe that's close enough to the high of the day, 135. So we'll see if that comes back in right now for that name. But what's up, Brendo?
Just double checking on a earnings call for this one. IBM, it actually was last night after the close, so big move up for IBM. Wasn't really doing much initially, but just picked up in volume and movement here, guys. IBM back to the upside.
Oh, right. Netflix is the one I wanted to check out.
What's Amazon doing? Yeah, Netflix is a good name.
Yeah, Netflix, I was actually looking at NEO because I missed that Amazon, bid just there. A bit frustrating, but we'll see what happens. I might still get a chance at those mid-11s. But Netflix actually bouncing a little bit off that 270. That looks like a fantastic support level for Netflix. So if it gets down there, I'll probably take a shot at the long. 275 looks great for a breakout as well if the market can continue its trend to the upside. I'll take one, like I took that shot back in Tesla beneath that 250. That same 206 level, I got to respect it. If it gets above that price, then I'm getting away from that trade in Tesla. But 275 looks solid for a break in Netflix as long as we're holding green in the markets, and then longs in front of 270. But I don't want to diddle in the middle on that stock. NEO, I'm trying not to as well, so I'm being patient with NIO. Waiting on the bid. It looks like it wants to try to turn into that upside. But here comes 206 on Tesla. That's that level. I already took some at 05s. This is where I see that test. If it rejects it on the way back down, I'd like to get some shares. But if there is no way back down, which it just happened, no way back down. Now I'm out of Tesla. Just broke that 06. Got to start thinking about the fact that we look like we're going for a long day. I'm already long in Apple, looking for a place to add. One place I have nothing to the long side is the semis, because they didn't dip buy. So if you're looking for a dip buy and the stock does this, well, guess what? It usually means you don't have any shares. So unfortunately, that's AMD, by the way. Here's, if I have to hit enter twice again, here's NVIDIA doing basically the same thing. Dip buys there, no move to be had. It just cracked 125 because obviously it did. So the chips have now gone absolutely nuclear. This is that top from the other day. If I can grab some 125s here on NVIDIA, it might be worth a little bit of a chase because this is a super strong stock.
Yeah, we just punched the long, so new trade alert here on AMD. We just hammered that long, taking it out for that high there. I don't know where it's gonna go. We'll take some out at 10 right there. We just got filled. Now we're starting to go. We're at 15s, yes sir, there it goes. Nice little move upside for AMD here. Just trying to respect it, man. Like not trying to hit we are hitting home runs, but just not really trying to. Kind of like Juan Soto right now. You know, they still respect him, but he's not playing that well. All right, here we go. Nice little upside move here for AMD.
He's taking his walk.
Let's just respect it. Yeah, he's still, I mean, come on, Juan Soto. I mean, all right, nice little move to the upside. Yeah, let's go, baby. Yes. Boom, this is what we're talking about. The bangs are back, Brendo. What's up?
I mentioned Freeport in the pre-market here, guys, wondering what was going to happen to some of these metal-related names and resource-related names. Here's FCX now 6% to the upside, straight higher. Nucor also on a bounce.
Yeah, we did talk about some of those in some context. If I see that 20 again, I'm going to be interested in U.S. Steel. But that's not where my attention is. It was these jams to the long side. So whatever. I tried to get rid of that wick. Apple reclaims 145 again. So every time it gets back above there, I like it a little bit more. Just going to be adding to that position. NEO is now really breaking out. So I was patient with it. And of course, patience was not the way to go, but it's on the break again. That means I'm going to take the break at the quarters and just get in on that breakout trade. I'm going to give it a little bit more room. If it holds the pre-market lows, I'm buying on that dip if I can. And remember PDD, Pinduo Duo? Yeah, it's at 58 now. So whatever. I mean, I obviously got out of that a little bit early, but that one's jamming to the upside. The strongest that I can see of the Chinese names, now up 7%. If there's a dip to be had, I'll try to be all over it. I flip to the longs. I'm not sure Tesla's done as a short. There's a chance it can reject that 206, but until it does, I'm going to stay away from that short until it gives me the entry that I want.
Yeah, so we're out of now 70% again of our AMD, man, as it just went upside. And we just built a red little flower here for you guys on AMD. Buy it at 59, sorry. Pretty easy there. We were looking for 56s. But like Neil said, man, no dip buys. Sometimes not a problem. But, you know, I was waiting for the dip buys. So that's why we're not in it until it breaks a key level up there at 59. And it's not even like it was key. It just kept going. I just took another piece out right there for 5 cents. Like, this is giving it up right now a little bit. But now that we're pretty light in it, we can hold it back just a little bit. I'm done. I told you, man, it's like I want to hold things for huge breakouts, but when you're playing breakouts long and the breakout happens, it's like, okay, you know, take advantage when the move is there, because if the futures continue to go, you're great and you're gravy, right? You're young gravy, actually, on that one. But, you know, if you're in there a little bit too late and you don't take advantage of those pops, then you're sitting there waiting for the drop, and then you're shutting it down and opening up shop.
Shopify.
You know what I'm saying? So Shopify as well.
It just rejected $30
Right, that might be a good one there. Rest in peace, DMX, by the way.
Well,
58.90, 58.80 coming into play there. I was going to drop this at 58.60, so let's do that. We'll average in again here at 58.80 and drop it at 58.60. There goes Tesla, still $5 in the money.
Yeah, so $30 on Shopify. It actually got to 30.09, so it wasn't exactly 30, but it's definitely rejected that level. NVIDIA looks stronger than Apple. I mean, the chips are stronger at this point. So the NVIDIA break at 125, that's still going to the upside. But Apple is now challenging 144.5, and those breaks, I don't like giving it more than like that $50 and $100 stock. So I'm gonna get a stop in on Apple, just to respect the fact that if it ends up being a bad break, I don't want to hold it forever. And if the chips are stronger, I can hold on to that one for dear life. But thinking about what's going on over there in Shopify, look, I know the market's trying to go up, but it's inside of the range right now. So if it's an inside day, and there are, usually there's going to be pullbacks to be had is what I'm getting at. So if it's going to be at that 30, bit of a double top, I will take a shot with a stop at the high of the day on Shopify. But understand that if it takes out that top, there's room to run for another $1.50 as this chart loads up a little bit more. So you can see some room to run if it breaks out from this 30 level. But I'll take my shot here. Just got some 88s. If it rejects 30.10, I'll probably add to it on the south side of 30. But until then, my stop is at that high a day.
Damn, man, it was too busy looking at AMD and to catch the longs. I mean, we got $1 in Meta. We got, you know, good trading there in AMD as it just bounced off, but we definitely missed Tesla. Tesla should have been, I mean, why do I even write these lines? Like, Tesla goes right up to 207, and stops and then drops. So, I mean, it's just, that was a great one. That's the 50 period here, EMA on a 1 minute chart. So that just went right back up to that level. And again, another level, that's basically where we shorted. We actually have double shorts in here around 206, and then we averaged it out at 208.50. So again, we averaged it at the 50 period the last time. We should have done it again, and then we would be $3 in the money and cashing out if that is the case. AMD right back. I'm gonna take another piece out at 14. There we go. Did we get it there? Yes, we did. So we got some 14s, and then you see what happens. Push enter, hits me, and then tags down. Didn't even get my full fill there at 14, but we did get a piece out there. So here it comes. Hopefully it comes back up there. It runs away from orders. You guys not only see that live probably in your own trading, but you see it here almost every day. Hopefully it comes back upside right now. But I hope you're enjoying the day, man. It was, I hated being, yeah, that was a 1 minute. What's up, sort of, maybe. I hated being away. You guys might have saw me in the chat there a little bit, but now that we're back, hopefully we can give you some bangers. I didn't want Apple until, I mean, it's on the sticky note here. I didn't want Apple till 146. That might have been, that probably was a great short, but I wrote down BABA 75. There is where we wanted to short. It got as high as 74.20, 74.15 right there. But yeah, we shorted 73. That made some money, and then we wound up getting out there at 75.50 for the worst out that we could have had there, because it did dip back down to 73.20. But now we're looking pretty good as it's bouncing around 74. So as of right now, I'm not really seeing too much. You were looking at, oh, you got
Netflix is right. Netflix it's right here at 270. So yeah. This is that level, like 275. 270. If it can bounce off this, I think it has a shot to maybe if it stays in the range. The market is relatively strong, and this just turned red, so it's in the wrong place in terms of relative strength or weakness. As I say that, it just broke to the downside. If you hold below 270, suddenly you're worried about a gap fill again. So I'm not jumping back into this unless it's on the north side of 270 or bouncing off this, which is 268. That's the afternoon bottoms that we want to respect. Shopify is still around that top. It just got again to the high, so that's at 310, but it's still above 30. Sorry, 30.10 I should say, but it's still above $30. So unless it gets back below 30, I don't necessarily want to be adding to this position, but the stop will always remain at the high of the day. Feels like the chips are the definite strong place. Going back over to NEO, which we got back into the breakout long, it's still holding the highs here. No test of VWAP just yet, so I want to be patient with it. Whereas NVIDIA, NVIDIA is just, if it'll load here in a second, come on. 1,002. There we go. Holding in that top end of the range, that 125 to the upside. Just to go over to a higher time frame, this is what it looks like. Like you're above this 125 level, it's pretty clean to 128, and then even there to 130. So you want to have something on board if we get to some of those prices. But unfortunately for Netflix, there was no hold at 270. The breakout on Apple, I'll give it, like I said, give it to that 50 level, 144.50. This wick, I can't get rid of it, but it's a relatively tight stop when you look at the higher time frame. But for a breakout trade, that's the way that I want to work them.
All right. Yeah, I was looking. You just talked about Netflix there. I was going to look at Netflix as well. We got AMD, though, nicely out there. It went right back into the teens again, so we got another 16 spot out there as we continue just to watch everything. Meta's still 50 cents in the money. Would like a reload down here at 134.20, but that's more to come. Let's go over to Brendan now with happening now.
Oh, no, I have no short.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of resistance, reversals, and more. Check them out. QR code on screen right now. Use the code TLIVE at checkout. Get yourself 20% off. Shout out to Chart Prime. Here we go. Nice board to show you. Overall, I mean, we are pretty positive. 0.6 here for the Dow, 0.3 for the S&P. Russell kind of chopping around. All three of them not really doing a heck of a lot, but look at this strength down here. 0.6 for the NASDAQ 100, 0.43 for the composite. So a little bit of a reversal as far as what we saw yesterday. Tech stocks back to the upside. Few things of note that we were discussing in the pre-market. Tesla, obviously, the big one. Earnings not good, and the forecast not good either for Tesla, as we've seen downside. AAL, on the other hand, nice report, nice forecast as well, talking about pre-COVID levels similar to UAL yesterday. And there's Alibaba back to the upside, or trying anyways, after another negative session overnight over in Hong Kong. I want to mention this one. Li Auto just popped up before we jumped on here, trying to test the highs as well. Very strong for LI, 5%. And IBM, I mentioned as well, still inside the range, but also showing strength off earnings, guys.
in my head, I'm like, what is the Chinese stock that I'm forgetting about? It was JD.com that I forgot all about. There's a 42 break. They're all starting to levitate to the upside. So I'll show you this first because I like to do these ones. I'll do the, that one for Shopify. But when I get that set up, I'm pretty much always going to take it. You're risking about 15 cents. It pulls back. It pulls back support, and you could be looking at a dollar winner. So I do like that risk to reward, even though it doesn't work out there. But NEO just went ballistic. On volume anyways, taking out some of these highs. I'm showing you the 15-minute because that's the only way to grasp some of these names to get a perspective. This has a lot of room to run to that $11.70 to $12 area. If we get there, it means we go through $11.50 first, and I'm going to get on the offer in front of said $11.50. NVIDIA is now gonzo. I haven't found a good place to add to it, but I think it is headed toward that 27, 28 level. So the longs are strong, but one thing looms, that's the ES at 37.40. We did a hard U-turn off that level yesterday, so make sure you pay yourself out on your longs. If we don't break that level, we still actually technically have an inside day if we don't get through 37.40.
Yeah, we're kicking some of these bulls in the face anyways, these bears in the face, I guess, as we ride some bull here. AMD, nicely done, man. This is just, starting to go again back up to the upside at the highs right now, like Neil was mentioning there, with NVIDIA as well as all these names continue to go. So, yeah, pretty happy with our performance here today, man. We're really trading this market well because we got some good shorts on, and we're looking to get more short right now. Meta, first of all, is $1.15 in the money. AMD's 50 cents in the money, and Tesla's still $3 in the money here. So I like all these plays. What's happening right now for us in this market as we pick the right names again today. So, that's part of the game, right? Is like, make sure that you got the right names. Why did I miss that tell? My Tesla short's at 206.50.
Oh, yeah.
It just went to 206 there. Yeah, we got to turn that guy around.
My bad.
207. Should have shorted a little bit in front of that level there for Tesla. But here it comes, 206.50. We'll try. And then we'll get out of the way if it breaks through 207. You're starting to break some of these levels right now. So, again, without giving, you don't want to give everything back on these names. Look at AMD, though. I'm just going to get another piece out here. There it is, man. We just offer enter right there. So let's go, man. Glad to be back right now and throwing some of this around, excuse me, for you right now. So Tesla, big time movement, man. AMD, big time movement. And Meta, still that dollar in the money. We need to find more. Thank you, John, for all your nice comments there. Yeah, it's been good work today. So, we're going to be here every day. Well, hopefully every day, and give you guys these trades. All right, there it is. Reloaded right there on Tesla. We just got a 206.45. So let's take it. It's just bounced off 206. I'm going to take a piece out at 206 flat. There it is. Take a piece out there for 40 cents. Now let's see if it comes back down, man. This is a level. We're going to get out if it breaks 207, guys. We just took a piece out, though.
Yeah, and just showing you guys NEO here again. My next offer is going to be at 11.50, but this trend is pretty strong. If we dip back into VWAP, there's going to be chances for some reloads. Apple reclaimed that 145, so it continues to try to churn higher. But I don't want to ignore anything out here. I can sit there celebrating some of these. NVIDIA looks solid. I want to hold on to that as well as that continues to churn up. But Amazon is taking out some interesting tops here. It's above that 115. That was our key price from yesterday. Both Arun and I looking at that. It is now broken out above 116.5. If it gets to 119, look, if this happens, if 119 happens at the same time as 37.40 on the ES, then I'm probably short the stock. But I don't want to be chasing this when I already have enough longs. What I want to do is pay myself out on the way up toward that 37.40. So that means getting some more shares out of Apple, NEO, which is also churning, and then looking for longs in NVIDIA. But remember Netflix is still struggling at that 270 level. If we don't break 37.4, Netflix ends up looking like more of a short to me. Brendo?
Remember that story we were discussing on this one late yesterday. AT&T guys just took out the highs off of earnings, obviously, but they also said late yesterday they're going to build out their 5G wireless network even further. So CIEN, big pop late in the day along with some of the other 5G companies. But here we go. Here's AT&T, better part of 10% now.
Told you, man, that name's been beat down, and there's always people coming in to buy those up for that yield. I don't know what the dividend. Let me check what that dividend is right now. We got out of Tesla, and we'll talk about that. Our 207 broken, we're out. My number one stock today, Tesla on the short. Where's the dividend? Yeah, now 7%. I was
going to guess 6. So.
Yeah, for AT&T. I would have actually. We should have done that game. I probably would have guessed 7, but I was looking at it before. So, yeah, nice movement there. Tesla does come out there as it breaks upside. Now we can wait for 209. I just don't want to be in front of the momentum right now. We're $1.50 in the money on Meta, as that's just ripping to the high side right now. We're just going to leave that alone. We've already taken 90 cents right there. As there goes Meta. Here's where we're long right here, 134.20, still going, man. And then here goes AMD as well, still going to the upside. And then there's just a review of Tesla. So I think this was pretty easy for me, man. I mean, short here, doubled the short, had to hold it against us, but this was early. That's why when you take a stock early, you got to believe in it, and we did. And then we cashed out basically at the bottom. We don't have that very bottom at 202, but then we averaged. We got another piece out right there, averaged in, got it out for 40 cents, then took a 40-cent hit on the way, or a little bit more than that. It looks like we got out at 25s. So that was 50 cents, about a 75-cent hit on the last, well, I mean, share-wise, it was a small position considering that, but still hit on that last little bit there for Tesla. Let's look for something else. Netflix, I mean, you've already talked about that a little bit. I don't know, man. I mean, it's breaking lower right now, down that 1% into a strong market. So yeah, I do have a little bit of fear here for Netflix taking down this level here. 268.80, I think that's a short, guys, if we take that out. So let's try to do that maybe against 270, 268.80, but the thing is the spread's quite large here. Yeah, let's try to take that short if we do break it, but I don't mind trying the short in front of 272 in case we pop up there. So I'm going to put some offers there to try that short for Netflix. This could be a dangerous trade.
Yeah, I'm going to bring some of the register that we just got within 10 handles that level on the futures, so took some more shares out of Apple as it retook that high. NVIDIA is going to be trail time. So it's close enough to that 127 half target. We actually just got to 127 and rejected it. So if we do, I'm going to put a trail on this probably at the half level, 126 half. If it goes up to that 127, got to respect that. But Netflix, man, if we're rejecting it on the futures and we're below 270, it just feels like an obvious short beneath that 270 because you can have a relatively solid stop in there. And then just going over to Intel, I think it's crazy. Like Intel, I've been on the offer in the 90s this entire time, and it's stalling out here at like the 80s. So what you can do is even if I like it at the 90s, I can go in for a little bit less in the 80s and then add in the 90s in front of that 27 level. So I don't want this to turn around. This is the level I wanted to short on Intel all morning long. So I don't want it to turn around and I get nothing, but you can't be all in on an even dollar short shorting at 88. I do like those 90s just a little bit better.
All right, 271, 272. Okay, we are short now Netflix as it did break. We got short 268.60. And that's what's going to happen when it breaks levels. I mean, we already talked about the spread not being the greatest right now. So not a huge amount of shares. We don't really want to play with too many shares if the spread's going to be too large like that. So let's wait around to see what happens with Netflix. We are going to be averaged into this. We do like it up to 272 short. So I do have an offer near there. Actually, I guess I can change that now. But look at this market. Now it's blasting right now. We got out of some of our AMD right now. So that's going to be a good trade, up 72 cents in the money. Up $1.50 right now is Meta. Never good when the market's blasting and you're short Netflix.
I got the 90s now.
That hasn't been a good one, but we're going to wait to see on that one. There goes upside Tesla. We're going to have to find some levels to go long on that name because it did respect that 202. I'd like it to get back down there, but maybe we'll look short. Right now, my idea is Netflix, and I have to watch out for that 271. I need to get some more shares up there in case we do rip. So I'm going to look at Netflix right now.
Like the second I get 88 short on Nvidia, Intel, like 2 seconds later, it just pops right to that 93 and I get the next fill. So I do have a bit of an average in. Nvidia is still looking relatively strong. So I'm trying to hold on long and strong to this. But now it's all about this 37.40 level on the ES. So this is a test. I got to be taking profit in front of it on some of those longs and looking for shorts. All I have is Intel. I thought maybe it would be Amazon, but that's not close enough to resistance, so it might just have to be joining the party on Netflix because of its relative weakness. So we bounce off of this 37.40 and reject it. I want to get into Netflix on that move. I want to make sure that I'm taking profit on some of these other names, which includes NIO. That is stalling out in the 40s. So it can't seem to even get to that 50s. As that happens, I'm not even going to set on the offer. I'm just going to take the next leg out right there at 35s on this breakout. Still like buying some dips, but some of these are getting to resistance, and I got to respect that. Pay yourself out on these longs.
Yeah, oh yeah. we average into Netflix now, but yeah, I got to cancel some of these orders because yeah, this market is really starting to fly upside now. Okay, so far so good, man. I mean, we've been good today. The only problem right now is that Netflix breaking the bottom. Oh man. Okay, now we're starting to average into this name, right? We got to be very, very careful now because we don't need to get too carried away here and give back everything today on Netflix. So let's try one more time into 271. I'm not in love with this name now. I mean, I thought that we could have, a mutual love affair on this one, but it doesn't seem to want to do that. So we'll wait, man. It looks like it does want to break it to the high side. We'll try it one more time, but we do have to respect that 272 level right there. So another short in. It just sucks that, again, we didn't take in many shares. So that's why our average price right now is $269.50. We're out of the money $1.50, but it's okay. It's comfortable, but not that comfortable. Getting uncomfortable right now with Netflix as it looks like it does want to take that 272. What's up, Brendo?
One from the healthcare equipment group, guys. Quest Diagnostics up on a Q3 beat as well. Nice numbers right across the board for this one. DGX, 6% here, just took out the highs.
Asked a great question here. I think it was in the chat saying, how do you find a short entry point? I'm staring at the futures at resistance and almost saying, if a stock is anywhere near to a resistance level on a higher time frame, then I want to jump into a short on it. Now, it just so happened that Intel was already at the level I wanted. That's why I jumped into Intel in front of short. I wanted shorts 27s for the last few days now. So that happened to coincide, but it's a little different. Like I'm still sitting here staring, and I want 3740 to break. And then it gets a couple of ticks above that, reject that level, get down below it, and the second I see that, I'll be looking to short Netflix. It could be at 270. Who knows? It could run to 274 at that point. I'm just seeing it's relatively weak. It's down on the session. The market's running. So if we reject resistance, I want to get into that short. I did just get trailed out of NVIDIA. So as Intel started to work to the downside, we rang the register on that. We got all out of the NVIDIA 125 trade as it's now consolidating up there. And this is the thing. If we break higher, then this is going to look like a horrible exit. Futures break 37.40. Next thing you know, NVIDIA's up another couple of dollars. But I'm going to respect that resistance until it breaks. Not doing so has been a bit of a mistake because we've had too many inside days in a row not to respect it.
All right, yeah, get that fan out of here. It seems like it's much better now today. I wasn't here, so you guys had to put up with that. So, which was pretty,
I heard that terrible joke.
Pretty uncomfortable right there. Okay, so Netflix just did break 271 there, but it didn't break it for long. It went down like 0 cents, went down 2 cents there from 271. So it didn't really break it. It came down in there to test it. We actually did get our fill up there at well, obviously it's at 271.50 right now. So we did get that fill. So now we're even more uncomfortable with this as we do have a pretty decent sized position here. But I mean, we're comfortable because we have our levels, right? I mean, that's the other thing, right? So as long as we can sort of get out a little bit if it does pop back down here, because this market is now turning. So we would expect some of these names to start to get short, right? So hopefully that can come through right now. And we will take a Netflix short. Well, we are short Netflix at this price. So let's see if it does make a move back to the downside right now, down through here it goes, through 271, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that. So right now, Netflix to the short side, not really working out. Let's see if it does have some juice to get down there, though. That's really where my focus is right now. Meta's $1.50 in the money, but we have more shares on Netflix.
Yeah, we just pulled back from 37.39, about 7 handles to the downside on the ES, which is, I would much prefer a break of a level and then a rejection because you trap longs. That's not what happened in the futures. I was looking for the rejection. It happened on 37.40. And so I got into Netflix, which is what I wanted to do there. So if it breaks, I have to respect VWAP at this point because now if you take out 37.40, I've gone out in front of it. So if we take out VWAP, I'm just going to get out and reassess on that trade. Apple's going back to the upside, obviously, and Intel, the other short I have, that's 27 regardless of the futures. So we'll see what happens with Netflix. NVIDIA, I did say this, that it could look ugly if I end up taking this out and the market breaks out, but it's still kind of curling back downside. The other side of this trade is if we pull back, I like dip buys potentially at 125 if it consolidates there. And I don't mean to be ignoring this, but Mullen bounced hard off the pre-market lows. I forgot about 37. That's where Mullen bounced. That's on me. That was a level I liked. I don't have it.
Okay, so Netflix breaks, and now Tesla's breaking higher as well. We talked about this is why you get out at 207 and you just stop fighting it, right? I mean, what's the point of fighting this name? I don't really see it. We'll wait for 213 though to come through, and then we'll try this level that we talked about before, 214 and change on the upside. But right now, Tesla definitely going for a jog right here, back upside, taking out 210, taking out 211. Nice upside movement here for Tesla, bouncing off that pre-market of 211 though right now. We'll take a small short right here and then see what happens back to the upside. But right now, I think it's Brendo calling.
Yeah, more EV action to pass along, guys. Rivian just popping up on volume, just took out aftermarket highs, made a big move aftermarket along with Tesla. So Rivian back to the upside. Also this one, Upstart, with a big day so far, was up more than 4%, just rejected yesterday's high.
Like I showed you guys there, I had to respect that VWAP, so I'll do this one. We'll slap in the face for Netflix there. I took my shot. That 37.40 is still being respected on the future, so I am looking for opportunities to short that level. It is what it is. I'm doing it pretty much every single time. Tesla getting really close. Pre-market highs. Look, I love an idea of that 213, and I love 217 up there. But if it curls here with the futures, this could be like a pop. It's already broken 210 once and had a bit of a wick top. If it gets back below, you could respect that level. I am in a short that I'm trying to work back into VWAP. That's going to be Intel. I'll hold some just in case it breaks VWAP and goes capitulation down like the market turns red. But at some point, you got to pay yourself on a strong stock, even if it's pulling back. NIO's all the way back into VWAP, so I'm looking for this to hold. If it does, I can think about adding to it and then continuing on that train to the upside. Alibaba, the entire space looking strong as it's trying to hold upside. Pinduoduo, which I thought was, I thought it would slow down back here. It's still going higher. Another $1. I got it way too early there. But if this gets $60 is an obvious level on PDD. If you're still in the long, congratulations to you. You held longer than I did. But 60, that's an even dollar. It's a tops from Tuesday. If it gets to that price, I'll have to look for an opportunity shorting that stock. It's crazy what PDD's doing.
Yeah, let's check out Roblox quickly. We did take another short in Tesla right here, 210.50. It's right here. We're going to go against, like we said, we are waiting for higher highs there around 213, and then we'll see what happens there at 214. So right now, Tesla, nice upside move here. Wow, just definitely taking out some shorts. Like we were out right here at 207 break, so we didn't have any pain. This $4 up, but right now we are. It seems like we're looking for pain right now against that 211 high. So it's coming through. We have a very, very small position. It's a starter position now on Tesla, just to hold the short. See if we do. I mean, look, it's a starter position. So if we can get back to like 207.50 and crack $3 on this, then we'll do that. But for right now, yeah, it's there goes Netflix again. We tried it again, and no working there on Netflix as that short. Didn't work out. I don't really know why we were looking short. It was weak. I have a very small position. We just didn't get out of enough shares there. Look at Meta though, $2 in the money for Meta as that one just keeps on running. It's like, man, the more and more I watch these stocks, the more it's like you just got to stay net long and
look at Alcoa.
Don't even worry what's happening with the market, man. Like the same thing's true here of our boy AMD as that just continues to rip near that $60 mark. So I don't know, at some point it's going to be fade city or not, but nice little move upside here for AMD. I'm just going to take this out, man. I mean, we're right at this level.
We just broke resistance on the futures.
Yeah, this is gone, man. Nice little upside move here.
So, sorry, we just broke resistance on the futures, 37.40. At the same time, Apple makes a new high because Apple is the futures, basically. Most heavily weighted stock, obviously, as we know. So let's do that top. I'm holding for that top break at this point. And NIO, I missed my chance. If you want a consolidation on a dip buy, sometimes it does this. Crazy wick down and then just reject and then just slams back to the upside. No chance to get back in if you're being patient, but I am still holding some longs in NIO. The only short I got left is Intel, and Tesla is still rejecting that top despite the futures break there. But it's time for the small cap recap with Brendo.
Go Brendo.
Hey guys, as we were saying pre-market, bit of a quiet day once again for small cap land. Here's a couple that we discussed. If you joined us with Lewis from Barcelona this morning, Hook was one of them, H-O-O-K. We did not have locates on this, so very hard to borrow apparently for this H-O-O-K, but the breakdown of that pre-market support level around 170 was great. He mentioned 180, never got anywhere near, obviously. Still moving lower here, trying to get through 150 right now for Hook on the breakdown, but again, hard to borrow, didn't have locates. MNTV, another one we discussed, 765 was a support level from midday yesterday. It immediately tested that and then retook it back to the upside. So still sitting here watching this right now, but still looking very strong. We'll see what happens up here. 790 maybe for MNTV. Guys, back over to you.
Brendan, the GOAT, and I guess, look, we did switch it from the bear to the bull. So, you know, it is what it is. We'll take some profit out here on another leg out of Apple. Now I'm looking for 146. I want that clean. It'll be $1 from the breakout, but the dip buy to the opening rate, or the pre-market high, held pretty nicely. That'll be working about $1.50 in the money. Is Intel short? I mean, it's still okay because we're beneath 27, but with the market screaming, we might not get VWAP. What I want to see here is, you know, market continue to go higher, Intel put in a lower high, then I'll be a heck of a lot more confident about it. Tesla, this looks like it is, you know, with the market breaking, it's starting to slow down at that pre-market top, but I'm trying to be patient. I feel like I was not patient enough with the Netflix short. Now it's about being patient with it, and wow, Alcoa. Up to $40, up 6%. Look, 40 is an obvious level here. It went 35, breakout to 40. There's a decent chance if it rejects this level, you could see it pull back into VWAP. But I'm not used to trading Alcoa, nor seeing it move like this. It's PDD that I want to get to next. It's now at 59. It's $1 away from where I want to short this thing at $60 even.
Yeah, so right now you guys are asking, I see it up there, Mr. Starwalker, what's up? Yeah, we did. So we sold, well, no, we went the other way. We didn't sell most of our shares. We went the other way, of course. I know that's what you meant when you talked about this. Why is my average at 274? Yeah, because we were short here, and then we got out at 273 when that broke. So we did talk about that, and then it went up. And I was just trying to respect this against that 276 level right there. So that's why. That's my new average price, 274. It's not like it's a good price at all, really. But that's what we're going to see happening for Netflix. Hopefully a pullback down in, again, and we'll be able to, you know, get some of that money back that we've lost. But it's against this 276 level. So if that does break, then we can get out now. But it's a pretty epic run up right back into the day's high there. So our last, I mean, that's why my average is 274, right? Because we have a couple fills here, 274.75, 274. They're basically 275 fills in between 75, 76.50, sorry, 74.50 and 75. And then we did hold on to some of it. We didn't get out of everything. So it's just an average price, right? You guys know how that works, dollar cost averaging to the upside on the short. So we'll see if that can pay out. I do have a bid though at 20, actually I got to cancel that, too many shares. I did have a bid at 205, or sorry, 272.50. So I'm going to put that in right now again. It's because I have Tesla. That's $1 in the money right now as well. So that's kind of like I'm messing up my prices. But here goes Tesla. We did take a small little fill there at 210.50. We talked about that. My cover for this is going to be around here, man. I know the 200 period is 208.50. We're already $1 right now in the money off failed Tesla there. Failed top break, but Tesla's really done well for both the bulls and the bears today, right? If you were bearish in Tesla like I was early, then you're able to cash out on that move. So it's a good move there. But right now you are fading back in. You're still down that 5 in a bit. I still think we can get to 207. So I'm going to put a bid right around here, 207.50. See if we can get out of some of that if it does hit for Tesla. So that's my target spot there. And then Netflix, we did get low to actually, we were in the money there about 70 cents. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower. I told you where my price is, right here around VWAP 272.50. Let's see if we can get that. But we're making a little bit of money back here. Meta's still $2 in the money. And AMD is at $60, guys. Like, that's a pretty key level. We said we wanted to short in front of that, but I don't know, man. We already went long a lot of shares down here at 59. It's going to be, well, Tesla's my #1 stock, but AMD definitely #2 right here. Watch out for 60. Looks like it wants to break.
Yeah, I mean, if I wasn't short Intel, I probably would be trying that AMD. But it's like, if you just take the other one in front of the resistance, one goes, the other's probably going to go as well. I just started working into Tesla on this little bit of a curl. The future is still at that key level, but Disney 100 is so close here. It's like you can just see it on the periphery. It's 99.95 it got to. Already a bit of a double top. And if the market rejects here, what a huge run it's had. I mean, obviously Netflix made a bit of a run, so this is probably a bit of a sympathy play. I know 102 is the bigger level, but if it does fail a break of 100 and the market reverses below 37.40, that's another name I would look for the short. If I see 102s, I made a huge mistake yesterday in only wanting a breakout at 102 and not considering the fact that that level could have been a short. That was a mistake by me, so I'd probably short that level as well. But yeah, I'm looking for Disney in front of that 100 level. It's easy to know where you're wrong, when you short in front of 100, because if 100 breaks, then you just get out.
Yes, you do. Okay, our shorts are starting to pay out right now pretty nicely now. $1.30 in the money on Tesla, and now 50 cents. We were just a little bit lower. No, we weren't. We were a little bit lower here on Netflix, bouncing off 273. Wondering if we just take... I'm going to take $1. I'm going to cancel that 272.50. Hey, if the market does go down, man, we're going to have a whole bunch. We're going to get out of a quarter right now. If that touches 273 again, we're going to get out of a quarter of that, because the market's still up 1.5%, and we got to... I know the market can tank, and we know that, man. We've seen what happened the last couple of days for sure. Where the market's gone up and then had no problem coming back in. So, but, you know, there it is. All right, let's go. Bang Nation right now for Netflix as it comes back in a little bit here. Let's just keep respecting this market. I'm close, man. I'm close to pushing that short on AMD. It's just we're already short Tesla. Tesla right now $1.50 in the money. Netflix $2 in the money. Meta long $2. Like, this is the thing. We're long Meta $2 in the money. We're short Netflix $2 in the money.
That's a wick top at 60 on AMD, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Well, was it wick topped? No, not really. No, it's not.
My chart did.
No, I mean, there's just a whole bunch of tops at 60 there. So not a wick top, but yeah, I do like that. I do like that top there. So I don't know. I have to have a look there. All right, Netflix. Do we get back down to low of the day? I mean, if we do, then obviously this will be a $10 winner. But I don't, or sorry, $6. I don't know if that's going to be the case. 268.50 is the bottom. That's where we really went wrong, man. We thought the market was going to break. It didn't, and it basically, not just the market, it was Netflix I thought was going to break. The market was never at risk of breaking. But again, Netflix is like, nah, whoever did that's a sucker. That's me. Put my hand up for that one. Short, 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 short. Got killed into that. Got averaged out. It's my worst stock today, but we make a little bit back right now, getting some out at 273 off of that short. So far so good on the reload short, but disaster strikes early on Netflix for me, as we did short it too early on that play. What we're not doing though is messing up Tesla. My number one stock today is TSLA, but look what it just bounced off, the 200 period. So if this market still rallies, man, I could look back and say we should have just took that. It looks like we should have now that we're starting to head back up to the upside. So took a little bit of profit on all of those names, but there goes, I mean, I still watch out for AMD. That 59 break was great. What will happen at 60 now is really, you know, God's plan, I guess. It's up to 11,300. You're breaking on the NASDAQ right now, and the ES is trying to get to 3750 as well. So, wow, Amazon up to 118. There's so many shorts I like. Yeah,
the thing about that, well, the ES trying to get to 3750, it broke 3740, got to 48s, and then is right back at that 40 level. This is why, like, if this ends up being a wick top, I have a 15-minute chart up here, so it's a 15. If it ends up being a wick top, then every single short that I liked before becomes valid. And speaking of wick tops, there was one on Disney. If it happens and it jams back below, I usually jump right back into the same trade and give it a second look here, because if it pulls to VWAP, you're looking at $1. So I'm willing to risk 10 pennies at least a couple of times there to try and make that one. Apple's still working the money, so I'm holding that long. Neo's coming back in. Intel is steadily no issue shorting in front of 27. That feels like I could be in that one for the long haul, testing these highs. Brendo, it is time for the crypto update.
Hey guys, yeah, stocks and crypto markets respecting some of these gains in yields once again today. So interest rates back to the upside. Recent highs, in fact, for both the 10-year and the 2-year early on this morning. They have both come off a little bit. The DXY also come off a little bit, but still at or near day highs. There's a look at Bitcoin right now on an hourly chart, actually getting a bit of an uptick here, but we were headed southbound early on this morning. We're back to 19,300 currently. This was that level we discussed a little bit yesterday, 19,600. And then 19,600 again on the hourly chart. So heads up, back to the upside for Bitcoin means some of the crypto-related stocks also catching a bit. Here it is, 0.5%, red to green for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Doing its best job to hold on to 1,300, 1,306 currently, 19,320 as I said for Bitcoin. Nothing else terribly excited. Matic down here, 3% move, 1.8 there for Solana, but otherwise nothing outside of the norm, guys. But a green day finally for Bitcoin.
Yeah, good sign there. I mean, I heard that and I was like, oh, I should go over and short Silvergate. But no, I'm not going to make it that simple. That's not always liquid. It was good. Liquid was good on earnings. I'm staring at this top at 60 on NVIDIA, and I know I'm already in Intel, but that's not giving you an entry at this point, whereas NVIDIA kind of is. If I could have even gotten it there, should have had like 95s or something like that, but I'm jumping in at 86. That's enough times testing this level, and we're back below that 37.40, by the way, so I want to be in some short positions. Anything that's still working to the long is okay, like Apple's still okay, but NEO's even starting to come back again down into VWAP, so I'll go over, hit enter twice, go back over. If it holds VWAP, great. If it doesn't, I got to be able to get out at that 1120 area. But Tesla, I didn't get my re-entry into Tesla, sorry, the add into Tesla, but I was waiting for that 37.40 rejection. But I have to have some AMD. If you're watching Meta, are you in Meta?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're already in Meta, so we'll go to Amazon quickly here for you guys. Just if you're looking at the rejection that's happening on the futures, Amazon not quite at that 119, but it just did a wick top at 118. So this is also setting up for a bit of a pullback. And when the futures make this move, that's what I was waiting for. I want to look for shorts. I got stopped out of Disney twice, took a couple of shots there, but anything still setting up I want a shot at. Amazon is, and AMD's already in the money as this market starts to fall.
I mean, what are we going to do right now? Let's just hit the fail. I mean, we've made back a decent amount of money here on Netflix, as we are pretty short here, and $3 now in the money on Netflix off that 275. So it's just bouncing off 271.50, which was a little bit of an area there. So I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways. Just take some profits here, man. Let's put a bid at 271.50. Oh, shoot, it's going to come in and fill me, isn't it? Okay, that's fine if it does. We just got out of Meta as well, as Meta broke 136. Eventually I had to get out of that one. It was a $1.80 winner. We did give up $1 from the high side there. But again, as we hold on to this one, you know, ideally, I'd have liked to get out of Meta and get that fill on Netflix at the same time, but that didn't happen. So I don't really like that equation for me. I would have liked to sort of represent that short at the same time. But there it is. Tesla is down to 207. We did talk about this fill. So Tesla short 210.50, now $3 in the money, coming back down to 207. So we could watch out for that, right? So to watch out for the 207 there on Meta. Oh, we are right here on that. It just bouncing. It's literally, you tricky guys. It literally bounced off my price there. Let's see if I can sneak something in here on Netflix and see if I can get a move back in. I was literally on the bid there. It was 56. I don't know if you guys saw that, but we were bidding 56. I didn't say anything, but it's like this, like where I'm bidding 66, and then it just stops on you. So we'll wait to see. That's not me, by the way, but we are waiting somewhere around here to get out. So if it does, did I just get it? There it is. Yes, sir. So we actually hid behind it. We didn't hide. We were in the open, but we actually hid behind that wall. Once it broke, it filled us there at 62, I believe. I put a bid out there. Yeah, so a nice little move there, $3 for Netflix. So let's see if it now can print even lower for us, downside. And then also here comes Tesla as well. Good call out on AMD, man, although now it looks like the last time, so we just talked about it, it did go back to 60.20 there before falling out again.
The difference was the futures.
Yeah, I still like AMD though, but yeah, I don't know. We'll wait. Wow, look at Netflix now down to 272 flat. Back up, sorry, to 272 flat. Good out for us there at 271.60. So we still have half of our position though.
Yeah, and look, the question that someone asked me was like, how do you look for some of those shorts? And when you're skyrocketing to the upside, it was always this 37.40 on the ES, and that's what gave the reason to get into AMD despite being in Intel already. So already taking some profit on the way down to VWAP. Intel is going to be churning to the downside. Now it's got VWAP. If it continues, I'm looking 26.50 into that downside. The futures resisted that level. That was going to be the entry for me the entire time. That's what you got to do for day trading. You have to have a reason to get into your trade. Also a reason to get out of it as well. Coming back over to the reasons to get out, NIO is pulled back into VWAP. I got one last bid in front of VWAP here. I'll try the reload that I didn't get earlier, and if it can bounce, we'll take some out in front of the high of the day there, and then try and hold. Apple is looking pretty solid here because even with the market pulling back in, Apple holding 145, so that's still working in the money. Nice trend to the upside. Brendo.
Rumble, guys, downside on a spike here. Bear Cave with a short note on this one, RUM. There was a note yesterday suggesting at 10:30 today we would get a short report. So here we go. Rumble is the candidate.
All right. We'll look at Look, I've talked about Rumble over and over again, and the minute that broke 10, it was see you later. I don't even know what it's at right now, Brett. 760. Like, let's go, man. Hopefully you guys had diamond hands on that call, breaking through 10 bucks. That's the CCVI bottom, remember. Talking about a bottom, is there one? Let's wait to see what Netflix is going again here. No, come on, get off Rumble. Let's go over to Netflix right now. There it is. Nice candle downside right here. Honestly, man, I'm going to hold this. Screw you, Netflix. You know, you hit me early pretty bad. Let's see if we can make some money back late right now off that 275 fill back downside right now for Netflix. Oh, there was a name I just want to talk about here, Baba, real quick, man. So Alibaba did go up right up to our level of 75. We talked about that. So whenever that happens, man, your boy's got to just hammer into the short right there. So we did that. Ooh, hammering in might be wrong. Let's wait to see if what happens at 75. It's taking out 75 right now. So yeah, this might not be a very long trade here for me, but we are short right now, Alibaba. Let's get a little more short here at 88s if we can, but watch out for 75. They're going to take that level, so you're going to have to sort of watch for your shorts here. 75 coming into play right now for Alibaba. My average price is 86 right here. Let's see what happens on a 90 take for Alibaba right now, or 75 take.
Yeah, a lot of strong stocks out there. So I see you guys talking. I see people talking about CrowdStrike up 3%, but it's done less than 500,000 shares. That's the reason why. No matter how strong it is, if you can't find a trade or trust liquidity on it to trade your style or whatever it might be, regards to slippage, then I'm not going to stay away from it. And 500,000 shares as a day trader, it's just never going to be enough in my books. What has been enough in the past, and I am going to acknowledge. There's been some runs today. AMC broke higher, Bed Bath & Beyond broke higher. On these green days, we've been seeing some of the old squeeze names find some strength. But if you pop the chart just for a quick second, this is 650, obvious. This is 675. Every 25 cents, this thing has got some resistance on it. So I want to make sure that we're respecting that. No reload yet on AMD. It must have come pretty close. Yeah, it got real. I'm sitting right in front of 60s to get a reload on AMD, and if it takes out the high, I want to get out of it. Didn't quite get the fill yet, but I'm not going to move. If it's coming back to the upside, it's a strong stock. And a strong stock, if you want to short the top, allow it to come to you. You get a better price that way and lose a little bit less if it takes out those highs. And speaking of chip names taking out tops, NVIDIA still kind of rejecting 128. I did get out there at 126.5 on the 25 long, but it's testing the highs again, up 5.5%. Super strong, both these off of Lamb. It's Intel that I feel like I should only be shorting Intel because on those pops to see AMD get back to the high, Intel's still at VWAP. Next time, maybe I don't reload AMD and look for pops in Intel and wait for that one to go. So if I get stopped out on AMD, I will only wait for Intel shorting opportunities because that feels like it's free money.
There's so many shorts I like right now, but the market is just, I mean, that's why the shorts look so good because the market is just up so much right now. So Alibaba actually went about 15 cents or so into the money for us. Downside there, it went to 76. So sorry, that would have only been 10 cents in the money. But I don't know, man, like this 75 could break as well. So let's be very, very careful here with all of these shorts that we have on, man. We have Netflix. I mean, look at what just happened to Tesla. Tesla's been now 1, 2, like 5 or 6 green candles in a row. Again, we should have just respected our outs, man. It comes right back down here to 207.50. And I would have missed that at 207.50, but that was a great out. Looking to reload. Wow, what a good move upside. I just don't want to get caught short everything, that's all. Tesla's a good reload right here. What's up, Brendan?
Software name keeps popping up here. RBT just took out the highs once again on a bit of a run here after, yeah, daily chart looks like that. One of those recent ads, small cap software name, guys, on a big volume spike.
Oh, yeah, RBT. Look, I just did get a reload in Tesla, and I will respect it a bit more. I thought we could be heading back to VWAP, relatively weak name, but now it's giving you that little bull flag formation for a potential break. And I don't want to forget about this thing because it's getting close. It's Pinduoduo up at 59.40. It got out way too early. The thing I did not mention about $60, it closed at 54.50. So quick math tells you 10% is pretty much exactly that $60 level. So another reason I like that $60 level on PDD, if it in fact gets there. There's no guarantees that that's going to happen. But the market's coming back into the upside. So if I have to give something up on Tesla taking out this high, it is what it is. And the same thing with AMD. I feel like if we do break the tops again, the only short I'll have left standing is going to be Intel, and that feels like that's the right thing. If the market's continuously strong, just stick with the name that's been the best short for me outside of some of those Chinese ones in the last couple of weeks.
All right, I'm just getting my orders loaded up here again to go. So, okay, yeah, what's up to everybody out there? Yeah, I sound like LeBron talking about these open looks. Yeah, look, I mean, this is what we're doing, man. I mean, I'm trying to find some open looks here in the market. So let's just continue to do that. Hopefully we do fade back out. We did average into our Tesla trade. So, oh, that's right. It's that hand one doesn't work. I keep doing that right now. All right, so let's see what happens with Tesla right now. I don't know. I'm still waiting for that high to break, and then I'm even going to get even a little more spicy with it and give it up to 214 before we get out. So I do want to average into this a little bit more for Tesla. So I'm nowhere done on that one. And then right here on Alibaba, again, we're pretty nicely, there we go. I was gonna say we're pretty nicely in the money. We've got to make sure we take some profit on this name as it's falling back in now. So we will take another out here in the 50s. Why even mess with this? It's at 55. We'll just put something on the bid. Maybe we get filled on the bid now at 55. Hopefully we do here. Bouncing, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Yes, sir. There it is right there. Now let's see if we take down 50. Just bounces off 50, but a nice little win right there for us on Alibaba off 75 short. So, and again, if you're watching the sticky note, this is what we should just be doing all day. We talked about Tesla short, Alibaba short 75. Wait for it, man. So we did. We were short early, cup of coffee down here, but then we wait and put on some shares upside now once we rip. So nice little moves here for Alibaba. Break 50, and we're in the 40s, and then we'll see what happens. But there is some size here at 50, so let's see. It's kind of resisting it right now. Do I just get out? Yeah, let's get out of another piece and then cancel the other one. All right, Brendo, there it is. It broke 50, but we just got out some at 52. Let's see some more downside. Yeah, baby. Here we go. Downside on Baba, downside on the market right now. We're pretty cruising right here. Just need Tesla to fall with it. What's up, Brendo?
All right, a mostly green board to show you here, guys, as we check out the S&P 500. Notable weakness in a few areas to contend with, though, including the banks. ALL downside on report this morning as well, 10% in the red. So insurance companies specifically under a decent amount of pressure here off of that report. Industrial stocks also in the transportation side of things showing some weakness in the middle of the board here. This is the utilities group. The entire thing is red on the day. There are a few just break even, but the entire group pretty much red on the day. There's FCX, we mentioned 7% to the upside off of good report. Newmont there as well, also in positive territory. That's AT&T, same story. Healthcare, consumer discretionary then, and tech obviously leading the way. Look at the size of the tech sector today in relation to the rest of the board here. You can see where all the strength is coming from. That's LVS, just a note positive off of earnings. And then Tesla, the notable downside mover there, 5%, guys, after its report as well. Back over to you.
Well, I mean, it's deceiving because Tesla's on those highs, but I'm going to make sure that as we get this little move to the downside, that I pay off on AMD again. So AMD gets back in the 80s, I reloaded at 60s, and that continues to come to the downside. Somehow NEO is holding up pretty well here, bouncing off VWAP. I didn't even get the fill. Like I still can't get fills on VWAP on NEO, but it's holding up. It's still trending downside, so I have to respect this fact. It's Tesla that looks the most interesting right now because as the market retests some of those tops. I mean, we're still below 37.4, and the NASDAQ's pulling back in. As it tries to get back to the high, Tesla is a lot closer to its high of the day than the overall market. So what it feels like Tesla wants to do here is run everybody's stop at about 211 here, and then if it does a fail of this, maybe get that push back into VWAP because it's not really trying to follow the market back into that downside. Sometimes it has to run stops to come back in. I am holding on. You'll see me still in NEO and Apple longs even in this dip. As long as Apple wants to hold VWAP, I'll be long this thing. And then looking for re-entries and not diddling in the middle. Either it bounces off here at 144.5 and I can get some more shares back in, or I'll just be patient holding Apple in front of its relative strength. And I don't want, like I said, Pinduoduo, it did not get to 60, got pretty close. If 59.50 is the high, I might take my shot shorting this off to 59.50. That is pretty close to that 60 level. And if it pulls back, I don't want to miss this one.
Yeah, I like the Pinduoduo levels upside for sure. That's kind of why we're shorted Baba, but we did get out of 40% of this as it bounced around. We're trying again, to hold for bigger moves, but as the futures stay upside, I don't want to be short. Like I'm net short big names now, Baba, Netflix, and Tesla. Like these are all names that are like directly in, the firing range of traders right now with Netflix earnings 2 days ago, Tesla earnings yesterday. We are short these names, and then Alibaba with a lot behind that name as well, up 4.5%, 5% almost. So holding shorts on that one, not great. Netflix, we're still short on this one. Again, got killed early, now late. We're going to watch out for it. The thing is, I know you're talking about Apple there, but I'm wondering what happens if you take that 145 out. XOM's almost near all-time highs as well, so you can have a quick look at oil right now today. Let me see what the CL is doing here, the sweet light crude oil futures, 87.90 right now on that future. So it's starting to get back up to the upside here off crude oil. So we'll look at a minute chart in a minute, but you're still below the 50 period here of 88.50. Some nice bottoms in the last little bit of 82 and change. That bottom of 76 goes all the way back to December when we were bouncing around 72, 73 there. But that's a nice little bottom to make in oil. And there it is right there. There's a stop in what, Apple?
No, there's the stop run on Apple. So it was 211.25. All the stops.
Tesla.
Sorry, Tesla. My bad. That's my bad. I was thinking Apple, saying Tesla. Sorry, thinking Tesla and saying Apple. But it just broke that 211 top. This is my theory, is that it might run the stops and then try to come back in because the market's pulling back. Now the market's looking strong. So in this case, I end up giving it an extra 50 cents on that theory. If it ends up being wrong, you lose an extra 50 cents. You can always get back into it. But Tesla, with a bit of a jailbreak, it is trying to break the back of the shorts. I should be adding to Apple here, but 212 has a bit of size in the offer. I don't think it's going to matter. They've already run one set of stops. They might run a second here. I need something else to that long side other than just Apple, and I'm looking around. It could be something like an Amazon, but Tesla 212, that has to be the out. I don't want to give more than $2 on this trade.
Yeah, we just average into more Tesla short here. I'm giving it up to 214. So that doesn't look great, man. Tesla right now is starting to rip to the upside right now. So just be careful with that one. I'm going to give this to 214. Waiting for 213 and a quarter, something like that, to give us a little bit more juice there to the upside. Our last average in, though, is right here. Not great, 211.50. So now, yeah, there goes Tesla, man. Yeah, they like this name, and it's going back up to the upside, kind of dragging this market with it a little bit here. But like I said, Apple, I'm not worried about Tesla. I just, if it takes 214, we get out and we'll give back a little bit of what we made, and that's what's going to be. Unfortunately, when I was looking for the short, it just wants to go upside. Apple a couple times bounced off 145. That's so key. Like I said, if you're going to take down 145 to the downside, then you'll see the NASDAQ and the ES reverse course. But that's not happening. It's holding 145. So again, if you're here today and you're looking at it, welcome back, by the way, for everybody that, if they weren't here the last couple of days, I guess it's me that's welcome back. It's just right here on our sticky note today, we did talk about Apple 146. That's the high of the day, so we're going to watch out for that. And then there's the Alibaba 75. And then we talked about Tesla, and then I wrote down 212 as well there for Tesla. So that's right where we're at right now. So that's why we take another bit short there on that name, and just got to watch out, man. We're at 212 right now for Tesla. So I'm going to take one more spot here. Okay, there it is. We got those 09s. We just hit offer enter and got them. There's a lot of buying now in Tesla, but we're not scared of this. It's just, it's running us over right now. So we got to watch out for that 214. Why 214? Right into here, that's 212 and change. If you go back, there's some levels. This was last night when we ticked as high as 217 there and then bounced around this 214 level. But it's nothing that significant. It's more just like 214. Is that going to be the high? Let's test it and see if we're going to be right on that one. A little bit of a pullback here gives me an opportunity to get out of Alibaba again. So there's Alibaba. It did go back up to 75.75. So we'll take another piece out at 55 as it comes back down in. Oh, man, come on, Tesla. You can do this move to the downside. Don't mind getting some more short up here at 213.25. But, yeah, would rather it fall now. We don't have a full position, but we have enough to make money here. So let's see if it can come back in for us. We're short at 211 here on Tesla.
Yeah, I gave up on Tesla at this point. I had to get out, but I looked over at something respecting its high right now as the market tries to test higher. AMD still respecting that 60 level. it did wick top 2 days ago, so we did get to 60.50. I actually had that breakout long, which didn't last very long. But I just added to this underneath 60 again, and then went over to Pinduo Duo, and I said if I can't get 60s, look how close it went. So it's trying to consolidate here beneath 59. So I'm going to try to build a position beneath 59 and then work this back into the downside. Yes, I could have held on to that longer. It is what it is. It was a bit of a mistake. Intel doesn't even want to pop to give me a better short, so I have to write that one off. But there is something that I have ignored all day long, and I'm going to stop doing that right here, right now, and that is CCL up 5%. This is exactly where the short was yesterday. So pretty much the exact level. It was 8 to 810 where this curled, and we just basically held it the entire day. If it wants to turn, this is where I want to see it. The futures are at that key price level for me as well, beneath 37.40 and making a lower high. So we'll see what happens. It's been dragged to the upside here. Let's see if it starts to come down. But I'm now into some CCL. I like this short. It worked yesterday. AMD already starting to work back into the downside. I'll go to my 3-minute. I'm going to get some bids out here on the way to VWAP. But if it cracks VWAP, I want to hold something in case we go red the rest of the day and then just go absolutely gangbusters. Like, obviously what you saw over there in Intel, relatively weak, but AMD's stronger. But if the market has rejected this level for good, then you want to make sure you have something on board for the rest of the day. But finally into some CCL. It's about time. Brendo, what's up in the world of currencies?
The pound, actually, back to the upside. Dollar weakness as well, guys. Here's a look at an hourly chart of what happened this morning when PM Truss said that she was going to resign and then did. Looks like Boris Johnson will step in temporarily. Anyways, that's what I'm reading. Dollar index downside, DXY, 0.5% to the negative side. 0.6 for the euro, 0.6 for the Canadian dollar. There's the pound up full percent. So, yeah. They're liking that news that Truss is out. 1.2% for Australia, New Zealand, also a full percent back to the upside. So 0.5% downside, guys, for the dollar, but the pound making the biggest move today.
Yeah. No surprise the pound is making the biggest move. Trav was sort of saying the shortest PM of all time. But, I mean, obviously, it was a unique situation going on over there. So, I don't know how much you want to read into that. There's like an asterisk next to it or something along those lines. Market trying to bounce back higher. So I did get one fill on AMD. Wish that candle was real, but it's not. Didn't print down to 57, just a dark pool. So AMD still holding its little bull flag or whatever you want to give to that name. I've been unable to get any more shares of Apple because it's diddling in the middle. NIO, however, at some point, I'll probably just have to take something in the 11.25 range instead of being entirely too picky. It's holding the top end of its range. PDD was the second last entry that I've made to the short side. I haven't added to this yet. If it does make another pop higher, I want to be able to have a better price than what I have now. So I'll be very patient. If I add to this, it's got to be closer to 59 and 59.20. There's room, almost a full dollar from where I am down into VWAP. So I don't think I have a terrible price here. It's just if I add, it has to be better than what I've got.
All right. I don't know if you and Arun were doing this at all, but we haven't done it once yet. So let's go with the likes, man. 1.7K. Let's get that up to like 2, 3, 4 right now for the like count. Thank you so much for everybody watching. Over 7,200 watching today. And I think we've done a pretty good job, man, trading everything that's been pretty active. I mean, you want Tesla earnings. All we've been doing is showing you our Tesla trades today. Netflix trades on board. Alibaba's been a nice win for me today right now as well. So, some nice trades happening. I hope that you guys can respect that by hitting the like button. I mean, we don't charge for anything. We don't do anything around here other than have a good time and hopefully deliver some entertainment, some winners, some education and whatnot to you. There we go. Right up to 2K. Thank you so much for that. Let's keep them going though. We want more. We want more. All right. And speaking about wanting more here, Alibaba is, again, this is twice now. I'm going to put some, there we go. I just put it on the bid and got filled. So now we can cancel the rest. Now you're starting to break a little bit lower on Alibaba. So I feel like that's something that it's time to respect here for this move on Alibaba. Maybe we can break lower. We've got it now. We're only into 40% of it exactly right now. I wanted to give you guys the exact number. 2.1K. Thank you so much. See, this is where I'd hit the dab up thing, but we don't have that. And we don't have a likes animation yet. I think that's something that we should get ASAP if we can. Google paired some games. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Here goes Alibaba to the downside. We might have to look at Google on some notes. Tesla just cruising around, unfortunately, not doing anything. We're still $1 out on Tesla, but cry me a river, Tesla. I want $3 or $4 on this trade, so hopefully we can get back down to 208, where we'll get a piece out. That'll be $3 here for TSL to the A, as I see the Italian stallion over here beside me getting ready to rock and roll on the midday show. So, all right, is it Brendan again? Yeah, earnings board, let's go.
There's still some.
Yeah, it's been a good week, guys. A bit of a pause coming up today, but remember, getting into next week, we get all of the mega cap tech names. I mean, all of them coming next week. But yeah, Snap on the board for today. That's about it. Maybe AXP.
Look, no, we don't
Snap.
ignore American Express. The credit cards have been known to be movers, but Snapchat, that's probably the interesting one. I did trade Snapchat yesterday. It was a bit of a fail breakout. It didn't lose on the trade, but it didn't really extend past the breakout. And guess what? It's having an inside day. Maybe they don't want to do anything crazy in front of those earnings. So same resistance as yesterday at 11.20 and just hanging around that $11 level. So, you know, if it's a good report, there's going to be a fantastic opportunity to go long above an 11.20 level. Lots of room to go on this because it's made a hell of a bottom at $9. If things go south for them, look no farther than that $9 level. If that gets taken out to the downside, then they're in trouble. I know that's 20% away, but in these earnings seasons, 20% can happen. You just gotta understand how much volatility there is in these markets. Speaking of volatility, watch out as we're testing back into the upside. So I go back over to AMD here, and it's still actually holding in the money. So not really screaming back in. I like that sign. The fact that we're making another test up here and maybe running to those highs, if AMD can put in another lower high, I'll like that short even more. Probably the mistake, if there is one, was not being more aggressive with Intel because that is clearly relatively weak in the overall chip space. But you know, you can't rewind time. I can hold on to what I have and wait for it to break lower and try to short any pops if I get them. CCL was the newest entry for me. And watch out. Do not ignore. You still, well, you know what? I haven't traded Amazon just yet. Oh, no, but even on all these little dips, Amazon is holding the line pretty well at the high of the day. So some definite strength over here in Amazon. It still hasn't gotten to this top here, 119.50. So if we consolidate and the futures make a fresh high, Amazon has room on a 118 break that I want to respect. Doesn't seem to want to pull back. Apple's still in the money the long side, but I am looking for something else that I would like if the futures take out the top, and it feels like it's going to be Amazon.
Right now, what is ripping, though, is Netflix. Like, absolutely. Oh, what happened there? I didn't mean to get out there. Oh, I got out a little bit by accident there on Netflix. So, okay, that's okay. We meant to get actually a little bit more here as we do have our target outs here. But the market's ripping. I mean, you're breaking through that 1,000 again, 11,300. The ES is doing its dance here as well, bouncing off. Both these names bounced off their 50 period. So, yeah, now we're into a little bit of spice here as this market goes. We're into a nice Tesla short against that 214. So here we go, man. It's going to be a real spicy afternoon or midday show as these levels are starting to take out some of the highs. We did screw up on Netflix. I do need to get some more short on this one. But yeah, Apple's right back up to that 146 and looking like it wants to take some levels out right now. So yeah, real spicy right now for the market. Tesla short 212.30. We're out of the money $1. That's kind of been the way it's been here on the way up. So let's try to respect that 214 level. We got to get out if that breaks though. But right now we are pushing highs here on everything. Tesla, I know AMD and all that, like you're talking about, there is still some relative weakness, but here we go, man. Nice upside move and all these names starting to make us pay for going short. And you guys are right, man. I mean, sometimes these names just, they don't stop, right? They go one way and they don't stop. So you got to be careful with a lot of your targets. And with that being said, 214 is my out here on Tesla.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But I'm kind of disappointed in NIO here because it's not really bouncing off VWAP. So kind of, I'm still holding on to some of it. I have a bid in front of VWAP for me there. And then there goes Amazon. So Amazon just broke the tops. Right now, I am now long in Amazon. I still have a few shorts on. AMD still beneath the tops, so I still have that short. Pinduoduo was actually falling off a little bit. So what I like about this trade is the market's retesting the highs, and Pinduoduo was coming right back into VWAP. But what you got to to do in this spot, and I wasn't on the bid. I was going to bid closer to 58 even. But if the market's going up and this stock is going down, then you don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Correct.
Right, that's counter trend. That's an opportunity to get something out of Pinduoduo as the market reclaims those highs. But as we send you guys over to the midday show, it's a weird, like at 11 o'clock, I'm taking a breakout. I don't usually like breakout longs, but I wanted something. I'm holding on to Apple in the money. I'm holding on to Neo. I want something new to the long side, and Amazon's one of the strongest names that I could find. So as we send you guys over to the midday show, it is Trader Pratt and the Italian Stallion. I like that one. Luca in his favorite gear. So go get him midday.
The Italian Stallion, I do love that one, cannot deny it. But yes, it is time for the Midday Market Movers Mayhem. I'm your boy Trader Prad. Your boy Luca's right now miking up, so give him a second over there. And he's ready with the full finance bro outfit that you guys have been wanting him to come on with. Looking real fresh there, Luca. So Luca, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you.
Mike? You're probably muted. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, hopefully everyone's having a great day and, enjoying the show. And, yeah, by popular demand, everybody was, oh, vest, where's the vest? And I was like, okay, I'll bring it out, And, yeah, today is actually a crazy day. And all eyes on Tesla today was definitely not an easy trade, in my opinion. But, yeah, lots of money to be made there. Definitely exciting. I'm short AMD right now off that 60 level, and I don't know. I mean, if the market wants to really fade from here, then AMD is probably one of the best shorts that, like, my ideas for the day. But yeah, we're gonna have to see because I mean, this market's pretty strong, moving to the upside. Surprised that Tesla retraced that whole move, but anything can happen in this type of market.
Yeah, pretty insane. And I was just sitting there the whole time screaming at Aunt Kathy. Obviously she's the one buying this stock. I'm saying obviously as a joke, but who else would be buying this position right now other than Aunt Kathy? Come on, Aunt Kathy. I saw those big bids on those coming up every 2 seconds where the market kept going up. You just saw a big bid popping up, 100 lots, 200 lots, and they would get taken. And it would pop again. So it was just ridiculous watching the stock pop. But you know what, though? We did make a new low on Tesla after split. The previous low on Tesla was 206s or so, and now we were at 202. The exact bottom of the day on Tesla, 202. We did not go even a cent below that number on Tesla. Obviously, I tried a couple shorts, got blown out on it, and now I'm in probably my last attempt on Tesla for the day. If this one doesn't work, then I'm just gonna have to stop trading Tesla for the rest of the day for myself, that is. Otherwise, I'm gonna mentally lose it. So I'm not gonna bother fighting with this position for the rest of the day. If this trade for me works out, awesome. If it doesn't, we got other trades on board that we could look to put some damage on. For example, it's gonna be IBM. IBM today coming out with positive earnings. I tried to go long around this 125.50, did not get filled, did not want to chase it, so I took the pre-market high breakout, 128 breakout. Sadly, it did pull back all the way to 127, where I'm adding on to my position over here. NASDAQ having a crazy move to the north side today, up 0.8% on the day, up 1.2% on the day, and S&P 500 pretty much having a pretty good day too. We're above 3,700. We're back to 3,740, the level that Arun was mentioning a couple days ago, and we're kind of pulling back from 3,740 over here. Let's see if this market has its room to more to the north side on this beautiful Thursday.
Yeah, beautiful Thursday. Time flies when you're a trader, and you don't even know what day it is. And yeah, I thought yesterday was Thursday, and today doesn't feel like a Thursday. It feels like a Tuesday. But I don't even know. Maybe I'm going backwards. Everyone's laughing in the back over there. But yeah, this AMD short, I think the position board has to just update here. And something that I didn't actually trade today that I wanted to trade was AT&T. AT&T, they had earnings. I was looking at them, and my overall bias on this was, okay, maybe use VWAP and see what could happen. Maybe we get a dip. This was in the pre-market over here, and I was thinking maybe we, dip to 16, pop, and then have this move. And I had some orders out, but unfortunately, I just didn't get the fill on them. And yeah, what a strong move to the upside, and just kind of follow trend the whole way up. So yeah, that was super clean. Anytime you get a chance to trade these very, very liquid names, if you have the buying power for it, it makes so much sense because you can just scale up. Ride the move, and it's so much easier than trading other names. I'll share my Tesla trades here. It might look a little bit sloppy. I was short, and then I was covering, and I got long over here. Then I was getting long, but I got short. I was just fumbling. I fumbled a couple times. It was a lot of fun, but in and out, whatever. Tried the initial short off the open, wasn't good. Got out of it. Lost there. Tried it a second time, lost there. I'm like, okay, third time's a charm. Like, come on, let's go. And obviously, third time was a charm with less size, of course.
Did you flip long at one point?
I flipped long by accident because I was covering, and I'm like, why am I not getting the fill? And then I was long, and I'm like, oh, I'm long here. Oh no! And it was like, it looked bad because I'm long, and I'm like, oh man, we're gonna get a 200 test here. So yeah, I flipped long. I got out of that, so that I wasn't actually thinking long. I was thinking, cover some and then hold some, but whatever is what it is. And yeah, Tesla moving to the upside right now. This level's kind of interesting because, I'm not really sure. I mean, on a day like today, you got kind of wide ranges on the ES, like on the overall market. And, Tesla, down on the day, down 5%. A lot of selling in the morning. And this move to the upside was like squeeze central. Like if you're watching the tape over here, what it felt like to me was all these people are getting squeezed. And I'm just going to ride the wave. So I hit the short there. This was a loss. All these were like losers. I don't even know. I was thinking maybe we're going to go back down. So I was like trying to the short, very tight risk, whatever. Then I was like, okay, we're above VWAP. Everyone's getting squeezed. I'm going long here. I hit the long. This was beautiful. We ran into 210. There was a lot of size there, so I just got out because I thought, we could easily go back and retrace. And then I added back, and here was like the most frustrating play of the day was the part fill at 210 on the break. And I think everybody had the same reaction to that because I was like, okay, this is going to skyrocket to 212 maybe.
Oh my God.
And no, right? So I got par filled there. It's unfortunate. That was probably the best trade, that one and this one down here. And yeah, we'll see if we get anything else going on Tesla. I don't necessarily want to, I can't bring myself to go long here. Like there's a lot of buying on the tape and it's holding trend at higher low here, riding the 50 period. These were covers. I had a nice top short, cover some, held some, got stopped out, tried it again, and then I lost. But yeah, we'll see if 215, I mean, I don't really have any kind of level per se, like 212, 211 was the level. Now that we're above that, market's still up. Maybe we get a fade play at some point in the day, but I'm going to wait a bit, see what happens, and go from there.
Yeah, I just saw like 100 lots on 213 on Tesla. That's like, what, $2 million almost coming in on Tesla. Is it 2 million? Let me quickly make sure. 100, add 2 zeros times 213. Yeah, about $2 million. And before that, there was about 180 lots, and that's like $4 million almost. And they got taken out too. So clearly, someone's buying up this stock. The bids are there, and they are filling the bids. Part of it also makes me think that Tesla. Let me just get into this position over here on GNRC. One of my buddies just pointed out the trade to me. GNRC yesterday was really getting beat down to the south side, and we now popped back into this range consolidation from yesterday around 115. Gonna try a quick little short around here. If that one fails, I'm gonna try back at 120. So it's trying to move around. It's a little spready, so you have to give it a little bit of a movement. Obviously, high day at 116. I think I might just have to give it up all the way up to 116. If this one fails, we'll get back in closer to 120. GNRC yesterday had a pretty bad earnings report, so that's what we're leaning on. But coming back to Tesla, we're right now at $214, and look at it break 214. I'm done with this trade for the day. Just not working. When the trade is not working for you, when your setup is not working for you, it's best just staying away from it instead of constantly taking the damage and then getting tilted, right? So walk away from this stock, maybe go to a different position, go look for different trades. There's a million stocks on there that we can on the market that we can look for. For example, Allstate. We know what happened with Hurricane Ian, guys. Hurricane Ian coming in, disturbing Florida and most of, I think, I'm pretty bad with geography. You guys know that I didn't know where Vancouver was for the longest time. But, the Southern American states that got absolutely demolished by Hurricane Ian. Stop laughing at me, bro. But the southern hemisphere of U.S. that absolutely got beat up, and Allstate said we're gonna take big losses off of that problem. But here's Allstate really consolidating in a sideways range after opening up a little bit to the north side. Still down 11% on the day, which means the stock has triggered SSR, short sale restriction. You cannot short Allstate now by just punching the bids and taking the size off the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to tick higher, and that's the only way we're going to get filled on it. So I'm going to throw my order out. Let's see if they tick higher and give me the fill. And if I do get the fill, I would like to, get the breakdown of the this range. If this range doesn't break down, I'll get another fill. There we go. Thank you for filling me. I'm going to throw another order out closer to 122. Yeah, we'll do a 122. I don't want another order lot right there. And if it does pop back up to the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, I would love to take more fills on that and then just scalp the range until the range breaks and we maybe go back to the opening price of, what was it, 115 or so. I would love to see that 115 break coming into play for myself on Allstate.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of glancing over at this AMD position. It's kind of weird that it keeps coming back. Like, you would have thought that at this point it would have faded, and then we got back above the 50 period, back below again. But I still want to believe, I'm respecting the level, that 60 level, like that is the level. And if I quickly bring over the daily, and I'm not sure if it's, and let me just get this loaded up here. And I think that 60 level is really solid because if you look at the daily, it's actually approaching 13 period moving average on the daily. So just a kind of very simple trend gauge. And, last time we were actually above 60 and we ran and then we quickly faded back and fell below. It's now up 4%. So obviously strong on the day. Overall market is up. But, I mean, the fact that we came to 60 and it's like trying to get above, quick flush down, quick flush down, quick flush down. So, even if we pop even above this 50 period, I'm going to add to this position. If we don't, I'll just hold on to what I have. And then, if the market does turn down, this is ES over here. If the market does turn down and want to, for whatever reason, test VWAP, I think AMD will be much lower. We'll be at like 58.40, 58 maybe. So as much as I want to cover some at VWAP, it'll be discretionary. I'll watch it. If we're like bouncing, then okay, maybe I'll cover some. But if we go like right through to 59, then I'm going to hold on to this position. It feels good, and I really do want to add to this one. So yeah, we'll see if we can get a pop there. And AT&T, I'm going to try to add to this, but I think now it's off to the races. So I'm going to get some out at 17. Actually, I'm going to get it all out at 17 because are we really going to break 17.20 and go? I think 17 is a good exit there. Like make a little 12-cent scalp. Can't complain about that one. And guys, Apple, like that 145 level was super, super clean on Apple for a while. And let me just bring this up for everybody to see here. So I'll fix this here, and hopefully this doesn't crash, or maybe it will. Okay, there it goes. But yeah, so Apple 145 was the resistance, and as we remember, they cut production of their iPhone, it tanked, it ran all the way back to 145, and then 145 was the level. So let me just quickly load this here, and hopefully it loads up here. And 145 looked super clean, and let me just load this as well. Sorry, I'm not prepared with this. And put 5 minutes just so it cleans it up. And remove the fills. Actually, no, it's pretty clean. So yeah, here we had the flush. This was the flush on the news. And then watch this retracement. So it retraced in the same day but stopped at 145, then rejected again. So today I'm like, okay, if we get there, I'll try the short. But go figure, it actually gets there. And now it's kind of holding above 145. So here was my short, got short here. And then it just didn't look good, so I covered. And then I tried it again, and then I was like, no, I don't love it. I covered again. And then this was just a test position. But basically, I mean, look at the move, right? The move is very strong to the upside. It is holding trend. What I wanted to see was a nice move to the upside and a very quick move back to the downside. So a nice type of parabola action, and it didn't actually give that. I thought maybe red. So I added, create a new position. But as we popped, I added, I got the fill so quickly. I'm like, I got to get out of this. So I just got out of it. I'll reevaluate, but I really want the market to, decide. And as we're approaching European close, maybe the market picks a direction, maybe it fades from there. So we'll see in the next 20 minutes if we get that position going. If not, ride AMD short into VWAP and hopefully through that.
We know how important this Tesla 215 level is because we took that short off of 215, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, if you remember, when our platforms froze for a second on us. And here's Tesla moving right back to that 215 level. I did say I'm going to be hands off on it, but part of me is itching to still win on this trade. So let me see if this level breaks. That was 215.
No, 250.
That was 250?
Yeah.
Oh, then forget about 215. I don't even care about this level as we're breaking this level to the north side. I thought it was 215. That was 250? Okay. Yeah, we're pushing all the way to the north side over here now on Tesla, only down 3% on the day. If you guys, follow Elon Musk on Twitter, he's been talking about the trucks that they're delivering, everything they're delivering, basically trying to hype up the position on Tesla over here. And last night, I think he tweeted, "I will not let you down," basically reassuring all of his cult following, saying that, hey, if you're losing right now, don't worry, we will be winning later on. And I guess that's what the cult following coming in right now and is buying up these shares at these low prices over here. Yesterday, after hours high what was the after hours high on Tesla yesterday? Let's quickly go check that out over here. After hours, where's the move that we got? So I think that's not after hours. Oh, right here, bang. So after hours, we went up to 228, and then the low was around 206. So we broke that low, obviously, and now we're trying to move back into a little bit of the consolidation range of the after hours where we consolidated around 215, 217 area or so. And is this after hours too? Yeah, it looks like we popped all the way up to 218 at one point in the after hours. I think this 220 level may be something to look at. Once again, I'm just going to be hands off on this bad boy. Not really working out for us as we want to. And GNRC moving up to that 116 area. Thankfully, we're not getting stopped out just yet. Still holding this trade a little bit against us. We're playing it according to plan. We're playing it according to plan right now. And we're trying to see if the stock will work out for us. But yeah, GNRC up 5% on the day. It's almost like, why are you trying to short a stock that's up 5% on the day? But we're just trying to see if the weakness from yesterday bleeds into today on GNRC. NASDAQ still up 1.3% on the day, trading at 11,300 currently. And S&P 500 looking to reject 3740 multiple times over here. We just have to wait to see if 3740 breaks one more time and market gets a nasty rip in it to the north side.
Somebody's saying GME, wow, and I want to just quickly say, so I actually covered AT&T. I didn't even notice, but I got that fill at 17. And this is the thing, right? Like, we run into 17. 17 is the level. We blew through it already and then retraced. And it's just even dollar level. You know, my rule is I think a lot of shares will print at these levels. And so I want to get out on the print with these prints, right? And, you know, yeah, you could hold some, but it kind of feels like this is what I understand is going to happen. And then it happens, and I make the money, and I'm like, okay, sick. And if I hold, I'm like, okay, now I feel like I'm gambling because I don't even know what's going on. Like, where's it going? Where's my target? So it just feels right to get out over there. Nice move. And I tried to like add if we went back into VWAP, but we didn't. But at the same time, if we do get back there, I feel like AT&T is not really going to break VWAP today and really sell off. So it kind of feels like, you know, if we get close to there, just buy, recycle, add, and like scale yourself out. Don't get too greedy on that one. And I actually missed the add there on AMD. It was close to the 50 period. I wanted it above, didn't get that. Oh well, is what it is. Something else that was moving today, I don't know if anybody traded this, AAL. I did not, just because obviously all eyes on Tesla. But AAL right off the morning, I think they had the conference call.
Good earnings report.
Good earnings report. Bad conference call. And I don't know what happened. And this thing just flushed to the downside and back to the upside right off the morning. And I figured like, okay, maybe 14, like in front of VWAP would be a good short. But like, look at the range here. Like, it really just gave nothing, then blows through VWAP, then back down. So I'm actually happy I stayed away because this was probably could have been a little bit challenging. And let's quickly go to GME because this is actually when I think it was Prad was mentioning, he's like, GME is still above $100 post split. Like, call it, it's like a 4-to-1 on their split, and it's like $100. So they're around that level. But GME still has a $7 to $8 billion valuation. And like somebody was saying that they're going to invest in it. I remember the news came out the other day. The thing with GME, it makes no sense to me. It's like, what are they doing? Are their revenues growing? Is there actually excitement there? So I love the short on this thing, but there's just not the volume coming in to like as a day trader to be able to like hit the short and hold it and ride it. It's been choppy, and I mean anybody looking at it, I mean look at this, right? It's like you got the high around 27, you got the low at around 24. You know, if you're a short seller, these kind of dip and then pop to the upside. Like this is pretty nasty for any shorts that are like punching into the lows, right? The last thing you want to do is short over here because it's just showing you that it's like going down and then ripping your face off, ripping your face off. So, you know, it kind of looks like it just kind of gut feeling is like, you know, you want to short this like into 27 and then cover around 25. I just don't think that'll actually happen today. I mean, there's 2.4 million shares traded today. It's not really too much. AMD finally actually working for me, and yeah, we'll see where this can go. Maybe we get to actually 58 if the market actually wants to fall off and go for a 3,700 test. And I don't have any crazy levels for it, but yeah, we'll see what happens there. And yeah, the UK Prime Minister resigning today, kind of crazy. Very, very short, short time in office there. And yeah, that's interesting. And she probably had it rough there. It's probably not, it's really challenging going in, and not everything's looking too good. Things get worse. Everybody's like, I'm blaming you, and I kind of feel bad for her. But whatever, it is what it is. And yeah, guys, let us know any small caps that you're trading, any names that you're trading. Keep us posted. Something I was looking at as well was AMPX this morning, and just didn't give me the pop and fade that I wanted to see. It just kind of fell right off the open. So I was like located for no reason, but sometimes it do be like that.
I just want to say real quick, it's because they're doing something on the other side. We're not gonna have a proper picture movement and so on. So if you ever want to show the lower half of your chart, just bring your chart up, because the only way they can see our chart for the next hour or so is full screen.
The banner,
the banner will block it. So if you have anything to show on the chart, just move your chart up a little bit, and then the viewers can see it. That's also a quick heads up to you guys. If you guys hear extra noise coming, Neil, Sean, Brendo talking in the background, it's because they're filming extra content for you guys, right? Trader TV Live, we're always trying to do good for you guys, trying to make it the best show we can, best channel we can. So everyone hitting the like, everyone sending in the super chats, everyone hitting the subscribe button. My thanks to you guys on that one. Did you by any chance watch the ball game yesterday?
No, I didn't get a chance.
The Raptors won, baby. Let's go. The Raptors clutched it up. But more importantly, I was watching Luka Magic, Luka Doncic, Luka Magic, and the Phoenix Suns Devin Booker game. They were blowing them out in the first half, and the second half, before the second half even starts, Vegas, odds were betting that the Phoenix Suns are going to win the second half, right? How do they know that? The Phoenix Suns actually comes back, wins the second half, and wins the game. You're telling me Vegas
knows everything,
They just
man.
knew right out there.
Vegas knows everything.
The Booker's gonna come back. Like, how do you know that, Vegas? You're nonsense right now. And that's scam markets right there, right? Scam the sports books, scam stock market, scam crypto market. Everything just wants to take my money. But no, look, we're still up on the account. We still are up at $400. I think I might just have to cash out and buy myself a Pixel watch. But I was looking at the Pixel watch recently. It looks not that good. So I might have to wait for version 2. Look at GNRC, guys. What did I tell you? If we do get stopped out on the break of 116 or so, I'll take my loss and I'll move on from it. But it did not happen, and now we're moving to the downside. I gave it the room above 116 plus the spread plus a little bit more room, so I didn't have to really worry about it. And now GNRC coming back to the south side, 65 cents in the money on that bad boy. So let's take some first profit lots on GNRC, and Allstate getting ready to push down for us also, right? I told you about Allstate, really weak on the day today, already down 11%. Can we expect it to go all the way to the opening price? Maybe, but it's just the strategy that I've seen it work before. Consolidation range. We can constantly scalp this range if the opportunity shows up, but I also don't want to miss the move to the downside if the market, like it's coming back down right now, right? We've seen that 3740 level on the S&P 500 be a pretty strong level for the past few days to the north side. So if we're rejecting off that level, I want to be in Allstate just so I don't miss out on the move. Obviously, I don't have all the size that I want on it, and I'm not going to take all the size at the low of this range, because in case it does pop up, then I'm going to be upset about it. So I'd rather wait for it to pop up, take more of my size at around these levels, and then we get a nice flush to the downside. Currently 18 cents in the money on the Allstate shorts. Something that I'm looking at our Trade Ideas scanner right now. Do ! Trade Ideas, by the way, if you want to sign up for it. CCL getting ready to win a race. We still got 5 minutes on this race, though. What this race basically entails is it takes a bunch of stocks. Notice how this thing is called mega cap winners. It takes all the stocks that are in the mega cap, and it puts them on a race depending on relative strength. And according to relative strength right now, CCL is ahead of the race in front of everybody, and it's currently moving the most out of everybody. Look at that. Now RCL is popping up too. We've seen these both stocks play to the north side together before, and also to the downside together before, and we've shorted that. So since CCL is popping and RCL is popping, RCL heading towards that $49-50 area, which we do remember shorting the crap out of it. So we'll wait for that level to come into play. Nice little breakout play coming into RCL off the previous high day of 48.47. So let's just say 48.50. 48.50 breaking, getting ready to move towards 50. We'll let it move around a little bit, and then we'll jump back in. GNRC, baby. Once again, getting ready to take some more profits on it. No, we'll hold on to this one a little bit longer. Actually, let me just quickly do this. Changing my mind on the fly over here. Can I even draw that trend line? Can I draw this trend line? Can I draw this trend line? Let's see if we can draw from here. If I draw that trend line, that's already broken. But if you draw this breaks over here. So this is why I don't like drawing trend lines. But if you drew this trend line over here, matching this bottom and this bottom, looks like we did break that trend, and we technically should be going to the downside over here, and maybe have somewhat of a bounce off of this area around 113. So I'll have an order around 113, 112 to take some more profits over here on GNRC.
Yeah. Somebody just said Luca, and then there was no comment afterwards. I was gonna be like, yep, what's up? Yeah, no, it's, yeah, guys, if you hear noise in the background, it's obviously, I don't know what's going on over here, but yeah, AMD came down to VWAP, and we got that little bit of a bounce. I didn't take any out because whatever is what it is. I kind of want to hold this position if it feels like the right thing to do. I actually I still want to add to this, but I don't want to add here. I want to get really good odds on that bet. So we shall see. But guys, Neil this morning, kind of interesting too. Neil's interesting this morning, like that 1040 level we spoke about yesterday. I was thinking maybe we get a dip to 1040. It is SSR. My bids were down there, but no, this thing just kind of skyrockets to the upside. Holding that 11 level. So I don't know if we're going to have like a bunch of inside days on it. And somebody said PXMD as well. I'm just trying to remember everything that I saw there. PXMD. This is a $3 stock. It's done 1.4 million. Volume not gonna lie, volume is kind of light. Up 15%, volume kind of light. I've seen bigger moves than that before. I think small caps are kind of slow. Small caps are definitely slow. For the past week, 2 weeks, they haven't really been moving like crazy. And I'm not really sure when volume comes back, action comes back there. But it's all good because earnings season, we got large caps, things are moving, and definitely exciting when you're always trading large caps. And you get some levels that come into play like AMD 60. And somebody's saying Neo is a buy at 1092. See, my worry with Neo, it's like I had my bids stacked on this, and my worry was like, out of nowhere, it's like gonna delist, or like, like yesterday was so bad that like maybe today was bad, and it was on the back burner, so I wasn't really paying attention to my positions. It was a little bit smaller size down there, and then I'm like, you know what, I should just cancel this because whatever. But yeah, and even Netflix too. I guess Netflix inside day as well. Yeah, Netflix is kind of interesting. Normally you'll see pre-market. Yeah, normally you'll see pre-market.
Your voice, just talk a little louder.
Yeah.
That way we can muffle the other voices.
Yeah, and okay. No, see, sometimes we get a setup, and it's you got the pre-market low, Netflix, good earnings from yesterday, rallied. Obviously, everybody knows that. Then you get the run, then you get the dip, holding the pre-market low, then you get the continuation the rest of the day. This was actually quite bamboozling because you had that same exact setup, but it broke the lows. It actually didn't look too good, then broke again, and then made that move up. So this was, for anybody playing that like, okay, let me see its hand. Oh, it makes the high, it comes back down, looking like we're holding the low, then we go up. Like, yeah, like stopped everybody out there. That was kind of nasty, but can't always be perfect, I guess. Somebody saying Meta 136 short. So yeah, let's have a look here. Meta 136. Meta 136. See, the thing is, these levels look amazing on the daily. Like, look at the daily of Meta here. It's like topping out over here. You got that 140 level to play off. I think 142 area is actually really, really good. But now it'd be like, above the moving average. I'm not convinced. I don't really trade Meta too much. If it's really in play, I trade it. Somebody went crazy. Was it you who posted 127 on Meta, the million shares the other day? Yeah. Somebody went long Meta, million shares at 127, and then it just really hasn't sold through that level ever since. So I almost want to say that like 127, and obviously we're far away, and it's not that I don't disagree with the short at all. It's like it's the same with my AMD idea. It's like, oh, I like the level here, I'm going to short it. But like that 127 level is like super key level, I think, because big money traded there. Why did they buy there? Is that like a they love that level? It kind of makes sense. if we ever get back there, it'll be interesting to see how it trades around that level. And it looks like AMD is now finally cracking VWAP over here. So yeah, this is actually, like, this is slow, right? But I think we're good on this position. Yeah, my first cover on this is going to be 58, 80, or 60. Like around this level, I think I'll cover, and then hold some for 58 test. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, guys, look at that. I told you GNRC might actually go right back to that range low over there at 113, 112. So my order ticks in. I'm taking more profits out there. Still have 80% of my bag left on it and $1.63 in the money. And I'll stay like a good neighbor. Allstate is there. Is that the one, right? Like Jake from Allstate? No, that's Jake from State Farm. That's what I'm thinking, not Allstate. I'm thinking Jake from State Farm. That's my apologies. I got a little confused over there. But, you know, same thing, State Farm, Allstate, they do the same thing over there at the end of the day. Basically give you insurance plans, scam plans, and when things do go bad, they try to scam their way out of it. But unlucky for them, they can't scam their way out of it today, as their earnings report does tell you exactly what's going on this side. To the downside goes Allstate, and it's not a good neighbor today, that's for sure. Allstate is good hands. Is that what they're saying is? I don't know. Allstate is you're in good hands. Okay, so it's not like I said, yeah, that was a State Farm, Jake from State Farm. But anyways, coming back to Allstate over here, we're just loving this position as we're $1 in the money. I also want to quickly talk about the Lotto Max tickets that we have going on for this Friday. 70 million once again, and I know Luca is pretty annoyed about nobody winning that 70 million. So hopefully, Luca, you or I hit that 70 million, so we don't have to be crying about these Tesla shorts today that burnt us. You know, taking some profits. Oh no, I sent 2 orders by mistake on profits on Allstate, but you know, $1.14 in the money, we'll take it. GNRC now, baby, let's go. $2 in the money, breaking below 113. Looks like we might just go to 122, so 112.50 cents on it, or maybe even all the way back to VWAP. The idea, the trade of giving it till the high day worked out for us, and now we're capitalizing on this trade. I want to take more size out on this bad boy just to protect myself. I don't want to be sitting in 70% of my size. Let's make that 60% of my size, because we're $2 in the money on that bad boy. IBM, sadly, not doing what we wanted to do. It didn't break the high day like we wanted it. We added at the 50-period EMA/VWAP. We added at the 100-period EMA. Now let's see if we can get back to the north side. If you guys are not signed up to our watch list, you're making a big mistake for yourself, because if you're wondering why on earth is IBM up today, why is Pratt even going long on IBM? Well, if you are signed up to our watch list, you know exactly that IBM had earnings report today. They announced that they were doing good on multiple sectors of their companies. For example, digital services, their cloud services, and double-digit growth across all their segments and geographies. I don't know, whatever. Current basis in third quarter, IBM, whose cloud revenue rose 11% to $5.2 billion. So clearly booming to the north side for IBM today, up 3%. I expected IBM to do a little bit more volume and a little bit more oomph behind it. But today, with a relative volume of 5 and 5 million shares traded, we're just stuck in pre-market ranges for IBM. Let's see what stocks you guys are trading in the chat. If you guys are having any fun positions you guys want us to cover, we could take a look at it. Can't hear the background, can't hear the host, waste of time. I mean, yeah, goodbye.
It's today is a special day where it's extra loud in the office over here, but you know, all good. Get the juices flowing, and I don't know if you guys heard me in the back say, I'm like, damn, AMD, maybe that was the cover. I'm making these decisions in real time, right? So it's like, I'm like, maybe we get down over here, maybe we don't. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, always looking for another trade here, and I think this is a good example as well. Like AT&T, so this move up. This is a good example to anybody trading, you know, midday. It's like if you're trading off the open, it's positive earnings and it's running and it's working for you. I mean, you know the play. It's like hold on to your winners or even add to your winners. Like if you're able to, like, you know, get long with this momentum move and now it's consolidating, like don't just like randomly get out. Like let it work for you, right? Like it's showing you that it's working, and then maybe get out at 17 because, you know, even dollar and you were in down over here. Okay, great. But you know, now it's midday. It's AT&T. Like I know the range of this. This is not like a super momentum name that it's going to burst to the upside. So it's like, I'll take the bet over here thinking that I'm not going to be wrong on it. Like I don't even have an out. It's like discretionary. Is it really going to sell off? Like no, probably not. but where is it going to print and where is it going to stop? And look at this, right? It's like long, it kind of drops a little bit, and then, you know, this is the little move. And I'm not celebrating this win, but it's just a good example of like midday trading. It's like you want to scalp, you want to take trades, you don't want to be as greedy with your outs. It's like take it out and now look at it. Now it's just kind of sideways, right? So maybe it consolidates and then has the next leg up. But like this was like a what? This is like a 5-minute trade, not even a 10-minute trade there. And you know, collect the profits. I don't want to be in this when it's, you know, not really doing anything for me. And you know, whereas AMD, it's like I'm holding it, I'm being patient because I thought like it would drop very quickly, but it didn't. So it's maybe I'm gonna have to hold this a little bit longer. You know, maybe it's gonna dance around VWAP for a long time, but this is probably a position because 60 has showed us that it's such a good level. Maybe this is a position where, you know, like, is it really gonna go back and test 60? And then if it does, I think a lot of people are gonna want that short again. So it's something that I'm willing to hold. And, you know, if we get other opportunity to add to it, I will. And then maybe we go lower the rest of the day. I mean, look at that drop on the market here, right? It's like we literally had European close and we dropped, which is perfect because this is exactly what I want to see. I think we'll have some more follow through as well. I mean, I don't know. We're only up 0.56% on the ES, 0.57. So it's, yeah, it's nothing crazy there. Somebody's saying Tesla tired maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes stocks get tired.
215 level actually rejected. So
215, yeah, 215. So now we're actually testing that 50 period. We haven't tested that. Like, look at this, right? Bottomed out, kind of whatever, and then breaks VWAP, and then bounce, right? Looking like, oh, maybe we're gonna bounce. You know, a little bit of a lower high here, call it what you want. Now we're actually breaking that level. There's so much room to the downside on this name. So I don't actually hate that short there, but just make sure that the risk of the trade makes sense. Like, this could easily, you know, bounce back up. And even, you know, my short from 211, when we started going down, the reason I covered over here is because I'm like, this can easily bounce back and rip my face off. Like, we did have such a strong move up, we could easily do it, right? So cover here, cover near the 50 period, and then I held a little bit of a portion for it for the move down to 204 because I think 204 support. But, you know, we started to move up, and then I covered at break even. You know, maybe I should have covered at 210, lock in a dollar win instead of a break even win. But it was a little bit of a smaller position. Now looking at Tesla, you know, maybe it's going to break down from here. But the thing is, the thing with Tesla right now, especially midday, it's like there's a lot of volume on it, and a lot of people traded it, and everybody shorted off the open, and everybody got squeezed. Now that kind of subsided, it feels like it's just floating higher, right? So as it's floating higher, this is like the scary time to get involved because you have to really widen your stop. Like, if you're shorting here, like, your stop's got to be like high a day, like 216, because it could easily get to 215 and then do a dance and then go back down and then go down anyways. And then if it gets up here anyways, it's like, do I really want to short at 215? I mean, maybe you could argue, like, you know, draw like a couple lines on this thing. And it's like, okay, maybe like there's like some type of channel that could be created here, but is this going to be like, you know, go back and then break out higher? Or are we going to go back and then fade? Or are we just going to break down from here? So I think, you know, safe to say like stop has to be 216. That's too much of a wide stop for myself to take the short right now. But if I see, you know, an opportunity that comes up, maybe some size starts to slam it down, then maybe there's something there.
So people talking about Shopify in the chat. So surprisingly enough, I was actually also looking at Shopify, and here's my mistake on Shopify today. So I had two setups on it. Either I take the 15-minute opening range breakout, which was basically a $30 breakout, or I add at VWAP. So what I did was I said, okay, I'll be patient. Instead of taking the breakout, I'll add at VWAP, and I had an order sitting right here. And then later on, Shopify shows up on my scanner again, and I actually see that it breaks $30 and it goes higher. So I get a little tilted off that because that was also my trade. What I could have done is I had an order over here, and then I could have taken either of those setups. And then when one of the setup wicks me in, I just cancel the other order and I play that setup, right? But missed out on that trade. Shopify does manage to break out and go higher. So I just pulled up my trading view scanner over here to see what the ATR is. The 100% ATR off Shopify is exactly where we are right now at $30.66 area. So it looks like we could be stalling out a little bit over here on Shopify. Oh, look, watch out for your mic. Almost fell off the table there. But and if you pull up Shopify on the daily chart, you can also see that we are at the 50-period EMA, I believe. Yeah, the 50-period EMA is the white line, which we've seen Shopify reject multiple days or multiple weeks in a row now. So I'm expecting this $31, $30.85 area to be somewhat of a high wall on Shopify, unless this NASDAQ market and this and S&P 500 market somehow manages to bounce from VWAP like it is right now. S&P 500 pulling back to 3720. Actually, instead of just talking about it, let me pull up the chart for you guys. I think that would be the right thing to do. So pull it up over here. Bouncing off of VWAP for S&P 500 futures, 3720 area. We are somewhat making a lower low and lower highs every single time though. So the trend might be changing a little bit on the market over here, but I'm expecting this to actually break, go test 3740, 3745 again, and then maybe make a new high a day. This market's clearly strong today, especially after yesterday. The market looked pretty weak to me yesterday, didn't it? When we broke that 3,700 and we went to on the futures, you guys saw me take that short, but I guess it wasn't too weak because the market only went down to, oh no, I put down extra lines on there. I don't want to do that. Let me cancel that. Let me delete that line. You know, I have OCD. I have to delete it. But, you know, going to yesterday's chart, this is where we took that short, the 3,700 short. We covered at 3,780. Look at how 3,780 held for the rest of the day. And then now we're back into the north side for the market. So 3,780, somewhat of a good base over here on the market. We're right back into 3740 areas that Arun was talking about. There's a good chance that we reject on the trend line over here, but I don't really use trend lines to trade. This could very well break it, go higher if the volume does show up in the market. And today is actually not that illiquid of a day. We're already at 1140 Eastern Standard Time, the New York time, and Tesla has 67 million shares traded. At this same time yesterday, the most volume stock on was NIO with only 40 million shares traded. Still a little illiquid on the market, but at least some volume over here for us to look around for and trade around with. AMD is AT&T is the next most volume traded stock today after Tesla, which is at 64 million shares. So let's go to AT&T. AT&T had good earnings report today. It's also in our watch list. If you're not following our watch list, you're making a big mistake. Do exclamation mark watch list. Go check that bad boy out. Your boy Brendo works very hard. Comes in before anybody at like 7 o'clock, 6:30, gets all the articles ready, reads all the articles so you don't have to, and puts it in that watch list so it's nice and summarized for you where you can look for your trades. Look at AT&T today. That pre-market high breakout was insane. You would never have to look back. It gave you about 80 cents in the money to the north side. It's a $16 stock, trading 64 million shares traded today. Honestly, I think the stock should have traded over 100 million shares today. Like AT&T should have already been 100 million by now, but it's not 100 million in volume. But that's not a bad thing.
It's kind of interesting how, so speaking on the topic of AT&T.
Twitter's at 59? Oh, that's AMD.
Yeah,
that scared the crap out of me.
No, so just to quickly cover Twitter, because somebody in the chat was like, oh, look at the bid size on Twitter. And I was like, oh, really? But no, there's actually, yeah, because I'm like, oh, really? And then, but no, there's no bid size. This is the book, right? There's no, unless it was there and it got hit, maybe I'm like late to the party. But there's nothing, you know, you guys are seeing this live right here. Like there's no, like this is like 1,000 shares, like 2,000 shares. That's not like, that's nothing, right? If you say maybe like 1,000 lots, that'll be like, okay, that'll be interesting there. But yeah, no, there's no real size there. But back to AT&T, this is my take on AT&T. It's like as interest rates go up and money gets more expensive, if AT&T has all this, this debt and they have a dividend, but now they have to service this debt. It's getting a little bit more expensive. So investors are saying, wait a second, are they actually going to be able to pay their dividend? I didn't look at the earnings report. It was this morning. I didn't look at the earnings report. I'm not 100% sure what's happening there. But the thing is I'm like, okay, well, it actually sold off and it touched like 1450. AT&T, and let me actually bring this up for everybody to see, and I'll just load the 1 hour here. Like this was down at 15, right? Now they report earnings and they just like skyrocket to the upside. So I think like a good rule of thumb here is like it was suppressed for so long and in a little bit of a channel, and everybody's worried going into the earnings report. Then they report, they're up, it's extra strong, you're looking for something to buy. The yield on this is 7%. I don't know what they said in the earnings report, but maybe they said something good. That's a banger long. That's a banger long. And not every day as a day trader can you trade names like AT&T. And speaking of being able to size up and scale up and where liquidity is in this type of market, somebody was asking, oh, like what type of size do you trade? This is a weird question. What type of size do you trade to make $30,000 in a month as a day trader as opposed to trading options? So the thing is it's tough to answer that question because sometimes you can't justify taking a lot of size on certain trades because there's no volume to take that size. And then other times, there's a lot of volume, there's a lot of liquidity, things are moving, and you know, the odds are in your favor on this bet, so that's where you take a lot of size. So for example, Tesla on earnings, you know, like post earnings like today, like you could take a lot of size. Like you could, you know, you throw 20,000 shares, you're getting the fill at the price that you want. It's not necessarily going to rip against you $3 right away. There's lots of liquidity in the market. There's nice clean levels to play off of. You know, and if you have the buying power for that, like 10,000, 20,000 shares of Tesla, oh, you short it right off the open, it has the move, you're $5 in the money, you make 50K, right? So it's not, you're not really saying like, oh, how much, I want to make 30K a month, you know, that's my target, whatever, how much size do I have to trade? Like you might not even have to trade all month, and then Tesla comes around, you take 10,000 shares, it moves 3 points, you make 30K, right? So obviously, you know, traders in the chat know what I'm talking about. They already know this, but to explain to anybody else who's watching, you know, wondering, because a lot of people are curious. They're like, well, you know, how much size are they moving, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it really depends, right? It's like midday, I'm taking a trade. Like, I'm not really looking to like take like crazy amount of size because like, you know, I'm obviously entertaining, you know, like, you know, kind of reading the chat, looking at my positions, looking at a lot of things, and it's midday. It's like, okay, like I don't really think there's going to be a crazy move. So like right now, I would not be taking like that kind of size. But you know, off the open, locked in, lots of volume coming in, you expect the extensions. Like that's when you want to get in. You want to get in when things are going crazy, right? So that's kind of like my rule of thumb. We don't talk about position size here because it's, I mean, I kind of like that because, you know, it's a channel that we try to explain like, look, this is how day trading works. These are good levels to play off of. You know, we spoke about NEO yesterday, and I don't know if the same person was watching the show yesterday, but we spoke about NEO yesterday, and it's like, you know, today on NEO, like yesterday was the move, right? Yesterday was the move. Today there's no move. So yesterday you could justify taking like, you know, 100,000 shares at like 1150, 1160, and holding for the 50-cent move, and you make 25K on that type of move, right? Because the liquidity is there, it's a good trade, and look, the banner's actually covering the dip of NEO because that's how bad NEO was yesterday. Just like absolutely collapsed. Like look at that, right? It just opened and just bam, right to the downside. So like a day like yesterday, that's where you take like the size. It's a new level, 52-week low. It looks really good. You know, trade your own book, trade whatever kind of size you want. But today, like day two, like you don't want to be in 50,000 shares of NEO anywhere today because it's like, even though you thought you could have been right, it's like just take less size because it's just not in play. It's not that kind of day, right? So, you know, going back to position size, obviously like we don't talk about position size. It shouldn't really matter, you know, if I'm taking 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares. The main purpose is like obviously entertainment, education. Like I would love for everybody to learn trading the real way, right? So understand that there's certain areas that you want to scale up on your trading when it makes sense, when the risk to return is there, when the liquidity is there, when the volume is there, because you're going to get the fill. And then there's other times where it's like, you know, you take like a small bet because you feel it. You're like, oh, like I feel that this is going to do something, but I'm not. I have no strategy here. I'm just kind of buying or selling. I think it'll do a move. You know what I mean? So then you take like less size and you see where it goes. But I think there's a great book. I think it's one of Warren Buffett's books I read back in the day, and he spoke about when you're thinking in terms of odds on these bets that you're taking. There's like like the really, really good bets. And it's like there's going to be high volume, lots of liquidity, there's a catalyst, things are moving, you can get the fill. Those are the ones that you should really scale up on. Then there's going to be a lot of little bets along the way. So anybody who's, you know, like betting on sports, like Pratt over here, it's like, you know, like sometimes you have these parlays that come through and you're like, okay, this one.
I never lose.
You never loses, but I'm talking about like the scaling of your bets. It's like some of these parlays, you're just like, okay, this one I'm gonna put like $1 on.
Yeah.
Because like, why would I put even $100 on this? Like this 100%. Is probably gonna lose.
100%.
And I'll just take like whatever the odds are on the bet. But then sometimes you're like, oh man, this is a no-brainer. Like I've seen this before. This is gonna be a banger.
Yeah.
And so in terms of scaling, going back to the original question, you wanna make sure that like you're scaling up on trades that have all the reason to scale up on them. So Tesla today, there's a reason to scale up on the trade, you scale up. If you lose the trade, you lose the trade. It is what it is. You're not always gonna win the trade, but don't like, you know, midday, like pull up like, oh, like I'm gonna look at like AAL right now, and I don't care, like it's down 2%, I'm gonna short 5,000 shares, 10,000 shares. Like it doesn't make sense because yeah, you might be able to be right on that trade, but like who cares? Because it's not even like, it's already did a move, like now it's here, it's riding this. So it's like, doesn't make sense to do that. So the main purpose of obviously what I'm saying here is, you know, trade your own book, trade whatever size you're comfortable trading, and like have it relatively scaled, but make sure that, if it's something that you've seen before and you have success on it and it's coming in play again, like this is how you make your money, right? So scale up on those trades, and then scale way down on the trades that are just like, you're like, this is gonna be a dumb trade. Like, I don't know about this one, but I'm going to take 200 shares. Like, no, just take 50 shares because, like, you said it. You're like, it's going to be a dumb trade. So you're like, oh, but I'll only lose like $200 on it. But why? Just lose 50 because you're going to lose anyways, right? So, yeah, that's kind of my take on that question there. And hopefully it helps, both traders with experience because obviously, I'm telling myself this too at the same time and everyone else as well. And, yep, Snap earnings after the bell coming in. I actually wanted to short Snap near 1150, but yeah, we didn't get there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, for example, what Luca was saying about the parlays, like if you can go to my screen over here, you'll see I had a 10-pick parlay for the NBA games last night, and I only dropped $1. Like Luca said, sometimes you don't want to go too hard because, and the odds were insane too. For $1, I was about to win $70 on this if I was. And look how many bets I got right. I only lose 3 picks. Miami Heat, Brooklyn Nets, and Denver Nuggets are the only 3 picks I lose on this 10-leg parlay. So I was 7 out of 10 correct on this, and I almost cashed out $70 for only dropping $1. But for example, a parlay like, where is this parlay over here? Like my winning parlay for you, not UFC, for or one of these ones. Or I forget what sport this is now. I'm drawing a blank. This one over here. What sport even is this? This is NFL. Thank you, Brad. Like, you're losing your mind over there. But if I'm betting on NFL or something, when I know I'm only picking 2 or 3, I'll drop a little bit more, to win a little bit more money. It's guaranteed. So you kind of want to think the same way for the stock market. You want to classify trades as how good of a setup is that trade? Is that A+? Is that B+? Is that C+? If it's C+ and you still want to trade it, first of all, why are you trading a C+ trade, right? If you go to a bar, would you be okay with just anyways, we'll move on. It's you want to look for. Anyways, we'll move on. If you see a C+ trade, why are you even bothering putting some money in that position? Go look for an A+ setup where you can put your most money in and do the risk to reward play. For example, right here, this was maybe not an A+ setup, but it was a pretty decent enough of a setup for me. I'll give it an A- setup over here because of the risk to reward that I had to play off. If I had to risk about $1 on this position to be $2 of the money, $3 of the money, and right now we're currently at VWAP on this trade. I still have 25% of my, 50% of my position here. So let's try to take out another 25% for profit. How are you not feeling me right now? Is there no liquidity on Arca Gateway for the stock? Like, what the heck?
I'm just going to
be out of this trade completely before we throw it back to Luca over here. GNRC, we're going to punch out at VWAP, $3 in the money. Allstate, $1 in the money, and IBM now 40 cents in the money.
So Snapchat, I was talking, I was like, I want to short it if it gets to like 1150, but it didn't. I thought it was actually at 1080, but yeah, no, we actually popped there. If this thing gets close to 1050, I'm shorting this. I'm shorting this because I love that 1050 to 1060 level resistance. It's my arbitrary level of resistance that I had from last time, and I kind of feel like it's going to come into play. Earnings coming in after the bell, and I'm not really convinced that anybody's going to buy this up through 12 before earnings. So if we can get higher there, I'm going to short it. But again, I'm not going to short it here because my target would be kind of, the average. So I really wanted to have a nice extension, then take the short there. And yeah, nursing this AMD as long as I can. And what else here? They better
Neil
cover
says
the
Nets are a problem when they lost yesterday. I don't know about that, Neil. They lost yesterday, and they made me lose my parlay. So I'm going no on that. And yesterday playing ball with Fahad and the boys and everyone was pretty fun. We had a great time playing ball yesterday. Maybe we should run that one more time with actually Luca, the three-point specialist himself coming in on the court. You actually smacked those threes in like a monster. So
yeah, you didn't expect that, did you?
No,
nobody expects it.
For someone as your height, you expect you to not be able to do that, but you're
for the record, guys. I'm like
threes.
5'7", 5'8", so I'm not too tall. And obviously, go play basketball. Take one look at me. It's like, oh, this guy can't play ball.
Smacking threes
Oh,
down
buddy.
all day.
Oh, buddy. I should bet on myself, really.
Hey, you know what Kobe said, right? If you're gonna bet on someone, bet on yourself, and that's what we're doing right
100%.
now on this market. And the market's paying us right now for betting on ourselves. Obviously, Tesla heard us for betting on ourselves, but we're no longer worried. Look at the next Steph Curry. I would say so. He's the Italian Steph
buddy,
Curry over
I got
here.
the
He cooks
shot.
it
You
up,
should
baby.
see it.
He
It's a
cooks it up.
beautiful thing.
He cooks up the court. He puts you in a leg move. He'll make you fly off the court over there. But we're winning right now on IBM, 50 cents in the money. I already took some profits on IBM. I want to take some more profits over here just to protect my capital in case it does go back to the downside and looks a little painful for me. S&P 500 moving back towards the let me pull up the market. S&P 500 pulling back a little bit more to the north side after rejecting to the south side a little bit. NASDAQ is currently heading towards the high of day. We'll see if NASDAQ I didn't pull it up properly. My apologies. NASDAQ heading back to the high of day at the moment. Let's see if we can actually get that break of high of day. I'll be surprised if the market does break the high of day. I mean, look at this candles. We're still pretty much inside yesterday's candle on the market. We're having inside day 3 today or day 2, and no real clean moves providing themselves for us. IBM now 64 cents in the money, and Allstate, like a good neighbor. Again, I said I'm the wrong one. What was the Allstate one you guys said? Whatever Allstate's motto is, it's currently working for us today, though, to the downside, and we're taking profits on that one. I only have 25% of my size on Allstate, so maybe I want to hold on to this trade. Let's see if it does pop back up and we can take it. So noisy in the background. Yeah, guys, like I said, we're doing extra stuff over here that's useful for you guys, filming content, making videos. So if you hear Neil and Sean in the background, it's because it's all for you, right? So you just have to deal with it today. We can't do it. They'll probably be doing this for another 20, 30 minutes. So we do apologize for the inconvenience, but make sure that you understand why the inconvenience is coming for. It's all for you guys, right? Everything is for you guys, and we do it for free. Imagine you're paying for it, which would make sense because you're getting annoyed that you're paying for it and you have extra noise in the background, but you're not. Everything is free. So you just have to bear with it as we are trying to do good stuff for you guys.
We're trying to do great stuff for you. And somebody in the chat was saying Apple, and I was like, oh, Apple, like, is there something there? And so I took a short on Apple. It's at the top of the range here. That was actually a crazy short there. The thing is I don't know. I don't love the level, but it's like, it kind of feels like it's going to channel. It is above VWAP, so I don't love the short. But I think that 146 level, like right now, like I don't really think we're going to blow through it. And if we do, I'm actually going to scale into it potentially. I think we get back down to 144 and then bounce again. Really just depends on what the market wants to do. It's very, very lackluster right now. Like, look at this. We sold off right after European close. Then we popped. And now we're just like, look at these bars. This is the 5-minute on the ES, but look at them. It's just really not doing much. And I've seen this before. It's like maybe we drop and then pop again, and then we just fade. And then we don't really like have that continuation. So it might just be light, and if it's going to be light, then I'm going to be range trading this stuff. So that's a good bet on Apple there. We'll probably get back to 145. I'm not holding for 144. I think 145 from a scalp perspective, that's where I'm taking it out. And then if we should probably, I really want to see it sell through this level. So let me actually get my bids out because it might even just touch that, and then as I'm like talking and I don't even notice. So let me just make sure I got my orders out there. And, oh man, there was something else that I wanted to say. Oh, somebody was asking me, is Luca European? So my background's Italian, obviously European descent, but born in Canada. Definitely Canadian first, Italian second, but love the Italian culture. And I definitely love food and pasta and all.
Because
all
of
the
you,
good things.
every pizza shop I go to, I ask them, do you have sopressata?
Sopressata,
and if you don't have sopressata, I don't want your pizza no more. I don't even go to that store. You're garbage to me. So that's how much Luca has converted me to the Italian side.
It's if you haven't had it, sopressata, black olives, get it well done. Amazing. It's really good. I love it.
Right.
It's not too spicy, but great. But back to the market here. Apple short is working. I think I'm 30 cents in the money on that. So it's pretty good. We'll see where it goes. And AT&T is actually coming back to VWAP here. So I'm gonna have bids out over here. I kind of get the feel like now. I know I said like it's not gonna break VWAP, but I actually get the feel that we're gonna break VWAP. So I'm gonna try a cheeky bid below VWAP in front of 75. That's where I'm gonna bid there. 75. 1675, like for like a quick like bounce and then pop. Like that's what I want to see, like a bounce, pop back up, and then a run back. I don't know if it'll get back to 17s because now we rejected, so now we're going down. But if we can bounce 75s and then pop again, like back into this range, then I'll get back out over there. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. And yeah, shorts are working now. Market's kind of coming down just a little bit. We'll see what happens there. People keep talking about CCL, so I know, Prad, you mentioned this before, but I want to quickly bring up CCL for my own reference here. Where are we on CCL? We're back up. I rarely trade this name just because, I mean, I don't do well on things that don't have crazy extensions. But yeah, looking at this from a daily perspective, this was the big down day. And I guess now there is a little bit of a gap from, call it like, 831 to 860. So it's not too much, but from a percentage standpoint, it's not, it's decent. But I mean, look at this, right? Look at the average days on CCL. It's like this was a big day, that was a day. So it almost looks like we're probably topped out for the day, if I had to guess, because this is a crazy move, right? Like you're not going to get this kind of move to the upside unless there's some type of catalyst. And I think volume is the tell here. Hopefully everyone can see this, but look how low the volume is today, right? So it's like, I don't really think that we're going to get much higher. And I actually don't think we're going to get above 850. But at the same time, it's like, so that being said, maybe the short is good, right? If the long is wrong, then, don't abort the short, take that. Maybe you get a retracement back to VWAP. But the thing is like, yeah, I don't know. Like it's going to be slow. It's not going to be amazing. Maybe it gets back there. Maybe it doesn't. But not all trades are meant to be taken, right? Sometimes you see something, you're like, I know this is going to do it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you should take that trade. Or if you do take the trade, just take it with less size. Because again, me shorting CCL right now would be like so small of size that I don't even know if I want to do it. Because I'm not. It's going to be a slow mover. There's going to be so many dark pools and mid prints. Like it could just channel and like hold this level for so long. So I don't love it. I'm going to stay away from it. But if I had to guess, like if you're like, what do you think's going to happen? Based from a technical standpoint, based on the daily, I think, we probably retrace back down before we test and go through 850. So yeah, that's just my thoughts over there. But yeah, these shorts are working for me, looking good. And bids on AT&T are out. Snapchat, where are we on Snapchat over here? Snapchat, still dancing around at the 1130 area. Yeah, hopefully this gets higher and fills my, I would love for this to get higher and go to 1150. That would be great. I'll get my fills there. I'm like way in front of that. I think I'm going to offer like 38s, 44s, 43s, like somewhere there. And then if we actually get to 50s, then I'll consider taking like a little bit of a bigger trade. Yeah, I don't think we're going to 12 like right now before earnings. It just doesn't feel like we're going to do that. And yeah, so that's that. So yeah, we'll see if we get the fills there. And yeah, both these shorts working, 50 cents in the money, nothing too crazy. But yeah, AMD, I am nursing this one. Normally, I don't actually believe in a trade as much as I believe the short off 60 on AMD. It's crazy. Like I would have covered for sure. Anybody who watches me trade, I would have covered this. But I don't believe it. I think we're going to 58. I don't think we're going above 60. So, AMD short is probably money. And I don't even know, Laurie's saying AMD bang. Yeah, bang for real. Oh, here we go. Okay, now we're flushing through. Okay, yeah, that's a banger. That's a banger.
Market just turned, eh?
And where's...
NASDAQ is that VWAP and going down. Sorry, S&P 500 is that VWAP and is going down to 37.10.
145 already?
What's that?
Wow, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, go for it.
No, but I said, okay, I'm going to get out of Apple at 145. I look at my position board. I'm like, why am I not short Apple? And I'm like, what a flush down. So guys, hopefully you had that trade. And here's the thing. This trade was started at 11.53. It is now 12. That's a 7-minute trade for $1 win. I'm sorry, that is the best thing ever. I want to make $100 million in 7 seconds. Or 7 minutes or whatever, that was pretty sick. So I'm pretty happy with that one. But again, I'm not going to get too greedy with this. I'm covering here. Now that I'm out, I'm like, oh man, I should add, but no. And Prad's laughing because he knows how I trade. He's like, he's thinking this. I can read your mind. Right now you're like, bro, do not
take your money and go away
just
from
done.
it.
The trade is now done. Don't be like, you covered and then add and yeah, no, that's just my personality. But yeah, AMD is the one that I really believe in. I'm holding this one for 58. If we get there, that'll be solid. And yeah, I guess Snap's not going to touch now if we're tanking back down.
Yeah, I want to bring up Rumble right now, guys. Rumble did break that $7 area. I saw it on my scanners coming into the downside. So biggest losers from the open. The last winner was Rumble, and Rumble's actually won 3 races for ever since 9:30. So that means Rumble has really relative weakness behind it, and breaking that $7 area triggered me into my trade on RUMBL, which is now 15% down on the day, 16%, and pushing well to the downside. 11 cents in the money already for this bad boy. So let's take some profits over there on Rumble. You know, I have some decent size on here on Rumble because obviously we're breaking. Keep in mind the stock is on SSR, short sale restriction. Once again, for those of you who don't know what SSR is, it means you cannot short the stock by taking out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait for some green ticks to come in. That means the stock should tick higher in order for you to get that fill on Rumble. Someone in chat said the Fed is talking. Let's quickly go make sure that that is accurate. I know you are correct. I'm not saying you're not correct. I just want to show the viewers how to actually find out if that is true or not. So if we could go to my chart real quick, you go to Google and type in economic ECONOMIC calendar. And you can go to any of these websites, but if you go to the website over there, you see on Thursday, we have Atlanta Fed talking at 2 o'clock. We're at 12 o'clock right now. So I don't know what Fed is coming in. We also did have the industrial numbers today, right? Wasn't the jobless claims number supposed to come out today?
Yeah.
Was it good or bad?
I don't even remember.
No clue? Oh, this is Tuesday. Wait, I'm stupid. Here we go. I'm looking at Tuesday, and I'm wondering why I don't see what you want me to see there. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Fed Lisa was supposed to talk at 1:45 p.m. 10 o'clock, the existing home sales, leading economic indicators. 8:30, continuing job claims and initial jobless claims. So what is the expected one? This is previous, this is a median actual and period. So the actual is this and the expected forecast was that. So it looks like less jobless claims, that means jobs are actually going up, right?
Yeah, less people filing for jobless claims.
So that means jobs are actually going up and the economy is not going to fix itself the way that the feds want to fix it because they want more people to be jobless. So the economy could fix itself.
It's basically one of the many indicators that they look at to decide. And Dan in the chat actually posted this saying Fed Harker, I hope I pronounced that right. Fed says to keep raising interest rates for a while, need to see that slowdown in inflation. I think, yeah, it's safe to say like they're basically watching inflation. Like that is the primary thing that they're watching. And, you know, if inflation starts to cool, then they'll consider it. But if it doesn't, if inflation is still there, they have to be as hawkish as possible to fix the economy. This has nothing to do with stock prices. Stock prices move based on this stuff, but this is more so like the economy and jobs and the sustainability of society in general. And so I guess, yeah, the market doesn't like that news because the market is looking for a reason for them to lower interest rates because the market has been on steroids for so long that now you take the steroids away. I mean, what happens, right? This is what happens. It's like prices just go down. There's just like no bidders. Like, you know, we're seeing the move in rates. It's kind of crazy. And yeah, so, you know, market obviously not liking that. And thanks for the update there, Dan, because that's like super important. I was like, why did that flush even happen? Yeah, so drop in inflation. Yeah, pretty cool. And yeah, Playmaker saying, I got the vest on, Back to the Future. Yeah, buddy, let's go. Yeah, no, it's, you know, it's definitely comfortable vest, you know. Luca needs a leather headband. Yeah, maybe. Or just got to bring the hat back because these lights are so bright right now. Oh, my goodness. And yeah, so that's actually pretty cool. I think hold on to your shorts because at this point now it really does feel like we're going to get a 37 test. We could easily get a 37 test, but keep in mind that at 37, what most likely will happen is a break of 37 and then a quick pop, right? So if you're short equities, watch the market as it approaches 37. That's your cover. Wherever you are in equities, line it up with VWAP or some certain levels. That's your cover. Don't be too greedy because how many times have we seen a drop into a level and then a quick violent pop to the upside before the actual move down? So if you're not willing to hold that violent pop against you, that would be my plan. Like just from a technical standpoint, the market's showing us time and time again what it wants to do. So yeah, anybody looking at the ES, it's like if we get to 37, that's probably, you know, it had a little bit of support there. So maybe you get that support bounce again. So yeah, just keep that in mind if you're holding on to any shorts.
I'm currently watching Rumble yet again. Rumble at $6.66. That infamous 666 number that I have to see every day no matter what. I don't know what it is. It just shows up in my radar every single day. And here it is again. So I took some more profits in front of 660 on Rumble, which was a 30-cent move to the downside on the break of $7. Rumble is really dying right now. Not sure why. Maybe because Twitter deal looks like it wants to close. Twitter finally breaking $52 today, which was a level that we were struggling to break above for multiple days in a row, and now trading above 52. And there's not many days left before the deal has to go through. It has 4 more days, right? Do you know when the lawsuit is? Like he has to close the deal before the lawsuit happens. That's what the lawyer told him. I believe it was October 24th. You know what? We could actually Google that, guys. Let's go find out right now. Twitter,
Oh yeah, market's falling off.
lawsuit date. So let's go quickly on that. October 28th. Thank you. Google over here helping me out. Well, CNBS is actually helping us out with that one. October 28th, the deal has to be closed before October 28th if Elon Musk wants to escape that lawsuit over there. And we still have about 8 days for that. And we do know that they recently froze all the company stock accounts from selling their positions as the deal might be getting closer and closer. So we're just waiting for this deal to happen. Today up 1 full percent as the markets are pulling back big time. S&P 500 now flat on the day, absolutely flat. And NASDAQ is now only up 0.5% on the day instead of being 1.3% on the day. So this market's pulling back drastically. If you have shorts anywhere, hold on to them as they are paying you. I don't want to pull up Apple for Luca because he's going to cry about getting out of his position. He's like, where's it at?
Whatever.
Man, whatever. Not that big of a deal. But at
I'm
least
still an AMD short, so we're good here.
still an AMD short. That's what I like to see. Yeah,
I
big
changed
move
my bids,
flashing.
by the way. I'm not covering 5880. I'm holding.
I think you hold it until market
just
tests
feels
3,700, honestly.
Yeah,
If 3,700 breaks, then you hold it even more. But obviously, you're a better trader than me. I think you know exactly what to do, so I'll leave it to that one on that side.
We're all learning and getting better along the way.
That's the goal, baby.
I just want to quickly say, somebody in the chat was like, Luca looks like he belongs in the movie Warriors. The Warriors. I don't know if anybody saw this movie. I love this movie.
With
and there was
Tom Hardy?
Yeah, and there's actually a game, The Warriors, and I used to play this game back in the day. This was my favorite game.
Oh no, this is a different movie I'm talking about.
Okay, probably this is old school.
I've seen I've seen memes of this though.
Yeah.
I've seen these memes.
Oh man, thank you for that comment because this bring back memories. Yeah, but sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I've seen the memes of the Warriors where they crop out the faces of the actors in for basketball memes, like as they're getting their butt whooped or whatever. But no, I've never actually seen that movie. Maybe I should watch it. I thought you were talking about the two brothers who go to UFC and fight each other. That movie, Warrior.
Oh no.
I thought you were talking about that movie with Tom Hardy, but that's a whole completely different movie over there. Come out to play, yeah. Warriors, come out and play.
Yeah. Man, great movie, great game too. Great game.
Yeah.
Thank you for that comment, honestly.
And that meme comes out every time during playoff season when Golden State's playing. So that's the only way I know that one. Gang movie, the best gang movie out there, guys, hands down, is gonna be Gangs of New York, right? Period. No one can beat that. The acting from those actors are just legendary movies over there back in the day. They don't make movies like that anymore, man. Like Bullet Train, what an absolute waste of my time. But I know Lucas will defer with my opinion over there. He actually liked Bullet Train for some reason. RCL doing a pretty damn good job at not really breaking itself to the downside too much. These cruise liners have been having a monster week so far. Yesterday there was a little red move on them, but still, man, they're doing a pretty damn good job at staying up to the north side over here. Let's go check out what American Airlines is doing, or not even American Airlines, UAL. UAL yesterday had earnings report, and we saw it have issues at the $40 area. Guess where the stock is having issues again? The same $40 area, and it's giving you the exact same setup it did yesterday. Why can't I move this chart? I should be able to move this chart. Let me just quickly do this, and then go back to the 5-minute over here. Maybe now we can move this chart. That's weird. All right, fine. I don't want to move your chart then. Let's go over here instead and show you how yesterday played out, right? We got that pop, and then $40 had that same issue. We would pop above 40 and then get back under 40. The whole day ended up playing out the same way, and UAL is giving you the exact same setup. You would think that with UAL earnings yesterday or the day before that after market, coming out good, and then American Airlines today coming out with also good earnings report, UAL would actually manage to break out the $40 area, but UAL down on the day, not helping itself, not helping AAL down on the day, even though with proper earnings report, and not helping UAL get past that $40 area.
Guys, I got the fill on AT&T exactly the way that I wanted to see it. Dip into the level. 1675 just in front of that. Now I'm long. But here's the thing. Market's obviously falling off. This could probably still go against me here, which is fine. I just thought like maybe we get the bounce. But the thing is this, right? Like look at this chart. it's like we already held VWAP once. Now we're getting that like below and pop. So I think we could probably get back to 1690. So if we get like that nice move to 1690, I'm not going to be too greedy with it. Like maybe we get to 17 if we get to 1690, but whatever. I'll take the scalp trade. So maybe we get back up there. I'll take it out over there. If it keeps dipping, then maybe either I add to it or I get out. We'll have to see what happens there. And oh man, there was something else that I was going to say too. Now I just forgot. Okay, I'll let it go. I'm not too sure.
Sorry, Luca, can you keep going? I have Rice Krispie in my mouth.
Yeah, no problem. So Tesla, there was some size on the bid at 210 just before it broke, and we actually quickly reclaimed that, and we're in front of VWAP as well. We were talking about the short before, and somebody actually was bringing it up, and I hopefully you held on to that and took your money there. That was pretty clean. But again, stop above 216, entry at like call it 214, $2 risk. So you want to at least have like. For myself on momentum trades, it's got to at least be like a 2-to-1, or at least like, not to say that you're going to always get 2-to-1, but it has to look like it could be a 2-to-1. So if you're short like 214, $2 risk, like you want to at least, cover 210, right? So, and I think the market's showing you the odds. It's like, okay, 2-to-1, we got to 210, that's a cover, it's in front of VWAP, then obviously hold some for the dream. But like a good example of scaling here, and I'm just going to use simple numbers. If you short 100 shares, risking $200, like now you're in a $400 winner. Like you can cover cover 75 shares, 80 shares, lock it in 380, whatever it works out to, 360 profit, and now hold the last 20 shares for the move down. Because if this is really going to sell off and then get back down here, like you still make a decent amount on that, on that 200. Like let's say we get to 204, you're in a $10 winner on that 20 shares. That's an extra $200, right? So it's like you risk 200, you make $500-600. That ended up working out to a 3-to-1. That's how I would scale it. Or anybody, if you're, doesn't matter the share size. Again, it could be 1,000. 10,000 at this time of day, like from a day trader perspective, that's, really, really pushing it in my opinion. But obviously to each their own. I think you could justify 500, 1,000, risk 2K, whatever. Now you're in the winner, you hold. See, and here's the thing. If I say 100 shares, now hold 20, people might be saying, 20 shares, I'm not going to hold for an extra $100. But let's say you were in 1,000 shares, hold 200 for an extra 1,000. Oh, that makes way more sense now, right? So that's why share size, like, this guy, that guy, everybody versus each other, it doesn't matter, right? Because everything is scalable. Just make sure you're creating good habits for yourself and go from there, right? So going back to this AT&T, still holding, things are good here. AMD still holding, things are looking good here. I think the next flush down, maybe we get 58.50s there. So I'm actually gonna cover at the midpoint there, and then, or the $mid, and then try to hold for 58s.
Happy 23 in the chat. Just curious. I'm new to trading. It's a stupid question to ask, but I'm a beginner. Can someone explain what is short and long they are doing, please? Yeah, for sure, man. No problem. Welcome to trading to begin with, and make sure you're hitting the subscribe button on YouTube so you can join our channel, join our wonderful community, and learn through it, and hopefully we can help you out through that process. So what is a long? A long is basically you're buying the stock at a certain price with the expectation that the stock goes higher, and then you can profit on it. For example, you buy it at $1, you sell it at $2, you make $1 per share profit. If you have 100 shares, you make $100 in that move, and you're happy for the day, right? But if you're trying to short the stock, you basically are looking to short the stock at a higher area, expecting that the stock will go down and then profit from it. So you're shorting the $2 price and you're buying it back at the $1 price, and you're capitalizing on the stock going down. So that's the difference between going a long and going a short. Obviously, trading is way more intricate and way more lots of other variables that bleed into it. So it's not just as simple as going short here and going, buying the low and selling the high. Everyone loves making those jokes, buy low, sell high. But if it was that easy, trust me, everyone would be millionaires. Everyone would be Warren Buffett right now. And sadly, that's not the case. But once again, welcome to the family. Happy 23. If this is your first time in the chat, make sure that you're buying. Lol, I love the example of trading team buying a 1 and 2 when they buy it at 110 and sell it at 135. 25. It's let's be realistic. Yeah, but Gordon, no, he's new to trading. You gotta be, you can't go to a kid and directly talk to him in geometry and algebra. You gotta teach the kid, well, 1 + 1 = 2, and then talk about geometry and algebra, right? You can't just directly dive into that. So we're starting people off fresh over here. Whoever's new, I do want to suggest you, don't dive into the market right away with real money. There's ways out there to learn for free. You can paper trade your account. You can read a bunch of books and actually learn from that too. So if this is once again your first time to learn this, first time in the market, first time at Trader TV Live, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and welcome to the family.
Yeah, guys, much appreciated. Hit the like button. That's all we ask, trying to pump the videos and get them out there for others to see so that they can either enjoy or hate or whatever they want to do, to each their own there. And my position's in the money, still working. Look how that AT&T just holding. Like, again, it's a slow move, right? But look how it's just holding this level here. So, yeah, it looks good. Might take a little bit of time. AMD popping up just a bit. Just recovering my positions here. I don't actually think, this move in the ES, it's like, looks like we bottomed out, but I actually think that we could get lower, then flush, then pop back. So I'm going to wait for that. It's going to coincide with the trade here. It might flush back, flush down, try to get some fills down over here. If we miss them, we miss them, is what it is. But, yeah, we'll hold that one and hold on and see what happens. Somebody's saying PEGY is ripping to the north side. I think it was Playmaker talking about it. Yeah, I was actually trading this before. Then it went to 7, and I was like, okay, I'm done with this. And I was thinking short. And, yeah, now at that $5 level, kind of interesting, actually.
Did I say algebra wrong? Huh? Algebra. Bro, in India, it's algebra, bro. Same thing, okay? How do you say aluminum? Oh, no, aluminium. Yeah, sorry. How do you say aluminium? Aluminum, right? Yeah, there's different ways to say it. We were taught by the Britishers, so blame it on the Queen over there. But, if we were taught on the right way, we would have learned it.
Just go back to trading momentum stocks.
Can't go to momentum stocks.
So, what was the other one? Solar,
polar, yeah.
Oh,
but no, it's polar bear, man. It's solar bears. It's polar bears. You got me good with that one. It's like, okay, how do you say a polar bear?
I actually heard you say algebra, and I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about at all. Like, I just tuned out. I was like, okay, I don't know what No, that was funny. Tomato, exactly.
Tomato.
It is what it is, whatever.
Yeah, IBM right now, baby, 80 cents in the money, and we're killing it on this trade, trying to make some money on that. RUM's still 31 cents in the money and kind of stalling out, not really pushing too much to the downside. Looks like that 660 area is acting as a strong base for the stock at the moment, and we are just waiting to see what goes on with this one. Allstate did pop back up to the north side, and we were only 20 cents in the money at one point. Maybe I should have added on that trade, but I didn't. And now we're once again 50 cents in the money on Allstate, waiting for it to push back all the way to the lower day if that's a possibility. Pratt, the top G, look, don't put my name in the same realm as that idiot. Never again. Don't call me top G, and don't even use that idiot's name in the chat.
Who's top?
Is an absolute idiot. Coming back to the market over here, though, let's see what positions are moving on. Novavax is actually coming on in the scanners to the negative side. Yesterday, Novavax had a pretty good long for me that I traded. So let's see what happens over here. Novavax now down 3% on the day, trying to break the lower day. Why are my charts stuck every now and then?
Oh, I knew it, man. I knew that was going to happen. Look at this market move. We're flushing down now.
3,700 getting tested.
These are now the money fills to cover your shorts, I think. Like, from a scalp perspective, like, if we can get a little bit lower on AMD, I'm covering 60-50, like, if we get that, because I don't actually think we're going to break 3,700. Maybe not get too greedy with it. But, no, I'm going to watch this right now. I think we get down another 10 cents, and then I'm covering. I'm covering some, and then I'll hold the rest. But, yeah, no, if we now bounce off 37, we should get a little bit closer there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But be discretionary on your kind of feeler, like the feeler move. It's like, so now it's like if you're at 60 and you're not actually getting it, maybe just, take 15 cents or 11 cents higher. That would be my opinion.
Yes, sir. Currently, the market is at 3,700. Well, 5 points away from 3,700. NASDAQ that also had a nasty pullback. But look at where NASDAQ is. It's currently at VWAP. So maybe NASDAQ bounces off of VWAP and protects S&P 500 from actually breaking 3,700. And UVIXI is also at VWAP. That's your volatility ETF. Something that we haven't looked at all day for the most part. Down 3% on the day for UVIXI. Heading back to $12. That's where the opening price was for UVIXI to the downside. And And what is the VIX at today? The VIX should be around $30 or $31. Yeah, there you go. VIX is at 30, still heading to the downside. Volatility going out of the market, which is not good for day traders. As a day trader, you want volatility in there so we can look for those nasty ranges in the market to take profits out of. We don't want Apple trading in a 50-cent range like it used to back in the day, right? Apple's more fun when it's moving around in the dollars and giving us opportunities to scalp multiple dollars. Here's Apple today, really, really strong, baby. Let's go. I'm so happy for adding Apple when it dropped to 135, and now my average is exactly 145, so I'm chilling on Apple over here. Intel, let's go, baby. Adding Intel at what, $22 or whatever? Did it even drop to 22? I guess I added at 24. What was the CPI day? October 13th?
Yeah, maybe.
Whatever the CPI.
Yeah, 13th.
13th? Yeah. So I added on the CPI day. So October 13th, I guess I'm long at 24 on Intel, and now Intel's moving to 26. Honestly, I think it would be stupid to not add Intel at these prices. This is a really good company for computers. Obviously, computer demands have gone down because of pandemic and so on. After the pandemic going away, people's need for computers weren't as existent as they were before, and the demand going down. But Intel's an amazing company. They give out dividends also. So if you're trying to build a dividend portfolio, this is a great stock to buy. That's my opinion.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because Intel, I was talking to Greg, and I'm like, Greg, I'm loading the boat on Intel in my personal portfolio at 30.
30, okay.
I'm loading the boat here. He's like, and this is what he said. He goes, dude, I loved it at 50, and now it's at 30. He's like, you might love it at 30, and it might get to 10. And I'm like, okay, that's crazy. I don't think he said 10. I'm just making that up.
Well,
but
we have probably Intel's #1 lover over there eating some food. So after he's done chewing on whatever he's eating over there, maybe he can give us his little input about what he thinks about Intel.
If it goes to 10, you got a whole heap of other problems you got to worry.
If it goes to Intel,
That's what
sir,
If Intel goes to $10,
you got bigger problems.
bigger problems.
And guys, this is why you always buy the dip, because if it keeps on dipping, who cares? Money doesn't matter. And if it goes back up, you get rich. You know, it's a no-brainer. It makes complete sense. So that's my take on it. Yeah, guys, I covered AMD. I'm still holding some, but I covered here because this is the thing. I said it to myself. I said, we're going to dip. We're going to pop. We popped. I covered. Maybe we go sideways, but now my next target is going to be 58. It's quite a bit away. And we're going to still maybe get that 3,700 bounce, but whatever, you know, it is what it is. I'll hold on to that one. But yeah, I just had to cover there because, again, it's like I wanted to cover a little bit lower, but we didn't get that push lower, and then we popped. And the last thing I want is for this thing to pop all the way back to VWAP, and I didn't cover. So, I mean, whatever, 75, 65, 55, like 20 cents. Like, I'm already $1 in the money on it, so I'll just take it and hold the last piece. And, you know, another kind of reference to scaling into your positions. For myself, I really like to get it all in, and then on the way out, I'll scale out. And the reason I don't scale in is because I'm not like averaging into the short. Like, as you can see, I was like, boom, slam the short. And then, oh, it went against me, but it didn't really go against me, and then I was never out of the money. Like, I'm not one to, like, short more, then it flushes, and then cover. Like, I don't feel comfortable when my big positions are, you know, moving against me, and I'm just like, I have a lot of positions, and I'm like, oh man, like, where's this gonna go? Like, I'm not 100% sure. I like just seeing it. Oh, it failed. Okay, slam it. Then I'll take some out here and take some out here, and, you know, lock it in. That'll be a banger trade there. And yeah, see what else happens. Yeah, AT&T pretty flat line there. I'm kind of worried. I mean, if we get below 1670, I'm gonna probably be out of that. I'm not gonna add to it. Somebody's saying King Charles fired the Prime Minister. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that'll be interesting. And Trader Gorno saying, yeah, I do what Luca does, most of my size, tend not to stop out. It's, you know what it is, from a day trading perspective, I can calculate my risk very quickly if I'm getting it all in. So I'm like, oh, I like this level, the 60 level. Okay, I don't think it's gonna go back above. Okay, where am I getting in at? Oh, it's 78, all right, it's like 20-cent risk. I'm gonna go for like $1, you know, 5 to 1, and then maybe I get $2 and 10 to 1. That'll be amazing on the last portion of the position. When I scale in and things are moving very quickly, and if I have a lot of things moving, I'm just like, oh man, like, am I, like, what's the risk on this? Oh, maybe I added too much too soon. So that's basically my logic there. And yeah, I didn't talk about Alibaba today. I was actually looking at it off the open. This is the daily on Alibaba. I think a fresh low on this name will be 70, below 70. Obviously, you know, Chinese names were weak. So I was saying to myself, okay, if we break below 70 off the morning, like, you know, is this thing gonna fall apart? But I guess we popped, so, you know, we're gonna have to leave it for another day. Maybe that comes tomorrow, maybe it comes next week, maybe it never comes. And yeah, do what you want with that statement there. And yeah, AMD printing, exactly. I'm not really in too many positions, just long AT&T and short AMD. But the thing is AMD is just printing. So I'm like, okay, like I don't really have to take anything else. And that Apple trade was sick too. And I don't hate the cover looking back, because it's like, look at that move. Like so again, I don't know where this is going, but this is my rule of thumb. As a day trader, it is our job to capture 20% of these momentum moves, right? 20%. You don't have to capture 100. Just capture 20% over and over and over again. Make the risk right, and you'll get paid for it, right? So look at this. Capture the move. Now it's just stalling, right? So even if we get down here, you know, yeah, I could have held. It's going to take a lot longer, but I didn't love the level. So I love that trade. That was a banger trade too. Pretty happy there, and hopefully some people took that, and hopefully they're holding.
3,700 is holding still.
Even more. Yeah, 3,700. This is now this is the ES right over here, right? This is now the bounce level in my mind. I don't know if it's going to bounce, but this is now we looked, oh, fake bounce, oh, flush down, now 37, now maybe, you know, this is the cover. Because you got to imagine too, like if people are short over here, like they're covering over here, like that's what I would do. I mean, that's what I'm doing, right? It's like I'm short over here, I'm covering over here, and then I'm looking for another trade. So because you get that covering, that's why you get the bounces, I think. And so I think it's safe to say that like this is not the meat of the move, but this is a nice move. You know, take your winner and then reevaluate, hold some, you know, see what happens. Maybe we break the lows and sell off. But not many days are you going to like, you know, not many days are you going to sell off this much and then continue to sell off this much unless there's news. Like, so we got the Fed, that guy came out, he said, you know, like, we're going to keep raising interest rates. But and then it's like, oh, negative down. But then people are like, wait a second, like I already knew this, right? I already knew this. It's nothing new. So it's like, it's just negative, and it speaks volumes to, you know, in a bear market, good news is overlooked, bad news is amplified. So this is just, I guess, bad news, call it what you want. And yeah, bad news and, you know, just amplified to the downside. So yeah, that was a nice flush there, and, you know, hold on to the shorts and see what happens at 3,700 here.
Well, look at Fed rate tool though. The Fed rate tool now goes from 99% for a 0.75 hike to only 95, and now 5% towards a 0.5 hike.
I don't think 0.5 was ever on the table. Like,
isn't this 0.5 though, right here?
No, I know, but it was a little higher before.
Oh yeah, it was 100% or 0.75.
But no, 0.5. Like people were like, oh, 0.5 might be possible. And I was like, no, man, it's going to be like 1%. Like if the price 75.
It did say 1% for a good time, and they pivoted back and forth during the CPI day, and they're pivoting again, and they're pivoting again. And obviously, we just have to wait till November 2nd, which is FOMC day. We're not too far out of there. Sober October breezed through for me, man. This October is almost over. There's only 10 more days left. And talking about 10 more days left, on the 11th day of October, it will be Halloween, Luca. Do you have any plans for Halloween? Are you gonna do what I asked you to, or you're gonna sit out?
We'll talk about it after.
No, I want to talk about it on the show so I can put you on the spot. You gotta pick now. You gonna do it?
Yeah, no.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Put me between a rock and a hard place. I fight.
Yeah, fair. We don't want to throw hands. You're my boy, so no hands being thrown. But yeah, look, I would love for you to follow through with that plan, because that'll be a sick show on Monday, on October 31st. I'm not sure what these guys are gonna be, and nor do I want to know, because I want it to be a surprise for the show. What we do on Halloween over here, guys, usually on the show we dress up and you know, we try to put some costumes on. I bought mine yesterday from Amazon. Shout out to my boy Amazon out there. Thank you for delivering my items in 2 days. I should be getting it tomorrow, I think. And if it doesn't fit me, I'm gonna be very upset. So we'll just have to wait and see how that one will work out. Is it a costume contest? I mean, we could make it a costume contest. Do you guys want to have a costume contest Halloween? You lose? You're already ready? We are costume. I mean, we're doing a costume, but are we doing a contest? Okay, sick. Let's do it. I'm down for this. We're gonna do like a Twitter poll or an Instagram poll or something and figure out who wins. I have mine ready already. I'm game for it. I can't wait to see what these guys have. But let's dive right back into the market. I know you guys are you know, are good enough on listening to that part. LMT, Lockheed Martin. Oh, wait a minute. Rumble now 40 cents in the money, 50 cents in the money on Rumble. Rumble still pushing to the downside, and we have pretty decent size on this trade. So let's take out some more size on that one, baby. 51 cents in the money on Rumble, taking profits on the break of $7. How low does it go? Rumble over here literally playing, what's that game called? Limbo? It's called Limbo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Rumble over here playing Limbo as to how low it can go, down 20% on the day, and has won 4 races. For anyone wondering, what is a race? What are you talking about, Prad? Once again, that's a trade idea scanner, and it ranks stocks according to relative weakness on this scanner specifically. And according to that, Rumble right now, with 2.3 relative volume, almost 4 million shares traded on the day, has won 4 races and is getting ready to win another race, which means basically they're getting smacked right now. They're getting pushed down hard with this market at 3,700 and bouncing off of 3,700 slightly. I want to make sure I take some more profits on it just to be safe, capitalize my money. Now 55 cents in the money on Rumble. Allstate, ALL, Pratty, not AAL. AAL is American Airlines. ALL, Allstate. Once again, 70 cents in the money on that bad boy, but I don't have too much size on this trade, so I'm going to hold on to this position a little bit longer. Instead, let's go to IBM and take some more profits on this because IBM is not doing what we wanted to do. So just in case IBM does pull back to the south side, I don't want to get stuck with this position coming all the way back to my previous entry. We're still down on the day on IBM because of how we had to work our trade. You know, we punched over here, we punched over here, and we punched over here. So right now, I'm getting out of this lot size, and now what I have is an average fill of 126.60. So now, based off of this lot size, I have $1 in the money, and we're only slightly negative on IBM. If I was to punch out on my full trade right now on IBM, I would be in the money and at a good point because once again, we're $1 in the money from our last add position on that bad boy. Bounce, Kelly Ripa type. Okay, anyways, I'm just gonna look for stocks. AAL is good fabric softener. What? AAL? I don't know what that one is. I don't know what fabric software that one is. The fabric software I use is the normal one that I get from Costco. I don't even know what that one's called, to be honest.
Somebody was saying CS, something about CS. So we all know the information on CS there, but what is that? That was quite a bit of a volume spike there, like randomly. And I don't know if that's like 1 million shares that just like slammed 459 down. That's interesting. Because, yeah, the thing with CS is people are claiming that, yeah, they maybe have, some mortgage risk there, and with rates rising, it could be not a 2008 all over again, but like just internally within CS, it's not looking too good. Then they were down, but they rallied off the bottoms of like 380. And so to give everybody perspective, like from the daily, it's like this was, the news was bad, and it kind of sold into these levels. Then we bounced, but we didn't actually get back above 5. 10 million shares traded today. It's not really a day trading stock, but it's a stock that, if things get going and get really ugly and this thing wants to trade at $1 a share, it'll be extra interesting to see if that ever happens. I don't know if that has anything to do with UK PM. No, probably not. But yeah, no, it's interesting look there. Interesting look for sure. And yeah, we'll see if it actually breaks through, I want to say 440 to the downside. Not something that I would day trade, but maybe for a swing trade. Just kind of alternative perspective, like a swing trade. It's like, look at this, right? It's like kind of riding that line. If we actually sell off and have more negative news that comes out of it, and we get that, maybe we get another 4 test or a 380 test, right? So probably not something that would happen intraday. But yeah, just a good look there. Actually pretty interesting. Thanks for the comment there.
Lizzie in our work chat saying, hey, Prad, come back. I got to take a picture of you for our company website. And I tell her, no, not today. I'm going to get a haircut today at 5 p.m. I want to look better. My hair right now is absolutely trash. I hate it. So I can't wait to go get a haircut at 5 p.m. And that's what people are saying, but I don't like it, okay? I hate this haircut right now. I can't wait to go see Halim, the main man himself, and go get a better haircut over there. I'm trying to compete with Ian, the Mr. Perfect hair, but, I'm going to need to put a lot more snake oil in my hair to match up with his level of hairstyling, to be specific. Allstate moving back to the north side slightly. S&P 500 still battling with that 3,700 area. 3,700 breaking should be a good move to maybe 3680, 3670 area, but look, yesterday we didn't break 3680. I don't think today we're going to do it either. This market's still having an inside day today with still pretty low volume on the day. The number one volume on the stock or position on board today is actually a 3 times leverage ETF. They always are 3 times leverage ETFs, and it's only at 114 million shares or 115 million shares. That's going to be SOXL. SOXL is your 3 times leverage ETF long for semiconductors. So when the semiconductors are going up, SOXL should also be going up. And the opposite of that is SOXS, which is 3 times leverage ETF to the downside, the short side. And here's that one most likely heading to the downside like it should be, because semiconductors today have had a good day today. There was also in our watch list that the chip stocks are relatively strong to begin the day with. Brad, do you think you'll be bald in the next 10 years, given your trading career? Owen said most traders he knows have lost hair. It doesn't matter if I go bald or not. It doesn't matter. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. I'm not that worried about it.
If I can maintain this trading career and hair for 10 years, that's a win. That's a huge win in my books, because everybody says
Sean still has hair. Yeah, but you still
have
hair.
Neil grows hair too.
Yeah, like there people in the chat are saying, when you keep trading and in 10 years you will just lose all your hair. Sean still has hair. Neil just takes his off.
You know what the key is, guys? You got to make sure you go to the sauna. If you're in the sauna, it's doing good things internally, and then your hair is just, good to go. And yeah,
the mullet.
I'm not a doctor, and this is not advice, but do what you want with that information. Apple's actually, 44, never mind. I thought it was actually going back up. Got my dollars wrong there. Yeah, AMD now actually flushing, so now this trade looks really dumb that I covered there. But whatever, because I'm still holding on to the last portion. $1.30 in the money. This is again one of the longer trades that I've but again, it's like I love the 60 level, right? So if you love something, hold on to it. If you don't, then yeah, just scalp it. Look at receding quickly. Yeah, I mean, as I get more stressed, just like more. No, my hair. That's the thing. It's always just been like this, But yeah, we'll see what happens in the next 5-10 years. Things can change very quickly for sure, 100%. Apple dumping. Yeah, the whole market is. This is the thing. We're at that 3,700. Somebody was saying before it's a battle at this level, and it is, right? And here is the lows from the morning. Then we popped. Now we're back at these levels. Like we could easily, I mean, like this is kind of a broader perspective of the ES. It's like. Bounce. This is the level, right? So call it 3680 area. So maybe if we do break 37 and start to break 3690, like next support, call it 3680 on the ES. I think we could see it, but I just don't think that we're going to go there like straight down. Like I don't think we'll see it before we get off the show. I think there will be some type of pop, sideways action, and then if we really are going to sell off later in the day, okay, we sell off. But yeah, I just can't see it right now. That was kind of the logic behind why I covered there, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Market actually going again south side of 3,700 slightly, only by a couple points, and there we go. We're right back above 3,700 or at 3,700 right now on the S&P 500 futures. I think the main number I'm looking for is honestly the NASDAQ number. If NASDAQ goes back to 11,100 and then breaks that bottom and then breaks also the 11,050 number to the downside, then I think we have some real trouble to the downside on the market today. I mean, look at Apple today, though. Apple's still green, right? Pretty sure it's green. Yeah, still green on the day, but did pull back from that 146 area slightly to 144.50. We might be going to go play with the 100-period EMA right now on the 5-minute chart on Apple, and this is the 15-minute chart to the downside. Look how strong Apple is, baby. I love this stock. Don't have to love the company. I just have to love my position on this long-term account. I was just gonna talk about the Pixel Watch because I was thinking about buying it, but I'm just gonna hold off on that for till the next generation, because apparently this one is not the greatest watch right now. Lots of problems with it, and when you compare that with the Apple Watch actually is it hurts me to even say it, phenomenal. It's amazing. The Ultra is also apparently ridiculously good compared to the Google Pixel Watch. So that's why I am so bullish on the Apple ecosystem, even though I don't think I'll ever be holding their products in my own hands or anything. Is Apple a good long-term buy here? Sadly, I'm not a financial advisor. I can't be telling you what to do with your long-term accounts and whatnot. But what I do with my account is buy Apple every time it dips, because a wise man once told me, can you see Apple breaking 50% from where it is currently? And I cannot see that happening. And that wise man's name starts with S, and last name starts with a C. I'm pretty sure you know who that is.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking at something else here.
He hits the oh my God emoji over there, the wise man himself.
Somebody's saying we should be watching the U.S. dollar. I like that idea, but the thing from a day, obviously,
Sean Connery.
day trading.
Yeah, it was Sean Connery, guys, exactly.
Oh, look at this, Sean Connery, Steve
Santa
Carell,
Claus.
Santa Claus. Oh,
Everybody but Sean, eh?
And yeah, let us know what else comes. I'm actually looking at Tesla here off
Steve
VWAP,
Austin.
and I'm wondering, are we going to get a bounce here? But I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I'll lay off that and kind of see what's going to happen next. You know, it's probably the thing is there's no. I don't think we bounce and then really rip up. Maybe we spend some time here. Probably good to be scalping this actually. But yeah, I'll actually just watch this and see what happens.
What percent of you? How certain are you that today's Tesla move was because of Aunt Kathy? Because I'm 100% sure
I don't know,
by tomorrow
man.
or Monday we're gonna get a report saying she bought some positions. I'm 100% sure.
I mean, this is okay. Let me just share the daily of my chart over here. First of all, 200 period moving average. It's not going to be on this chart because the chart does not factor in splits. But 200 period moving average was right over here, so it was at the 300 level. Okay. So people are shorting the 200 because they're like, I don't think we're going to go above the 200, right? Then you get the move down, you're in the money. Then they had the AI day, they released AI day, and that was the first break of 250. So the 250 break, in my opinion, is the smash short level. And then we didn't really go above 260. Like the next day we were above, but then we just faded for the rest of the day. So, you know, and now look at this. Now we're kind of sideways. They reported earnings, they dropped, but they held 200. I think, you know, 204 support, call it. I mean, yeah, I don't think, 200, are people covering there? Is it going to break 200, go to 180? 180 would be around 500 before the split. And everybody knows 500, huge psychological level. So I want to believe that 180 level is going to be some type of support. And then 200 is like in front of that level, maybe call it 550.
Okay, how about this?
And going back to what you said with Kathy Woods, if she's averaging in here, like
How about this? If there is a report coming out tomorrow or Monday that she did buy some, you got to do the Halloween thing I told you. And if it doesn't come out, I'll go blonde again.
Fine.
I knew you would say yes.
I take good deals. I take good deals.
I didn't shake hands.
Oh my God.
I didn't shake hands. I don't want to go blonde again. That stuff hurts, man. That stuff hurts. I don't know how Aaron does it.
The first time you came into the office?
Yeah.
And you just like turn the corner and like everybody, guys, if anybody doesn't know when Prad was blonde, go back and watch the other videos. I think it looked dope. I think it was pretty cool.
My parents did like it too. My parents was like, yo, this looks amazing. You should continue going blonde, especially because I have a lot of gray hairs. So that blonde really blends in and you don't even see the gray hairs. Kind of have the Eminem Slim Shady look on there, right?
And I want to say very quickly, guys, we're at 2.5K likes.
Yes, thank you.
And Neil said he will eat the hot chip if we get to 5K.
What?
So everybody hit the like button because that hot chip, I would love to see.
The Pacquiao whatever chip?
Yeah,
oh, no, I'm never doing that.
No, but he said he'll do it if we get to 5K. So guys, come on, just log in, create multiple accounts, hit the like button, 5K likes. I would love to see him eat that chip because, I mean, you know, everybody who eats it has like the funniest reaction.
That's a death chip.
Yeah, I remember Shaq ate it. Tesla's actually breaking down now. So yeah, let's see if this
breaking down
market
too.
breaking down here. Wow, what a slam through 208. Yeah, I didn't actually have. Oh, I don't know though.
You're still holding your AMD.
I'm still holding on to this.
In the money are you on that?
This is like I'm $1.50 in the money.
Let's
this
go,
is a banger. Oh yeah, and I think I have a bid out at 58. Yeah, you know, 58. We're actually probably gonna get to 57. Should I hold for 57?
Yeah, while you decide to do that, we're gonna look for some positions to jump into. Beyond Meat is at $12, $13. Wow, Beyond Meat's getting slapped, absolutely. This stock is now actually breaking the low a day at 13-ish or so, and making a new low at $12.90. Sorry, $12.19. That's not what I wanted to say. Did I say 12? Yeah, $12.90 was the right one. I got it right the first time. But let's go check out what Beyond Meat's all-time low is real quick. If you go over here, and we are at Beyond Meat's all-time low. Actually, it's $12.76 is the all-time low, so we're not too far away from the all-time low, 52-week low on BYND. And you know, I'm gonna stick to my guts on this position. Beyond Meat's most likely going to zero at this point. Like, who really is buying those plant-based burgers? No one who wants to be healthy is buying Beyond Meats. That's for sure. And it might be those vegetarians and vegans, which I get it. You know, you don't want to eat meat products. You want to save the world and whatnot. That's fine with me also. But Beyond Meat just ain't the right pick over here. Down 5% on the day as this market breaks 3,700. Let's see how low Beyond Meat goes. Does it actually?
Profits.
Beyond profits. Wow. That's a good one, Chad. That's a good one. This chat is too good. They're so quick on their feet. They're so smart. Sometimes it's hilarious. I love the chat. Tank goes Sean. Yeah, this market is going tank mode right now. UVIXI is getting above $12 and above VWAP. So if you do have any shorts, hold on to them, as we might just turn red on NASDAQ. Yeah, there we go. We just turned red on the NASDAQ market.
Wow, yeah, what a crazy move down, actually. And I'm trying to figure out if I should short Tesla, but now I don't know. Yeah, it's like I'm late to the party. I'm like, I want to make some money. You're at short 215?
I wanted to short that.
What a banger short. Yeah, so as we were talking about it before, and I talked myself out of it, and now look at it. I should have had it. So hopefully you guys have it and are doing well on it. That was an absolute banger move. I want to say that like 207 and 204, I think are like support levels. 276? And where's Netflix now? Let's check it out. Netflix. Oh, 270. And obviously Sean's, you know, short near the top and probably covering near the bottom there. But yeah, we'll see what happens. And just to quickly cover back to AMPX, this thing did not do what I wanted to see. I wanted to see over 1150 and then the move. It unfortunately faded. It's dead. And whatever is what it is. But that one had potential, but I guess you know, just didn't come to fruition. All good is what it is. Yeah, everything just fading down now. I got out of my my AT&T. You know, it's just like I wanted to see the pop quick. It didn't happen. It stayed there too long. I'm out of this trade. Maybe it goes up, but whatever. It was like a 5-cent loss, so no big deal on that one. And someone's saying ASTI. Let's have a look at that one very quickly. ASTI, I'm assuming small cap. Less than 1 million shares traded today. Up. Oh, this? No thanks. So this is not. I mean, no. Like I don't know what's going on here, but I'm looking at the daily. Maybe this is a recent IPO. Huge up move.
3 million float.
I don't want to get involved here. However, if this gets to 10, then I think interesting. And I don't even know what this actually is. I don't know if it'll have. If somebody knows the float of this, let us know.
Solar Tech's 3 million float, relative volume today of 150 relative volume with the volume of total float. 1 million.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, this is one of those. This is like I'm gonna let it do its thing, and then I'll get involved if it goes crazy. But right now it's from a day trade dangerous because it's like I would have to size way down on it because like there's, you know, liquidity it's chopping around. The spread is huge on this thing. You really have to watch it. But I think if we get to 10 and really get going and things go nuts, then, you know, volume picks up, liquidity picks up, and then maybe there'll be a trade to be had there. But until that point, I'll just have to let it go. But yeah, good look there.
Tilray up 2% on the day today. Did you hear about the new news that Americans will now be allowed to buy marijuana at gas stations?
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
So that's a big catalyst over there. I mean, you can already buy alcohol at a corner store in America, but in Canada we have it a little bit of strict rules over here as to where you can buy your marijuana or where you can buy your alcohol and so on. But in America, baby, beautiful America, they are okay with selling it at the gas station. So congratulations for all of you who are bullish on the marijuana sector. Maybe this play plays out for you. I'm still little bearish on the marijuana sector as investing in the stock portfolios. But as a day trade, those catalysts are always something to look out for because they give you wonderful trading opportunities, such as today, you could have gone long on Tilray and made a pretty good chunk of money, and now still up 2% on the day as the market recently broke 3,700. But this market is trying to move back to the north side right now with the help of NASDAQ. NASDAQ not really breaking 11,150. We bounced it off of 11,150 and now are moving back to the north side slightly. At least the new 5-minute candle is trying to be green at the best of its ability, and S&P 500 is also trying to get back to 3,700. Maybe we get above 3,700 and continue to rally to the north side one more time. S&P 500 down 0.26% on the day, NASDAQ up 0.14% on the day. That means your tech baskets, Apple, AMD, Microsoft, Meta was actually pretty green today, wasn't it? But here's Meta right now coming back to 133.50 and trying to go north with the help of the market. We'll just have to wait and see if we'll end up playing that way. My green scanners are pretty dead at the moment. I have only 3 stocks on this green scanner, which is Eli Lilly. What is CLR again? Continental Resources and ABV, ABBV are the only 3 stocks fighting with each other to see who has the most relative strength in them. We're just gonna have to wait and see which one of them wins the race. But we could actually pull up Eli Lilly right now to see what the stock is doing. This is like a $300 stock, though. I know most of you are probably turned off by the notional value of the stock price, but yeah, no real trade either being offered. We're stuck in a range, most likely going to reject that 330 and pull back to the south side. So you could maybe look for a short scalp there, but I don't really see a trade in Eli Lilly for myself. The relative volume on Eli Lilly today is 0.58. That's not enough volume for me to trade the stock.
Yeah, and guys, I know I'm late to the party. I'm short Tesla. This is just basically the moving average here. We're testing it. Are we actually going to rip back and go back up, or are we going to now test the bottom? So that for myself, it's a little scalp trade. I'm thinking short here, cover here. So into the weakness, I'm going to cover because I don't know. Are we really going to look at this move, right? Are we really going to break and keep going? Maybe we do, but maybe we just break here and then go back down. So just a little scalp trade. I'm like, I don't want to miss this, so let me at least get $1 out of this. And yeah, and then I'll, it is what it is, right? No $7 win, but at least AMD $1.50 in the money, so can't complain.
Let's go. That's what I like to see. No complaints, baby. Yeah. Rumble now moving back up slowly with the market, maybe, or at least it's bouncing off the $6.40 area. We still have a good 25% of our, or 50% of our position. Slightly less than 50, probably 45% of our position left on Rumble at the moment. We'll just have to wait and see how high can Rumble pop up to. Maybe we can get back short around 7 or even around VWAP if that's an opportunity that the market presents us with. S&P 500 once again below 3,700. What scanner is that green scanner? It's just a relative strength and relative weakness scanner that was technically made for Sean, but I stole it off of him. I don't know if he still uses it. Sean, you still use the scanner? The Trade Ideas for Sean scanner? Basis? Yeah. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, he said he uses it. It was created by the NOS boss himself, Michael NOS from Trade Ideas. He hooked us up with the scanner over here. Thank you, Michael NOS. If you want to, sign up for Trade Ideas, are they still doing that 11-11 thing? So you could sign up for 2 weeks subscription for only $11.11, and you get all the premium capabilities to try it out for 2 weeks. And then after that, obviously, you have to pay for it either monthly or yearly, or I don't know if they have a half a year plan or whatever. I'm pretty sure you can find out by going to their website. The link is in the chat right now. Bears versus Bull did the command, which is !Trade Ideas. Click on that link and use that code TraderTV to get 50% off on your subscription. You can build yourself a scanner of any type. You can basically set it up perfectly for your needs and your parameters, and then find the stocks that fit within those parameters. So that way you're not out there flipping through 1 million stocks throughout the day to find out what are moving for you and what's not moving. Let's go look through the chat real quick. Actually, I forgot to do something, which is going to be going through Super Chats. So let's quickly go through Super Chats. Who you got for UFC 280? Last 3 fights on the main card. I already told you that. I'll get to that in a bit. But here we go. Let's go through some Super Chats real quick. Where are we? These are yesterday. For any of the Super Chats that we missed out yesterday, for example, DC Douglas, thank you for the $10 Super Chat. pretty sure those trades are done, so I'm going to move on past that. Ryan Repulsive, okay, $5, real cool name over there, but $5 super chat, thank you for that. Nicole Harris, our comedian in the YouTube community, in the last couple of days, up 33% on KOLD. Is the upward trend strong? Let's go check out KOLD today real quick. Is the upward trend strong on the daily real quick? Yeah, look at that. I mean, ever since we created that bottom around 875, the stock is now at $23 almost, and playing with the 100-period EMA on the daily chart, and KOLD today up almost 2%. So pretty strong indeed. We'll just have to wait and see if the stock manages to break the 200-period EMA, get all the way up to $44, which is quite a bit of a move to the north side, honestly. I think that's a little bit too much for the stock. But notice how the stock is above this deep red line. That deep red line is actually the 100% ATR. So we're above the 100% ATR on KOLD currently, according to that scanner. Not sure if that's the legitimate one. I have to do a little bit more research on that bad boy. Going back to the super chat realms, where are we? Here we go. We got that one. Rainer with the $2 super chat. Block SQ. Yeah, Block is the company name, but used to be previously called Square. Square currently up on the day, but 3.2%. Let's go. Pretty good on that side. $55, which is where the 100-period EMA is, or $55.70 holding currently. We might see a pop off the 100-period EMA if this market actually bounces. Market's moving back to 3,700 right now and trying to hold on to that level. That 3,700 level has been in play for the past 3-4 days now. So very important, very key, important level in my opinion, at least. Square up on the day. Congratulations for anyone who made money on the long side for that bad boy. And you also got a pretty decent short off of it at the high of day. Consolidation around 57.50, giving you almost a $2 per share trade all the way back to the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Now, where are we going to? Archie with the $1.99. WKHS, school bus deal coming. 43% short, 100% utility. Those numbers sound like that's all right. WKHS, that's from Ortex most likely. If I remember correctly, Workhorse was the one that the U.S. government had deal with and it fell through. Yeah, so I don't know about this deal, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to have to wait and see if this deal actually comes through. I see that you put a question mark over there, the school bus deal coming. We don't know if it's coming or not. We'll just have to wait for the news to come out, and then we can play the news, right? Until then, I just stay off from it. 43% short float. The squeeze might come in with the news, and when it does, we will for sure be covering it. We'll sure be trading it also for you. Momo Pro, integrated stock scanner and screener. Ah, cool. Maybe that's something I could check it out. A stock scanner, but #1 scanner out there, Trade Ideas, baby. And that's the one that we use on the floor over here. Thank you for the $10 super chat, though. We love Trader TV, says Momo Pro. Appreciate that a lot, man. We do all of this for free. So all of these donations that you guys give only reinforces all the hard work that Sean and Neil have put on into this platform, and also Brendan, and you know, allowing me to be over here living my dream right now, you know, trading and also being a host on the show, which has also been a big goal of mine. Square Block, we already covered that just now, so thank you for another $2 super chat over there. And Shock Industry with the $2 super chat. Netflix level 2 bid, 55,000 shares at $274.75. Sadly, that was at 12 o'clock and we're at 1 o'clock. So most likely already broke that level. You said $274.75 on the bid. We're well below $274.75 at the moment. We're trading with $271 on Netflix. Netflix only up 0.3% on the day. But if you ask me, maybe Sean can give me his opinion too. I think Netflix has to go close this gap at $330. $330. There's like a big gap on the daily, yeah. Not till next quarter, right? Yeah, not till next quarter when those ad-supported tier numbers actually come up. And I think that ad-supported tiers will be something good. You know, they're going to bring in a lot more subscriptions onto their platform. And that earnings report is something I really want to look forward to. And I'm pretty bullish about that earnings report already, even though we haven't even finished this quarter. This quarter's numbers will come into next year's earnings report. And then we will be looking at how the subscription numbers went up or down or just stayed stagnant, which means, like, you know, no one really signed up for the ad-supported tier. Something I did notice, though, is Uber. You pay for Uber Premium, right, Sean? No, you used to? So I have Uber Premium right now, and they are blasting ads onto the platform for me. I'm not happy with that. If I'm paying, I should not be getting ads blasted. So they're just putting ads all up in my face yesterday. Was not pleased with that. So I am very bearish on Uber right now.
I think a lot of people are. Every time I have conversations with anybody, everybody's like, oh, short Uber, short Uber, short Uber. And not one person said go long Uber. So yeah, I guess everyone and their grandmother is short this name. And you know, anytime it actually pops is a good opportunity to short this. And speaking of, I want to just quickly check. This is probably not in play today, and I don't think anybody traded this, but UPST, I just wanted to, it just came to my mind right now. Where are we here? Yeah, that short off the top near 27, that's the short, because we're back at 23. This is the daily. On that pop, you know, take the short 27. You know, unfortunately for us, we have to cover intraday, but you know, this is going to test 20 again. And I don't think 20 actually broke. Let me just zoom in. Yeah, this didn't break 20, so I think 20 will actually be an interesting area if we get there. But yeah, volume kind of light there, so whatever is what it is. And I'm just getting back to my desk, so I'm just want to quickly check some of these positions. Where are we? And yeah, see Tesla. This is a thing. I even said this. I'm like, this will be a scalp trade, and I probably could have covered a little bit better there. That was just like, okay, we got the quick flush. Like I'll just take it. But it's like in, out, and now maybe we go sideways a little bit. Let the 50 period come down a little bit more. Maybe we test it and then, you know, get that next leg down, or maybe reversal point. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Kind of same logic on AMD. I want to get out at 58. I know I said I'm going to hold for 57, but, you know, if we're stalling, I'll take 58. If we can get one more flush down, cover 58, print the level, and then at that point, I'm out of the trade, lock it in. That'll be a solid almost $2 winner. So, you know, pretty happy. Yeah, Tesla barcoding. So guys, keep in mind the time that we're at now. We're now at 1 o'clock. You know, 1 to 2, it's a slower time in the market. You know, you don't want to really be smashing any trades that are not there. Don't convince yourself that they're there. You know, you're short, hold on to your shorts. I don't really know about buying it, taking any longs, but yeah, we'll see if anything else happens. And I'm happy that I covered AT&T as well.
Someone in the chat said, what is your highest percentage gain in your trading career? And I just had to calculate what mine was. In my 2 years of trading, my biggest trade percentage was 236% in the profit. And I know you know what stock that is. Right, 236% on that trade. I have never had a better trade than this so far. But, you know, we're never going to give up. My next goal is 500%, baby. And it'll most likely be DWAC again. If it is DWAC, we'll smash that trade. But currently DWAC, sadly, going back to that SPAC level almost to $10. 16 on DWAC today, with the relatively low volume also in it. So let's go quickly to DWAC. Yeah, relative volume of 0.31 and only 235,000 shares traded on that bad boy. So not really happening too much right now on DWAC for the day today. Let's go look at what our scanners are showing to see if we can find any trades to put some damage into at the moment and make some of the losses that we incurred on Tesla back. Some of these stocks are expensive, so I don't really want to touch them. But what is this stock? XEL. XEL currently breaking the $60 area, apparently to the south side. Is it on NASDAQ? XEL on New York? Nope. NASDAQ? What is that? It is on NASDAQ. But oh, there you go. Finally, I was able to pull it up. And breaking that $60 to the downside, I'm going to take that short right now, actually, and see if we can get a bigger push to the south side on XEL. If not, then I'll just take my stop on the back through of 60.
Somebody was asking, where is Sharif? I think he's in Egypt.
Yeah, he's on a vacation
On vacation in Egypt, living the life. And I've never been to Egypt, but I imagine the weather's got to be nice.
It's hot, probably.
Wow.
Probably hot. You're Googling it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Egypt weather.
I have no idea.
27 degrees
27.
Celsius. Woo!
Wow.
That's beautiful weather, though. Come on, we're out here. I'm double insulated up, baby. I got like those the warm clothes on for winter. Yesterday, though, you didn't need that in the office at all.
So,
or at least for the last 2 days, you didn't need those at all.
Yesterday was a sauna in here, and then it just turned. The heat got turned off, and all the windows were open because it was so hot.
Yeah.
And nobody closed the window, and then it was freezing, hot to cold. I was like, man, trading's stressful enough, but this is like really stressing me out over here. But yeah, no, it was a fun experience overall. And I never complain. I'm never complaining. I'm just stating the obvious. It was very hot, then it was very cold, and I was like, nobody's closing this window. I'm like, I will close this window. But yeah, no, kind of funny. And yeah, it's extra hot in Egypt, in Cairo, 27 degrees. Man, I wish I was there.
Yeah, I mean, when I go to India in December, that's going to be like a good 15 to 25 degree weather. So I'm going to enjoy that myself. Trust me on that. And I'll be flying out at the prime time too, running away from the cold for 2 weeks, and I'm gonna love it. But also, it's going to be a lot of work for my brother's wedding. I'm going to have to run around. When it's your family member getting married, you know you're not going to be sitting around and just enjoying it, drinking. You're going to be running around doing a lot of work on that side. So. I'm excited, but also I'm upset. Let's go back to the market over here, though. XEL shorts are actually working out for us because S&P 500 moved up to 3,700 and is now rejecting again to the south side. So let's see if the market can pull back even more and pay us on the shorts that we have on board, such as Rumble, Allstate, and XEL. Allstate, once again, $1 in the money. But something that we have noticed is Allstate not really doing what we wanted to do. So I'm going to take out more size on that position, walk away. This market's actually flushing. Let's go. Timber is initiated on this market. Someone chopped the wood, and now it's finally tipping over, and down goes the market. S&P 500 now down 0.5% on the day. NASDAQ down 1.12% on the day, and UVXY still negative on the day, down 2% on UVXY.
Guys, AMD has been a printing press for myself, and I'm out of the trade. I told myself I'm covering 58. This is what I was looking for, the pop, the drop. It's probably going to go to 57 now. But you know what? It's all good because that was a sick trade. Short from up here, cover some, cover the rest. Like, that's a banger. That's a banger. I'm taking it out in front of the size at 58. Not too much size, but, 58. We're going to print 58. Maybe this is the wrong call, actually. This looks really silly now. But whatever. It's all good. That was a printing press. Hopefully you guys were in that trade because that was absolutely amazing. Not every day do you get, $1.5, $2 winners, and it's off the 60 level, right? Like we spoke about this, 60 AMD is the level. And to go to the daily here very quickly, this is what everyone's seeing. And somebody mentioned, AMD looks good. It looks like it might break out. But here's the thing. The context is that this thing has just been getting destroyed, and nobody's really buying the stock. And ever since we broke 60, which was a 52-week low over here, we were just below it, right? We stayed below it for so much time, and we didn't actually, every time we got above 60, it's just a slam the short. Now it actually touched the moving average, 13-period moving average, 13 or 9, can't remember here, and but essentially showing trend like, okay, this is your last chance to short at 60 because now we're going to 55. Like, that's kind of my take on it, and I just hope we don't go to 55 today because then I'm going to be like, well, I should have held that short. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see. I kind of feel like we're going to see 55 AMD. What's today? Thursday. So maybe not tomorrow, but sometime next week we could easily see 55 and maybe get a 50 test. But yeah, no, that was a sick trade. Very happy with that one. Lock it up and or lock it in. Sorry. And yeah, hopefully you guys had that too. Somebody saying I punched Nvidia short. Yeah, basically same trade Nvidia. I was actually looking at that. Somebody said Nvidia 106. But I didn't see them saying NVIDIA to 106. And I was like, no, NVIDIA's at 106. But yeah, no, it's at 123. But yeah, same ideology there. I just think AMD kind of feels a little bit weaker. So that was, and playing off 5. But whatever is what it is. I mean, this is probably still 20% of the move unless it goes all the way down to there. But yeah, all good is what it is. Nice trade there as well. And Tesla's still holding for the time being. Lots of volume there. I don't know what happens next. We'll see.
Is State Farm Growth Fund the same as State Farm, like the insurance company? You know?
No.
No, they're not the same.
No.
It's a mutual fund, MUTF.
Like State Farm is a company. That's just their fund, one of their funds probably.
Ah, okay, got it. Yeah, I was just trying to see if State Farm has a stock too, so I could short them too at the same time because Allstate is now really moving to the south side for us. $1 in the money. This market is hurt once again, pushing to the south side. But more importantly, the UVXY is where my question is. If UVXY is down on the day, then I'm not really sure if this market has too much of a room to the downside. We've seen how that 3680 level has held for this market yesterday to the downside, and we're not too far away from that 3680 level once again. So if we hold up at 36.80, then I don't believe in the short moves today. We're still in the insider candle day, basically. If 36.80 breaks and we really start pushing the downside, then we could really talk about some of these positions over here. Since we are in an energy stock, let's go check out the energy ETF, XLE on Amex. Are we up? Are we down? Are we flat? We are flat, but we're looking to actually break the low a day, which we did, and maybe extend to the downside a little bit more. No, we're actually pushing back up right now on energy ETF. Same as the market, moving right back up to the north side, not really moving to 36.80. I saw someone said RUM in the chat. Let me scroll up. Madeline is asking us to, hopefully I said that right, Madeline, short rumble at 690. I mean, if it pops up there, sure. I'm currently in the money at 699, and you know, I still have my size at 699. So if it does pop into 690, you could try to short that for yourself. But I'm already in the trade. If it does pop there, I'll think about adding some size. But currently, I'm just hands off on it, holding on to my trades that are paying me money. IBM, thankfully, moving up north after doing absolute zilch for a good half of the day. For myself, that is, and now getting ready to maybe move up on the position over here as the market is also moving back up north. So we'll just have to wait and see if IBM has its strength to move back to 128 for me.
What's the 10-year at? If anybody knows in the chat, let me know.
We can't pull it up on our platform, but you can pull up TLT, which is a 20-year.
No, but I just want to know what the yield is of the 10-year yield. Like it was at 4.2 or 4.1. I'm just trying to quickly look at it.
Maybe you can pull it up on TradingView here. Maybe let's try that. Do I just type in a 10-year?
I've never done it, but
no, just tell me what to type in. 10-year Treasury?
Yeah. Oh, okay. 4.206 is what I'm seeing, but it's on Market Watch. 4.207. Yeah, 4.2. Yeah, 10 years are going, and this is the thing. The reason why I'm asking is a lot of people are like, oh, now that the 10-year is yields in general are rising. What is the Fed going to do to control this? Like maybe they step in, maybe they reverse course, but they came out today and they're like, we're not going to reverse course.
Is this what you're
we
looking
need to
at?
see inflation,
4.2?
420, nice.
420?
Nice. Good number.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
How do I not notice that?
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. But no, essentially, it's like, is the Fed going to step in? When are yields too high? When are they too hot? Is the Fed going to pivot? Are they going to do something to help this? Are they going to like reverse their like kind of what they're doing right now? And here's the thing: some people think maybe it's like, oh, how can they let this happen? Blah blah blah. It's like maybe they step in at 5%, maybe. But maybe not. Maybe yields like go crazy and rates just go nuts. It's like, keep in mind, like back in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, when inflation was like this, when we're in sort of like a slowdown, you know, rates were at like 16%. So you know what I mean? We could still go, but yeah, that would be a crazy environment. Someone saying Treasury is planning to come out and sell short-term bonds, buy long-term bonds. Likely happen. Yellen mentioned this. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to pretend, like, I'm not going to guess. I'm not betting on it. But in general, this is in my mind, because it's like, okay, like, you know, like, how is this going to affect equities, which is what I'm trading, but in general, like, rates too, and like, obviously, you know, people have mortgages.
Yesterday, I had a quick little conversation with Neil and Arun to educate me on a crash course about how yields and the repricing into stocks, risk on and risk off happen. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat who probably have the same question. So maybe you could dive into that a little bit.
Yeah, sure. So what's the question? Just
so like, you know, how do yields, percentages, and the bonds prices move the markets?
Move equity markets?
Yeah.
So it's kind of I'm going to say it's an abstract. I'm going to try to simplify this. There's something called the risk-free rate, and some people might know this, but for anybody that doesn't, there's something called the risk-free rate. And essentially, people have said that the 10-year, so the U.S. 10-year treasuries are the risk-free rate. So it's basically the logic there is, look, where's the safest place that I can put my money? It is into the government, because the government's always, they have, you know, so much, you know, presence throughout the world. The U.S. government, they have tax revenue, they have all this type of revenue. So most likely they're always going to pay you that. They're never going to default on their loan. So it's either the 20-year or the 10-year. You look at it, that's the risk-free rate. So if the risk-free rate is 4.2%, what that means is, why would I invest in AT&T if their yield is 3%? And I expect that, oh, maybe their stock is going to give a 10% gain on the year, so whatever. But for the most part, looking at it from a dividend perspective, it's like, why would I buy AT&T stock for a dividend when it's only paying 3%, if the risk-free rate is 4%, it's like I can risk nothing. So this is like how you look at it. It's like I could risk nothing and get 4%, or I could take risk and get less. That doesn't make any sense. So essentially what happens is...
Yeah, but no risk, no Rari.
No, but here's the thing. As the risk goes up, this is more of like when you're managing, like just think of it in like wealth management, right? Not so much trading and risk and whatever, right? And so essentially what that means is if you could get a risk-free return of 4.2%, then for me to want to even buy AT&T stock, their yield has to be, call it, at least 8%. And so it is actually 8% right now, if I'm not mistaken. And so essentially the way that it works is prices are inversely correlated to yields. And so if AT&T is worth $10 and they're paying out $1, that's 10%. So if their stock price drops to $5, they're still paying out $1, then that 10% goes to 20%. So the yield is now 20%. And so essentially what happens is the bond market, which is the biggest market in the world, don't get it twisted, that's where the most volume is traded. And essentially, it's all based on rates and what the Fed is doing at this point. And if the risk-free rate is 4.2%, and if the risk-free rate is rising, it has negative pressure on equities because equities are essentially coming down because because investors and big money are saying, well, look, I'm not buying Apple at these prices because I'll bid down here because I want this type of yield because the risk-free rate is over here. So I'm not going to chase Apple. I'm not going to buy it up here and get like 1% yield. I want to at least get 2% yield, which essentially means 2% yield on whatever dividend they're paying. You do the math. Oh, it equates to $135 per share on Apple. So nobody's really, big money is not buying Apple at $145 because the risk to return doesn't make sense. They buy it at $135. And so essentially to simplify everything that I'm saying, because obviously it's a crash course. This is a whole course, and I'm trying to explain in like 5 minutes. But essentially, as the risk-free rate, which is the 10-year, as the risk-free rate goes up, stock prices go down. And that's the relationship. As the risk-free rate goes down, stock prices go up. And so in general, that's as simple as it gets. So, all things being said, if the risk-free rate, if the 10-year yield goes to 5%, equities will be lower than where they are right now. And they are all correlated. There's no really arbitrage strategy that you trade that. You just take your bets. You say, oh, I think it's going to go here. I think it's going to go there. But essentially, this is what's happening, right? It's like all this big money is being bet in the bond market based on interest rates, and equities are moving relative to that. So it's not really, things are selling off, things are going lower. It's not really people selling AMD stock. It is just there's no buyers for AMD stock because the risk-free rate is going up. And people are like, well, why would I buy AMD stock if the risk-free rate's going up? I'll just buy risk-free rate, buy bonds, and I'll sell stock, right? And so think of all these investors who have 70-30 splits, 70% equity, 30% fixed income. Well, now it makes no sense to do that. In the last 5 years, even going into this event, going into 2020, 2021, to when the Fed pivoted to a more hawkish stance, it's like all big money was transitioning into fixed income. That was at least my interpretation of it. It's like, so big money so now it's not 70-30 split in these people's portfolios. It's 60-40, it's 65-35. So basically, all that money that was flowing into equities before is now flowing into fixed income. And because less money is flowing into equities are going down, and it's all based on the risk-free rate. I hope that explanation, is good. Hopefully somebody learned something there. It's a lot to digest, and it's not going to all make sense at once. But, if you take one thing away from this conversation, as the risk-free rate, which is the 10-year, goes up, stock prices go down, and exactly DXY is the U.S. dollar, and basically that's that. So it's not really a trading strategy, but it's just something to be aware of.
Read that. Out loud. You can read it out loud.
I think
this one.
Louis Balbones is in the chat. He has sent us 1050 academic trading. Are you the Luca from Milano? No, I'm like, do I live in?
No, they're talking about the Barcelona office, Luis, who's also on Twitter with the handle A Day Trading.
Yeah.
So they think that's you.
No. Yeah, no, that's Yeah, no, I'm here in Canada, in Toronto, and I aspire to be as good of a trader as he is.
Luis is a monster.
He's a monster. He's a monster.
He trades like an algo sometimes. Maybe he is using one. Who knows? But he's an absolute monster. Allstate once again $1 in the money, guys. IBM is in the money, $1.50 now. Let's go IBM. Pushing to the north side with the help of the market. Moved up slightly, but I'm worried that IBM might pull back a little bit when the market pulls back. Hence, I'm taking my profits on this bad boy and trying to work with my position as much as I can and finally turning IBM into a profit. IBM was negative for me. Now IBM is profitable for me. So we turned our day around for the most part. But Tesla still is a very painful position to look at my blotter. Every time I look at my blotter, I see how much money I've lost on Tesla today. It just upsets me. It just makes me very, very upset. But, you know, I could have just stayed hands off on it. When I know Aunt Kathy's coming in and blowing out the backs of every single short trader today, why am I trying to fight the short? I could have just gone long and you know, went cahoots with the Aunt Kathy and just rode the stock to the upside. But sometimes you do what you do and you have to learn from making the mistakes. Hopefully we don't repeat the same mistakes the next time. That way we can continue adding to our portfolio in the profitable direction. Well, there goes my Tesla long. No, yeah. I mean, the market pulled back slightly, so Tesla pulled back with it also. Makes sense. You heard Luca talk about yields and how yields and bond prices and so on affect the market. Risk on, risk off type of environment, type of situation. So keep that in the back of your head too. Always a good thing to take a look at your market variables, such as what is the 10-year doing, what is the UVIXI doing, what is the VIX doing, what are both the markets doing, or not both, what are all four markets doing? What the Russell and the Dow Jones are doing? That's actually something we don't look at it a lot, Luca. IWM Russell 2000. Where is IWM Russell 2000 today? Most likely in the red zone. Yeah, we're down almost 1% on the IWM Russell 2000. This is your small cap stocks. And the Dow Jones, which are the DIA, the diamonds. The diamonds today are also, they're pretty flat actually. The Dow Jones is flat, the NASDAQ is flat, the S&P 500 down 0.3%, and the Russell 2000, which are your small cap stocks, absolutely in the red zone today. Let's actually go look at one of the stocks in the Russell. I believe it's going to be AMC. AMC up 2% on the day today. Still trading around $6 though, waiting for the squeeze to come into play so that way we could actually smash the longs over here. Not really happening for now though, sadly. I think Adam Aaron kind of killed the game with the Ape preferred shares, and then apparently Ape is also going to be diluted. So how you dilute preferred shares that were supposed to be given? I don't know what he's doing over there. Your silverback is just trying to screw you over if you ask me, honestly. So if you're a shareholder of AMC, you might want to dive deeper into that situation. Let's go to MULN. MULN was in a crazy move yesterday to the north side. Today, still up 7% on the day for the stock, but the trend has been to the downside ever since the open. We did get a pretty good opening run up to 46 cents, but now we're right back to that 35 cents or so. Tomorrow, if we don't have a move towards 50 cents on MULN, I think we're going straight back to 20 cents on this stock. Exactly what I said might happen, so be very careful.
Yeah, and yeah, much love in the chat. Thanks, everyone. And somebody also saying, Luca, talk about the inversion. So this is really funny, and I know the individual who I was discussing this with is not watching the show right now. But back in the day, like 2018, call it, not back in the day, but 2018, I was like, the yield spreads. I was like, man, if the yield spreads drop, and you know, like we're done. And they're showing signs that they're coming together, and it's so funny because, you know, to somebody who's not in the financial world, what does that even mean? The yield spreads. And I would literally turn the corner and I'd be like, yo, bro, the yield spreads are dropping. The end is near, like as a joke. And it was kind of funny back in the day. But yeah, basically, it's like broken, right? It's like, what's going on here? Like, you know, how can things play out? And like, I don't want to get into that because, again, it gets too much into like kind of finance. You could Google it and do your own information on the topic. I don't want to, it's kind of boring. It's essentially boring. But basically, long story short, they should be like this. Not like, you know, they should not be like, you know, going like that. So yeah, basically, yeah, you know, definitely, but you know, lots of boring stuff. And
what is the streams or crossing stuff?
Huh?
People in the chat are saying streams are crossing.
Don't cross stream. Yeah, exactly.
What is that?
Well, when you're taking it.
No, but like, what is that in relation to this? What is in relationship to the market, though?
I don't know.
I thought they were talking in relation to the market. Then never mind that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But yeah, Ghostbusters. But yeah, so I think look at Tesla. Look at this, and I wanted to just cover this quickly. This always blows my mind. It's like it's making the chat. So this is already the big move to the downside, right? And I'm like, okay, I missed the move, but I gotta make something. I'm like, I'm scalping this for $1 or whatever. So I make that win. It's doing absolutely nothing. Then we actually break the lows. Now we pop back. So this is the reason why, like, you don't short. Like after a big move happens, it's scary to try to short here. Like you don't want to short here, right? Because this could happen. Now it's back into this range. 130. Bot central, algo hour, call it what you want. Very challenging to trade aggressively. If you want like a 5-point move, a 2-point move, it's just not going to happen, right? And even covering my AMD short, it's like at the time, and let me just like drag this over, and I hope it shows on the chart here. It's like at the time, I'm like, oh my God, what a bad cover. This is going to just flush. But now look where we are. We're literally above where I covered. And I think this is actually a rookie mistake, covering at 58.10 or wherever I covered instead of 58. Because if we're going to 58, we're going to print 58s. But I think I just had my order there from before, from when we were up here. And I was like, okay, I don't want to miss it in case we drop down and pop up. But at this point, when you're getting that leg down, like, don't be greedy and go for an extra 10 cents. But at the same time, if it's an even dollar level, it's most likely going to print the 58. So it's like if it's getting to like 100, it's going to print 100. If it's getting to like 3, it's going to print 3. Like it's not going to just stop at like 297 randomly, or it's not just going to stop at 5803. Like it's just not. It's going to print 58. It's going to run the stops that are below, and then maybe that's the high volume event. And let me just drag up the chart here because this is a really good example. It's like, look at the volume, pretty consistent, right? As we're falling, volume is pretty consistent, right? We get a little bit of a pop, not really a volume spike. Then we flush down, boom, big volume spike. That's not, I'm not going to say the reversal point, but that is like the big volume spike. Now that the volume is dead, or the volume has traded, back down to low volume, and it just dances around, right? So it's like if you're going to hold for 57, then obviously whatever, do you hold for 57. But for myself, it's like, look, it's going to print 58s. I'm getting out at 58s. I'm out of the trade. I'm happy with it. Absolute banger. But it's a good example of I should have had 58.01 or 02 or got out at 58s because they're running the stops over there instead of 11s. Because, I mean, why not make an extra 10 cents when it makes sense and it happens 9 out of 10 times or 9.5 out of 10 times? And then at this point, it's like I don't really know what to expect next. We're still riding the 50 period. Unless it breaks it, then we're not really reversing. The market for a second looks like it was going to jump up to the upside, but still holding trend there. But at this point, now that we're below 37, I don't exactly want to short, and I don't want to go long. That's why you see that I have no positions on board. And people were actually asking before about IBM, and I see that you're long IBM.
Hell yeah, buddy.
I think they had earnings today, right?
Yeah.
How's that position going?
Yeah,
for you?
pretty decent. Good job on their earnings for IBM. I'm $1.19 in the money. I turned it from being a red stock for me into a green stock just by adding at the key levels. I tried to take the high day breakout, didn't work for me. I added the 50-period EMA, also didn't work for me. I added the 100-period EMA, which ended up working, and my best exit was pretty much at $1. $20, $30 per share. Allstate, almost $2 in the money, getting ready to maybe push down for us. Let's go, Allstate. Go to the ground for me. Would appreciate that playing out, obviously. A super chat coming in from Swashbuckler, $3 super chat. What is your trading music of choice? Mine is pretty much rap music. I just listen to like Kanye or Lil Wayne or something. I'm trying to get into my zone. I listen to something, even the new Lil Baby or some Drizzy or whatever. Brendo actually gets a little, he hears everything that I'm rapping sometimes. I'm too loud. I just can't keep on going, and I'm making the beat noises with my mouse, and Brendo looks around and is like, "You're too loud, Pratt." I'm like, my bad. I'll shut up. But that's my trading choice of music. Sometimes, though, I do put on lo-fi beats. I put on lo-fi beats, and I try to get into the zone with that, too. What is your go-to?
So it's actually funny you ask. I have it depends. I tried rock music. It made me more aggressive. It made me, So I don't know if anybody knows Harry Belafonte, jump in the line, like some. It's interesting. It's like I don't know.
This guy's
I
an
cycle
old man
through,
in a young body. He's an old man in a young body.
Man, or even like just like I don't even know, man. But I definitely not rap music. Maybe some Italian music, maybe some country music. Like I just kind of cycle through and you know if I start losing money and a song is on, and I'll just be like, the song is banned. I'm done with this song. And then if I make money and like a song is on, I'm like,
to the playlist.
I'm like, oh, this song is a banger. So then I'll start my day with that song. I'm like, we're gonna print because yes. But yeah, no, it's I'm always changing it up, and you know, it obviously depends what you like to. And somebody's saying, or Luca listens to the Godfather soundtrack. Yeah, you know, there's actually something called Mob Hits, and you know, go Google it if you want. Mob Hits. Album, and good Italian music there. I like that style. It's pretty cool. But yeah, somebody's saying, okay, now back to trading. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we're at 130. I'm just looking around. I'm like, you're either short or like you're looking for like a bounce maybe. But like, I don't even know. I mean, let's look at BABA here. BABA's still far away from like that 71, 70 area. Netflix 270, but now this is at the lows. Like, is it really going to bounce back up? Maybe you could justify a long there if it holds. AMD still, you know, 58. I don't really want to initiate position there. AT&T slowly moving. I don't really think it's moving. If there's any small caps that are moving, let us know. Luca trades to Beyonce. Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, no, you guys make me laugh. And yeah, but I don't know. I'm just like kind of cycling through my watch list. It's like I don't want to really get too into anything. It's like the move was this. Like this was a banger move on the ES. And like we're short. We had that. That was sick. And now we just chill and wait and see what happens next. But yeah, guys, for sure, let us know if anything is moving and off the radar. PXMD, I remember people talking about from before. Yeah, that's actually a nasty rug. Oh.
Let's ask Neil this. Neil, what music do you listen to? I mean, I know you don't really have the luxury to listen to music. You probably did back in the day when you were just a trader and not a host. But what kind of music did you listen to? Like some of the same stuff that Luca was talking about? Anything and everything? Yeah? Curtis Mayfield, he said, chat.
My favorite contemporary guy,
Ryan Leslie. Okay, Ryan Leslie, some old school hip hop, and Curtis, Mayfield. So there you go. There's your boy Neil's pick of music. When back in the day he actually got the luxury to listen to music while trading. I like to get into my zone. I don't like to listen to people talking when I'm trading, so I need my music in there, and that's just me. But you know, to each their own at the end of the day, music or not music, as long as you're looking for the right levels and the right opportunities, which is what I want to dive into right now. There is no opportunity coming in unless you're looking for a long, like Lucas said, to catch a bounce coming in. This market is pretty close to yesterday's lows, and we're waiting for the market to bring in some volume, bring in a catalyst to trade. Currently, we're looking at Peggy. Peggy is up 35% on the day. Lucas said, can we look for a low float that's moving around? And Peggy is popping up on those scanners, along with that other stock that Luca did not want to touch at all, the ASTI stock. So ASTI and Peggy are currently moving to the north side. We also got a bunch of other small caps. So this scanner right here that I'm hovering. What the heck did I just do? This scanner right here that I'm hovering is the low cap scanner to the green side. So low caps that are moving, FNGR. AGFY apparently won 5 races today. So let's go check out what AGFY is doing. Looks like it kind of stalled off, though, only up 1% on the day. I'm trying to see if there's any stocks that I do remember on here. IMUX, PXMD, and Peggy. It looks like Peggy is the only one right now trying to win this race. Let's see if it can do so successfully, or does ASTI take over from behind, really come over like a Formula One car, like a Red Bull car over there. Sadly, you know, congratulations to Max Verstappen. Congratulations to, what's his face? Playmaker, who was an absolute big Red Bull fan over there. I'm still waiting for that item you sent to me on to the office, Playmaker. So yeah, when it does come in, I will gladly open it on the show for you. But I'm telling you right now, if it's something from Red Bull, Playmaker, I'm busting out my lighter right in front of the show and I'm putting that thing on fire.
I got nothing here. I'm just like, I'm just looking. I'm just trying. Sorry, I was just sending a message here, and I actually see Neil in the chat saying, "Wait until the Versi drops tomorrow. Nobody's gonna know it." So now I'm actually super curious as to what's to come there. Somebody's saying CABA making moves. Let's have a look. CABA, and I know you were talking about it before. I saw it and I forgot to bring it up. 8.4 million shares traded. Not really sure what the float is on this one. Maybe you want to give it a quick check. I don't know if there was like size at 180. Like, why did this reject 180 like that? So, like, this is like, I mean, I guess volume's a little light, you know? And you could just tell by the chart. I mean, look at it, right? Like, look how the candles are printing. It's like kind of light, but yeah, 8 million shares is, maybe it's just like super thick. I don't even know. How is this traded 8 million shares? That's pretty interesting. But yeah, no, I don't know about this one, but I don't know any dailies. Like, this one's up pretty high. This is the daily here, and maybe $2 resistance. 180, $2. Yeah, $2. I don't even know. Like, I'm letting this load. I'm trying to kind of figure out, you know, when in doubt, zoom out, figure out where you are on the chart. And
oh, there you go.
Maybe this sets up. I don't know what the catalyst is for this one either. Do you have the float?
Which one, sorry?
CABA, yeah.
Yeah. While I pull up the float for this, let me quickly mention a stock with the catalyst that Brendo put in our work chat. What's the ticker name? CABA?
CABA, yeah.
Yeah. PARR, PAR Pacific climbs on a deal to buy Exxon's Billing Refinery. So here's the stock, PARR on New York, already at a new high a day. It looks like the stock never really pulled back to the downside. Look at that nasty daily candle to the green side, obviously. So up 11% for PARR and continuing to go to the upside. What did you want for Kaba? Short float or float?
Just float in general.
Float is 26 million shares. Short float is 17%.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think if we get to like that $2, $2.20 area, may be good for a fade, but yeah, maybe sets up tomorrow. For the time being, it kind of does feel light, so I'm just gonna like let it do its thing and then figure out what's happening with that tomorrow.
PAR has support top of the large green candle. Support at the top of the large green candle. So over here at the top of this candle, $22. Yeah, I guess you can say that because of the tail wick of that candle over there. So if you want to go long on PAR at $22.17 and give it the risk of the break of $22 to the south side, that is something that you can think about. You know, risk 17 cents for a possible move to the north side, a bigger move to the north side if it does happen to play out. I've never traded this stock. It's kind of moving a little slow. Let's go check what the relative volume is on this position. It's actually doing pretty good relative volume, but only 900,000 shares traded on this stock today. Relative volume of 3. Anytime, okay, let me dive into what relative volume is. For some of you who are new to the chat or new to the show, you might not know, or even new to trading, you might not know what relative volume is. Basically, how much volume is this stock doing in this candle right now compared to the last 14 days? I believe it's the 14-day formula that Trade Idea uses. I might have to confer with the NOS boss over there, slide into his messages over there and ask him exactly what the formula is for relative volume that Trade Idea uses. But the idea is anytime relative volume is higher than 1, the stock has more volume than it usually does. If it is above 2, the stock is really in play. If it's way higher than 2, like 10, 20, 30, 100, then there's a lot of volume that the stock is bringing that the stock hasn't brought before. That means there's brand new eyes on it, there's more liquidity, and there might be some sort of a catalyst behind it. Usually stocks that don't have a catalyst in it don't have a relative volume of even 1. They're probably 0.5, for example. I could pull up DWAC right now. DWAC doing 0.3. I could pull up AMD. AMD barely even 1. That means AMD's barely doing the volume that it's used to doing around this time of the day. And Apple might be slightly higher than 1. No, I'm wrong. Apple is 0.73. So you want to look for stocks that have relative volume because they might have actual relative strength behind them or relative weakness behind them. For example, MTCH, which is Match.com, popping up on the scanners right now to the downside with almost 1.82 relative volume. So relative weakness and relative volume coming in to support that.
Somebody before was saying, why is Amazon so strong? And I literally have the exact same question. Like, I was wondering that this morning. I'm like, this thing's a beast.
It's yet to break 100.
Yeah, it's yet to break 100. This thing's a beast. And if you told me, and again, obviously valuations are different, but if you said Google is going to break 100 and not get back above while Amazon holds, I would have been like, no, you're crazy. But like Google is below 100, or now it's above 100 today, but it's basically at 100, spending so much time at 100, and I get it, valuations, whatever, it's a completely different game. But yeah, no, it's kind of crazy how Amazon holding so strong. Like Amazon is like extra strong. Like Google up 82 basis points, Amazon up 1%. Apple, 22 basis points. So obviously Amazon kind of leading the bunch there. And it's pretty interesting to see that because, sometimes it's not, but I don't even know why today. Like that is crazy. I don't understand that. But I don't know if it has something to do with something about, earnings coming up and people think like they're going to be strong, they're going to carry the market, they're going to save the market. One of these names will. I have no idea, but for the time being, I don't really see a trade on it per se, but these kind of wick lower and pops kind of look attractive for sort of like a bounce. But the thing is the ES now below that 37. Again, my expectations were we were going to get a pop. Like we didn't, right? So maybe we stay here, maybe we drop lower, then pop, maybe we pop now. But it is kind of slow, so I don't actually want to get into too crazy of a position. But, if we test that 116, actually, yeah, you know what? I'm going to bid here. I feel like this is not going to break. If we get this bid here in front of 116, maybe we get a pop back up to VWAP. I'm not 100% sure, not super convinced with it. And if it goes against me, I'm out of that position very quickly. But yeah, it kind of feels like maybe there's potential there just because I'm going to drag this over. But kind of feels like these are the highs. We broke through that. Now is this bounce area. Do we get another VWAP test? It won't be, risk to return, it's like risk 20 cents maybe to make like 80 cents, so like 4 to 1, but not something that I would.
Is Amazon down 40% on the year?
Love it. I don't know.
Think it is?
I would say no.
Yeah, someone said in the chat Amazon's down 40% on the year. I didn't know that.
But everything's down like 20%, so it's like just go year to date.
Yeah, 30%.
Yeah, 31%. So
Yeah.
40, not too far. Wow, like it's kind of crazy. But yeah, it makes sense. Everything was down like 20, 25%. If your mutual funds are down 8% and you're in high aggressive equity funds, nice job. Good pick there. Because you're doing well and you're beating the market, And yeah, if you're in fixed income, you better be making more than 4% there. I'll say that much.
Let's quickly go to the YouTube like count. As Lucas said, 5,000 likes, and your boy Sean and Neil are gonna eat the hot chip, right, Sean?
Sean
over there doing the dance.
Got the weekend on here.
He's got the weekend on there, okay. Oh yeah, let's ask you the question too. When you're trading, obviously you don't have the luxury to listen to music like you used to probably back in the day. But what type of music did you listen to when you were trading? Rap music, hip hop music, yeah? Yeah, he said rap music, hip hop music. He's currently listening to The Weeknd. He's listening to I'm a Star Boy. Let's go. He's listening to that. He's jamming out on his Google earbuds. Let's go. I see you. You didn't change your earbuds even though you changed your phone?
No, I got the same earbuds. Yeah.
Come on, man. You got to get an Apple earbuds now. I don't like anything compared to you. Come on, big dog. But yo, let's hit the like button over here. Let's get the like count pumping. If we get to 5K likes, apparently, your boy Neil, who's on the picture right here, will be eating that spicy hot chip, and it will be absolutely killing his stomach. I don't know why he even signed up for that, but hats off to him for even doing that. So hit that like. We're at 2.8K likes right now. Luca is apparently killing along. So let's go to his.
You got to be kidding me, guys. I'm like, yeah, I'll bid Amazon. We'll see what happens. And like instantly get the fill. And this is the thing. This literally lines up with what the ES did. I'm like, watch it like make a low and then rip back up. And like that's the bottom. Not the bottom, but like that's like, it's, you know what it is? Learn how the bots trade because you'll go so much further in this game. That was pretty sick. And now it's basically, I think you got to get out in front of VWAP. That's just my style of trade. I'm dying to get out over here actually. But I think it's probably got like, this is like the quick move. Then we like maybe go sideways and then we get that next move up. So I think it's responsible to get out like at the 60s, just in front of VWAP. And we'll see what happens. I'm actually going to get out like in front of that. I'm just like announcing this because the last thing I feel bad. I don't want to get out and then, like, let's say somebody follows the trade. Like, oh, you didn't tell me you're getting out. Where were you getting out? Like, be discretionary, obviously, but, and use your own levels, obviously. Like, don't like just depend on like what other people are trading. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to fade back down and then it's like a bad trade. It's like a great trade. Like that was an instant 30, 40 cent winner in the money here. So yeah, we'll see if we can get another 20 cent pop there. And if we do, then we're good. I mean, if this market wants to turn around now for whatever reason, then, I mean, hold on to the long. But if you don't really believe in it too much, then yeah, it doesn't hurt to get some out in and around the average, the 50-period average. It did touch there. Now we're going back down. And yeah, we'll see where that one goes.
So real quick, coming back to the YouTube spiel. So yeah, only 100 likes more, guys, to get up to that 3K. Would be amazing to get to 5K because I do want to see Neil absolutely dying off of eating that chip. 32% of you are not subscribed. If you're new to this channel, welcome to the channel to begin with. But please help us out by hitting the subscribe button. Share it with your friends and family members who do want to learn how to trade and join us on the community over here. You see people in the chat who have green names like Trader Gorno, Sorta Maybe, Digital Gains over here. You can also have a green name. If you click on the join button over there, you get a nice little pop-up box where Brendo will be telling you exactly what being a member of the Trader TV Live family entails. You get badges, you get emojis, and we appreciate every single one of you who is a member. And also thanks to Bears vs. Bull, or not Bears vs. Bull, was it Beach Bum? No, True Trading Group who donates a bunch of free donations to or memberships to the chat all the time. So thank you for that, True Trading Group. We also have the store where you can buy merchandise from. Keep in mind that these merchandise will soon be probably no longer on the store once we revamp the store from what we have to Shopify, and we might be getting new styles and whatnot. So if you want to rock any of these hoodies or hats or anything, it's time's ticking. So buy some of this vintage OG Trader TV Live gear that was actually made by, some of these were made by, I think, Valeria. So go out there, buy some of this merchandise, rep the Trader TV Live family everywhere you go. A lot of us actually wear this hoodie right here that says, "I'd rather be trading." And most of you probably don't know this, but YouTube has a little search option on our channel right here. You can click on that search box, type in anything that you want to learn, such as VWAP or even level 2 right there. You'll see the ultimate level 2 guide for complete beginners, level 2 trading basics. What are the most successful day trading strategies in 2002? So look for these videos out there. There's playlists and playlists, infinite knowledge base, trading strategies, trade of the day, like 337 videos. We post a trade of the day every single day. That's 337 different videos that you get to learn from how Neil and Sean structure their trades in order to help them make the big bucks, that big moolah, baby. And I want to give a shout out to Sean's daughter for absolutely smashing it on the course over there. Shout out to your daughter on that side.
Yeah, congrats on that one. And I don't know if you guys heard me in the back. I'm over here on Amazon. So I was in the money. I'm out of the money now. No, I'm not letting this turn into a loser. I'm getting out if it breaks 116. Is what it is. You know, sometimes that was crazy. It was like 40 cents in the money. I'm like, okay, here we go. And then no, that's back to break even. So, you know, hopefully some of you guys covered that if you were in that trade. But that's the thing. This was my worry. It's like we had the fake, the low of day, the pop, but it just had no steam. Now we're back down. So, I mean, I'm not holding this. It'll probably be a loser, but who cares? Whatever. Lose 6 cents is what it is. What is a good platform for small accounts? I have no idea. That's a great question.
What is a platform for small accounts? I guess like any platform, but you want to make sure that you get the lowest fee structure, right? So if you want to go for IBKR, you're most likely paying some amount of fees. If you have a small account and you're thinking about, you know, swing trading or whatever, you could even go for, sadly, Robinhood. I don't want to say Robinhood, but any platform that gives you the lowest fee structures. If you're outside of America and want to open an office, go to daytradetheworld.com or DTTW.com and you'll be able to open up your own office and you know, work with the Day Trade the World umbrella. This office right behind you is a Day Trade the World office. We have a bunch of traders over here. A new class comes in every time someone sadly fails at trading, and we train them. We try to bring up the class and we try to educate them. Luca's been here for almost 2 years. I've been here for almost 2 years. It's been a wonderful opportunity. So if you want to learn more about our software, P Pro 8, or our sponsor, Day Trade the World, go to DTTW.com.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, like what is so okay, we're getting the flush now, and Tesla moving down finally. 206 now down. Was that a real flush to 205? No. Was that real? Maybe that was real. I don't even know. That doesn't feel real. That's actually no. I don't know. But yeah, no. Now it's fading down. 206. There's some size there, so I don't think actually it broke 206. Maybe that was just a dark pool wick. Not sure what to think here. Yeah, but market's actually fading off here. Is 206 going to break? Are we going to flush lower? What's it going to do at 205? 204 for myself would be the interesting level. I don't know if anybody else has any other levels. You're 10 minutes away from the buy side. We will. And Snap has big old, yeah, guys, Snap. Remember I was talking, I was like, oh yeah, Snap's going to be a 6 short at 1150. Well, I had the right idea, but the wrong execution because I didn't get the fill and I didn't chase it. But that was a nice fade from 1130 now down to 1068. Like, this thing is dead. And like, that's the level. Like, clearly that's the level because we couldn't even get to the level. And it's just straight down. Man, oh. That's okay, whatever. Let it go. All good, all good. And yeah, let's see if we get a Tesla trade going here.
It was all good just a week ago. Nobody knows that song, eh? That's a Kanye song right there. Wait, why can't this work? Oh yeah, that won't work. Merch, bang, bang, bang. Merch, bang, bang, bang. Hey, don't show this. Yeah, there we go. I'll hide it. But yeah, I just made a command, Bears versus Bull, to help you out. Yeah, if you do !merch, Nightbot will now help you out with the link directly to the merch store. Let's see if it does work out. There you go. Visit our merch store and rep the best day trading show in the world. And you can click on that link, and that will take you directly to the merch store. And now Bears versus Bull doesn't have to copy pasta all the links for you guys out there. You know, I'm just trying to help out my #1 YouTube moderator in the world, baby, by being, you know, the best friend that I can be. So guys, feel free to use all the commands out there. We threw it out there for you guys to see. I'm actually going to use a command that only the moderators in the chat have, which is crystal ball. Crystal ball, will the market stay red? Question mark. Let's see what Nightbot says right now. If it says yes, then I might have to just hold on to my shorts. It says very doubtful. Okay, I don't know about that then. Maybe I just stay hands off. But yeah, guys, this market is getting ready to, it did break that 3680. Market did break 3680. We might be able to push a little bit further to the downside right now on the market. Just be a little patient and see what happens. NASDAQ is also breaking 11,100 and is now 10 points below 11,100 for the NASDAQ. What is going on with our shorts though? XCL not really doing a whole lot. It pulled back to 60 but never stopped us out. Now we're once again 17 cents in the money on that bad boy. Allstate, once again, $1.50 on that position. IBM still $1 in the money. IBM has done nothing for me, so I'm going to punch out of IBM as the market's pushing down over here. And Rumble pulled back almost to $6.90. Let's see if we can add to our position over here on Rumble and get ready to put some more damage on this stock, which is already really hurt on the day. Let's go, Rumble. Push down.
Yeah, guys, so tried another long here on Amazon, but I don't actually, okay, wait a second here. Let me just fix this very quickly. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. I mean, if this is now, if we're going to now, like, this is like pretty fast sell-off, maybe we get a bounce back. I don't know. Obviously, Amazon being the stronger name, so let's see what happens there. But let me just fix this position. I don't know if you're looking at anything too.
No, I'm just looking at Rumble at the moment. Rumble going to the downside. Let's see what other stocks might be popping up. Somehow Eli Lilly and Lockheed Martin still want to keep on popping up on the green side scanners. I mean, we know how strong Lockheed Martin was for 2 days in a row, and this was the day where I was in complete disbelief of Lockheed Martin. That was the earnings day. This is the second earnings day, and this is the third day after earnings. There's actually a YouTube video that I saw about how hedge funds and so on have a move on earnings plays the day too, because think about it. If you're an intern, or at least an intern makes a report on the day of the earnings report, the next day they present it to the manager of the hedge fund, and then the hedge fund really decides if they want to go long or short or whatever. And that's why you see some stocks have a continuation day two move, or some stocks that have an earnings report have a fade the earnings day move and they come back to the downside. So Lockheed Martin looks like the hedge funds and the big money wanted to buy more and more of this position and send it through the roof to the north side. So here's Lockheed Martin today, up 0.66% on the day. It's ranging a little bit. It's bouncing off the 100-period EMA and rejecting off the 453, 444 area, but still popping up on the green scanners, the same as Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly trying to still go to the north side over here and does not want to pull back with the market. Now up 0.3% on the day instead of being only flat on the day for Eli Lilly. I guess I should have gone long when it previously popped up on the scanners. Eli Lilly has won 7 races on the day. That's pretty insane. That means the stock is clearly relatively strong and is going to do whatever it wants to do until the end of the day, most likely. What is RF? What is this stock? Regions Financial popping to the downside scanners, or popping in on the downside scanners. Let's go see what this stock is doing. It might have just recently broken the $20 level. No, that's negative. We broke 20 a long time ago. We pulled back to 20, and now we're making a new day low with the highest volume candle the stock has seen on the day. So we might have to watch out until where the lows might be for this stock. It could very easily be 19.15. It could very easily go all the way to 19 also.
Somebody talking, saying, Luca, do you see any trade on Google? The thing is not really. I mean, that 100 level has been touched so many times. And I mean, for myself, I was actually just trying an Amazon, like a bounce type thing, but I just kind of butchered it and didn't get the price and then just got out. So I'm going to like leave this and reevaluate here. Let's see what the market wants to do. But going back to the Google idea, it's like we're at the 100 level on Google. And I don't know, I mean, maybe you could say maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't, but it's not really like, it kind of feels like it could be a level, but it's not really like a
set in stone
like
level.
Yeah, like it's been at 100 so many times. Like now we're back below. Like, are we going lower? You know, now we're towards like, I guess, pre-market lows. But I'm trying to like find some levels here and you know, like figure out like what is this thing going to actually do? You know, it's traded 13 million, a little bit light. Like it's traded the same amount of shares as Netflix, mind you, different notional. But you know, maybe like a 99. Like it's like, but this was like a huge, like the thing is this, right? You get the extension move, you get the move back down. Now it's like, it's tough to say that, are we gonna bounce back to the highs? Is there better names to long? So maybe Amazon is a better long today as opposed to Google. Do you wanna be short right down here because you think it's going here? Like, does that make sense? What is the likelihood that a bounce happens? Really depends on the market. So I think if you're looking at like today, like Amazon, Apple, Google, like these are proxies to a market bet, so it really depends on what the NASDAQ's doing, what the ES is doing. They're obviously moving together. If the ES, for whatever reason, is gonna, like if overall names are gonna pop, then this is gonna pop with it as well, right? But I don't really see a trade on it per se. I mean, maybe a 99, if 99.50 holds for a whiplash back to 100, but I don't even know if the odds on that make sense. Like Amazon now back below. I kind of like the Amazon long, but obviously the market has to hold up here. Maybe long 15.55, like if we can even get there. But we only have like 4 minutes left to go on the show here. Yeah, if we actually, you know what? I'm gonna convince myself into this trade right now. So I'm trying long here, but I think it's too early. I think we need to flush lower, get to like 15.50, and then the market will sell off a little more, bounce back. If it bounces back and then kind of wants to make a little pop, you know, Amazon will get back to like 16.30, 116.50. So that might be good for $1, but it does depend on the price that you get. My risk's going to be tight on it. Maybe I get long 115.60, and then if I'm wrong, I'll risk 20 cents on that. But we'll see what happens. It's staying around this 115.90 area for quite a while. You would think 116 would either be there and then go away, but I don't know what to say there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I kind of like the Amazon long, but I'm not really loving it. And Tesla, if we continue to go lower, I guess Tesla's going to continue to push lower. But it kind of feels like very weird. Like it's like Tesla is doing like that barcode action, and when it does that, it's like I tend to want to stay away because I feel like the bots are just they're gonna get me. So you know, it's like as soon as I get in, they're gonna figure out a way to make me lose that. So yeah, I'm gonna be very cautious on that one.
Yeah, I'm just, like you said, not much time left. Only 2 minutes left between Luca and myself on the show here. So I want to urge people to smash that like button on this show. If you have a couple seconds to, obviously, smash that like if you haven't already. And what are we at? Are we at 3K yet? We're still at, oh, we did hit 3K. Awesome. That's pretty good. We did hit 3K, but we're still quite of a goal away from 5K for Neil to eat that hot chip. Thank you for everyone who hit the like button today. Thank you for all the super chats, all the donations and everything. We appreciate all the stuff that you guys sent to us, even though it's a free show. All of that helps with the production value and keep on increasing the level of Trader TV Live for yourself. Keep in mind though, for the closing show, it's a brand new show. For those of you who don't get automatically transferred over to the closing show, Bears vs. Bull will throw a link in the chat that you are in right now. So click on that link and go to that show and hit the like button on that show also, because a brand new show, the like counter starts all over again, and they're too busy sometimes to even ask for likes. So I would like for you guys hit that like on there, help us with the YouTube algorithm, and help us push this channel to as many people as we can. Not too long ago, we actually broke the 3,500 subscriber mark, and now we're already at 354,000 subscribers, and we're just continuously growing. This channel, if you ask me, deserves to have at least 1 million subscribers. It's
crazy how it's not
It's
there.
not, yeah. Like there's nobody who does what we do. Nobody who does what we do, who shows our trades and lets you front run our trades and so on, absolutely for free, not even charging you money for it. And all we ask for you guys is to do that 2 simple things, which is hit that like, hit that subscribe, and maybe also share it with your friends and family. Thank you for all the kind words, guys. Luca and myself will be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock on Friday. Will it be Free Fall Friday? We'll have to wait and see. Until then, adios.
Start nicely higher and then kind of fade back in as the session progresses. We'll talk about all things earnings coming up here this afternoon. A whole bunch of key names moving around once again this afternoon. Obviously, Tesla going to be the main one. We've got LVS, we got AAL, the entire airline group holding up a little bit better than the rest right now. Here's how the market is shaping up as we head into the final 2 hours of the day. 0.75% to the downside for the S&P, leading the way right now. That is a change over what we've seen the past couple of days. 0.3 and 0.5 there for the NASDAQ, 0.5% for the TSX here in Toronto as well, even with a ton of strength once again today down here. Energy, oil specifically up 1.3, but all the individual energy names back to the upside today. 0.6 for Bitcoin, 0.8 for Ethereum back in the red as well. Yeah.